What's up, friends? Welcome back to Speedrun Ragnarok 2022. Yes, you heard correctly. It is Speedrun Ragnarok 2022 in support of Take This. I am your host, Sporadic Erratic. I am so incredibly hyped to be here, to be helping out. This next run is fantabulous, and it is an any percent race, a Final Fantasy 9. Any percent race. I hope y'all are hyped. We have it all ready to go, actually. We have it all queued up. So, Ayymart and Mel are going to be racing for you right now.
Hi, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, Ayymart.
Hi, Mel. Good to see you
How
again.
would y'all like to introduce yourselves?
Sure, I'll start. I'm Ayymart. I am well, after today will be a former runner of this game. Today, I'm going to be racing against Mel, my good friend. Part of our 84922 live crew, as
For
we
life.
call it. But yeah, hope you all enjoy the race, and we're glad to be here.
Yeah, thanks, Ayymart. Hey, I'm Mel. Mel Loves Games on Twitch, and really happy to be running this game. Very honored to be running with Ayymart since this is his last run. I know he's gonna kill it, so go out with a bang. We also have our lovely commentators, the Brutals and Roaming Merc.
Hey, I'm the Rudels. I'm going to be commentating for this amazing race this evening. I guess I am also. I'm already a former runner of this game. I suppose I've beaten this game to some degree. I got any percent world record last year and have since retired, but still have a place in my heart for this game and can't get enough of it. So always down for a bit of commentary. And yeah, Rome is one of the driving forces behind finding out how to make this game better.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, I'm Roaming Merc. I just pretty much studied this game. I don't really run it. I'm more like the technical guy. So I help people whenever they first start the game, and also just like a lot of the know-how and how the bits and pieces work behind the scenes. So
Also, hello, my name's Natara. I'm your restreamer, and the reason you this started late this morning. If our lovely runners could please go live in Discord, because I'm a good tech person and remembered to ask that before we went live. That would be super helpful for our commentators and for our lovely host. So they can watch and be all like, hey, we're live. And how are you this morning, chat? Hopefully you're doing awesome.
I tell you what, while we are getting all set up to go live, I do want to remind everybody that we have all kinds of naming incentives, and I mean all kinds of naming incentives for this run that is coming right up. In fact, one of them closes within a couple of minutes. So basically now is your time to get your donations in. If you want to get your donations in to takethis.org and you want to be able to choose Zidane's name, donate right the hecky now. I am going to bounce on over to those polls and see who is in the lead for Zidane. Hold on, it's not at the front. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's pretty close race here. Looks like Edge is in the lead at $40. In second place, we have I'm saying it wrong. Furion at $35, so it'll only take $6 to snipe that. And then in third place, it's locked at $17. Now, we can't take any new names, but you can donate towards any of those names that we have in that poll. The other two names that have no donations towards them whatsoever are Dan and Butts. So get the hecky in there right now with your donations if you want to choose Zidane's name. And just a little reminder that Vivi and Steiner are the ones who are up next, again in very, very short order.
All right. Are we good to go?
I'm ready if you guys are, but I think we need to...
Oh,
Okay, looks like we figured out the issue. Does that work for you, Brutals?
Is it runners slash?
Yeah, runners slash. Yeah.
All right, go ahead and give us a countdown when y'all are ready.
Oh, is everybody ready to go? You want to count down?
Yeah.
All
Good
right.
to go. Let's go.
All right. Counting down from 3.
Uh-oh.
3,
Uh-oh.
2. Wait. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Are we okay?
I'm gonna go to the load screen, then I'm gonna exit once you start the countdown.
Okay. All right. We're ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Nice. Let's go.
Let's go. Good luck.
Let's go.
Good luck. Good luck.
Game.
All right. It's a little bit of funkiness there. Even if you're hovering and like putting inputs in the title screen, the game will just put you into that PowerPoint presentation to slide through all the little different characters. But anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to Final Fantasy IX speedrunning. We have a lot to talk about. There's gonna be some downtime and whatnot throughout the run as well, so we'll be chatting about anything that could be of interest going on in the background and whatnot. But there's a whole heck of a lot, and there's a lot of RNG at play. This can be a very close race, or one runner can get super lucky and just sprint forward. But we'll see how it goes. Wish nothing but the best of luck for everyone. But so the first thing that's going to happen is that we're going to be trying to steal this item called the Mage Masher from the first encounter of the game. It's a 1 in 16 chance roughly, and we have 4 characters that can steal at the very first fight. So we're just going to be trying to steal as much as possible. It's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy resets section of the run, obviously, because it's right at the get-go. We do a little bit of menuing to make sure everything's the fastest possible. And then we'll just go into the first fight and try and steal. And the Mage Masher is really beneficial. It's not really something we want to skip out on, because a lot of the intro fights, we're gonna want that Mage Masher because we won't have a chance to get it until like the next dungeon after this whole intro sequence, essentially. So we really want that extra damage for Zidane right off the bat.
Yeah, so we'll be staying in this little tutorial encounter at the beginning with the masked man, who we won't spoil his true identity just yet.
Yeah.
But there are a few different steals that we can get here, but primarily the only one that we're looking for is the Mage Masher, like Rome said. It's pretty crucial. You can pick it up, like Rome also noted, but the time deficit is quite a few minutes. So it's probably worth just to sit here for quite a while, and yep, you can end up watching a lot of these cutscenes over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get a Mage Masher when you're trying to play RTA. There's a quick little menu here to set up the configuration to make everything flow a little bit faster. And we have some names coming in.
Oh yeah, Zidane's name.
Tyrion, right? Or are they doing the same names?
Let me just check that poll one last time here, and it looks like... Oh, you know what? I'm gonna refresh it because it's so close. We'll see if any donos came in. No, it looks like it is... Oh my gosh, these polls are all piled up. Hold on. All right, I'm almost there. It looks like it's Edge. Edge is the winner.
Edge. Go on, Edge. We like Edge. Edge was one of my main guys when I played FF4 casually. He did a lot of work for me.
I still have yet to finish FF4. It's one of those I just start and I just go, I'll get back to this one day.
I'll get back around to that one.
I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to be talking here, but hi, Final Fantasy IV speedrunner here. Why?
I don't know. It just never gripped me. I don't know.
It was more the Edge. Though Edge is fine. He throws things, and that's good.
Yeah, for sure.
Kane is where it's at. No, I'm joking. I'm gonna take my dissenting opinions and leave. Okay, bye.
Let's talk more about Kane. We like Dragoons. No, one of the cool things that we'll be seeing throughout the FF9 speedrun is that pretty much all the characters have a really valuable role. Even Quina, who has seen a little bit less attention in the more modern routes, it still has some applications, which is really cool. Zidane obviously is going to be seeing a lot of attention, but this is actually the only time where stealing is somewhat essential. There are some other opportunities for us to potentially get some steals, namely the only one that we will probably see some actual attempts on is Taka, much later on in this 3. But very minimal effort going into that and just kind of praying. So we still haven't seen any matches on each side, so we've still got a nice little tight race as we're going.
Looks like Senna's dead for 1 for Ayymart, which cuts down to 1 steal, but yeah, that's fine.
So there is a little trick going on here I'll touch on really briefly called ATB waiting, which essentially, we got it on Aymart's side, essentially allows these characters to steal extra turns. If you successfully execute an ATB wait, your characters will have 2 turns in 1 turn against the mass man's single turn, so you can basically get extra steal attempts off per round of attacks and things like that, which overall is a little bit more efficient. And poor Mel, come on Edge, pull your weight, please.
One day.
Well, I do want to butt in for just a second to remind everybody that our next bid war is going to be coming to a close very, very shortly, and that is the one to name Vivi. If you want to snipe the hecky out of that, you do not need to donate too much. Palom is in the lead at $5, so all you need to donate is $6 to either Minwoo, Gao, Red 13, or Mont Blanc to choose one of those names instead. That will be closing very, very soon.
Oh, Mont Blanc's going to be a good one. that's not going to fit.
Oh, is it too long? Yeah, that's right, because it needs to be, it's a 7. All right, don't donate towards Mont Blanc, folks.
Oh, no.
Yeah, FF's 9. On console, unfortunately, is limited to 7 characters. They did permit 8 characters on PC. You could remove
if we remove the vowels, we can do it.
Do I have to come over there? Do I have to come over there?
I think. Yeah, if we remove the vowels, we can do it.
This is gonna be amazing.
Look.
We got it! We got it! Master.
Hey, all right.
So once again, very, very talented Ayymart has stolen the Masher before Mel. He has demonstrated how to have better luck.
Yeah, so
Ayymart
talented.
is zooming.
This is a very necessary requirement when you learn to speedrun this game. If you are not talented with your luck, then learn to get luckier. But the next thing coming up is Ayymart is absolutely going to be attempting and flawlessly executing, no doubt, the much required puck skip. A little Burmesian child is going to be running up the screen after Vivi and attempting to bump into him. You can't avoid him as far as I can tell, but one thing that you can do is initiate a conversation with a bystander at the same time. I'm not sure how lenient it is, a couple frames probably, but if you do it roughly at the same time, you can have that text box opening while you're being bumped into, and it will allow you to move while Vivi has been knocked over, and it looks, it's good. Oh, it's good. It doesn't look good. It looks very weird.
That's great. Just sliding around. Let's see if we get it.
And no, not today.
Close.
Oh well.
Maybe
It saves a whole 2 seconds, which is, it's the make or break. If you don't get that 2 seconds, you may as well just reset.
But
And
yeah,
cool.
Huh.
yeah. But yeah, I was just gonna say this is Vivi. We use him quite a bit, only because we really have to, but also he is useful for some fights later on. But he's our little adorable, lovable little boy that we cherish in the community. But yeah, we just got a lot of plot triggers to go, so we just have to have Vivi show his little tickets to the ticket guy because he's here to see a play. But it's a fake, unfortunately, so he's got to try and run around and find a way to get in the play without one.
Initiate Operation Steal the Ladder. Thanks to our newfound friend, Puck. And on the right, we've got Mel coming up to Puck skip. Come on, Mel.
Let's go, Mel.
We want to see
we're
Slip
getting
Slide
it.
Vivi. Slipping Vivi.
We getting it. Nope. Way too late.
You got it in my heart. So yeah, a couple more story triggers going to be coming up. Yeah, Vivi's naming is going to be coming up really shortly. We've probably got about another 30 seconds to a minute or so before that's going to be on the screen.
All right, all right.
This Kiwami D-pad's gonna be a trip.
Yeah, all you use it for?
Just plug it in when you need it, Mel. Just play on a regular controller and then just, you know,
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad, yeah.
I'll get
just
used to
switch it in and out. That's pro strats, that.
I've only been using it for the last like 2 years.
And you still haven't gotten accustomed to it.
Yeah, well, that's neither here nor there.
I hear if you say Kiwami 3 times into the chat, then Mythic Dawn appears and tells you you're wrong.
No, no.
Kiwami, Kiwami,
It's
Kiwami.
not that bad.
It's,
All right, check this out.
all right, who are we naming Vivi?
Vivi's gonna be wasted.
I'm
Wasted.
gonna refresh it one more time. No, that is not the name. I'm trying to just snipe it out. Like... All right, the winner is Palom. The winner is Palom. P-A-L-O-M. I mean, I'm
That's
sure you know how to
very
spell it,
Palom.
but you know.
Nice.
Vivi
Hey,
and Ico
remind
being
me to
Palom and
chat.
Porum is as fitting. That I like that.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Reminder to chat. The next name coming up is Steiner, and that should be coming up in how many minutes?
About
gosh.
5 to 6.
You got a while. You got a while.
Yeah, you got a little while, like 4 or 5 minutes.
All right, so in the lead for Steiner is Gordon at $20. Our other options are Sid, Cyan, Cecil, and Yang. So if you feel strongly about any of those names, get your donations in now. Now is the time.
Steiner does channel his inner Yang in Limblom when he just punches Sid, doesn't he? He just gives him a good old
yeah.
whop right on the
Whop.
nose. So the play is about to begin in Alexandria, put forward by the Tantalus corporate group. What do they call themselves? Tantalus, Team Tantalus.
Yeah, that's
The traveling troupe. And they're going to be putting on a performance. They are actually a hidden band of thieves, led by Baku and his loyal buddies. And so it's the encounter that's coming up in gameplay wise is the encounter with King Leo. You can't really lose it. You have to try really hard to lose. The only objective is to deal a set amount of damage to King Leo. It's just shy of 200, with your guys doing around 40 each, give or take. Again, the 80 weight mechanics work here. You can optionally decide to attack to assistance, Binero and Zanero on either side to potentially save a little bit of time here and there. Ultimately, this is one of the most convoluted fights to try and optimize when learning the route. But ultimately, you can just attack and you will win. You have a really hard time losing, like I said. But a lot of people scratch their head and wonder why they're losing time here.
Yeah.
But it pretty much boils down to try to not let them cast special effects spells on you, because they're about 10 seconds each, and they really add up.
They do add up, yeah, especially both the SFX that don't do nothing.
Yeah, they are essentially functionless. They don't do anything other than put on some pretty lights. There's no damage. There's no special status effects. No, nothing like that. It's just a thing. You can cast them as well, so be careful not to do that.
Yeah.
Nobody's seen any of that.
Yeah, because your steal command is replaced with the SFX, I believe, right? So.
That's right. Yeah. So there's no stealing going on in this encounter.
But yeah, so as Bruce mentioned before, it's pretty hard to lose this encounter unless you decide to get through your Mage Master habits of killing off your own characters. Then that can result in the first game over of the game if you decide to kill off your own characters. But
interestingly, yeah, there are a few encounters in this prologue here where we'll be knocking our guys out to speed up the fight a little bit. Oh, good ATB on Sinner. What a shame. Sinner is probably the only character in this fight that is somewhat useless. their damage rolls vary really drastically. So you can see here Ayymart sent everyone but Sinner in. He's going to use Sinner to hold ATB and everyone else. Looks like, oh yeah, the triple preempt on the enemy side. You're going to see a bunch of special effects coming on in.
Oh boy, yeah.
Time loss, we love it.
Yeah, it'll add up a lot of time for Mel to catch up as well and get into the fight.
So actually, this is a really good turn order. We've sent Marcus in first.
So yeah, as Brutus was mentioning before with ATB waiting, essentially what we're trying to do is squeeze our characters' turns ahead from the enemies as they just went before to try and finish off the enemy before they can get their turn again. Zidane and Blank have fairly lenient speed, so it's easier to ATB wait with them. Marcus is only 1 speed, a statistic higher than King Leo, so it's a little tight unless you use him first.
Yeah, it can be quite challenging, but Ayymart got it in there, which is really good. Well played. That was some good ATB waiting. So Mel's coming up here, so hopefully she can get some better. Oh, why? It's even faster though. What is happening? But we got them out. And they open with a clamp pinch as well, which is fine. We don't mind. And there's it's a duck deer. Oh,
And dead Sinner.
oh, what a turn of events. So Sinner's down. Oh. And the action is popping off. We've got Ayymart on the left doing nobles as well now. Quick mini game straight after this. Basically, scuff one of his inputs there, not too much of a big deal. You don't need to pass this. It's not imperative or anything. If you successfully do it and you have to input them all within an ample time as well, it's quite difficult. Whenever I used to run, I always used to warm up with this stuff because if I just go into it, I would fail it, like hands down every single time.
Yeah, it's something you really do need to practice to try and get it consistently, because otherwise you'll just get the nerves, you'll get people like watching you on the stream and you'll get even more nervous, and it's just something you gotta get used to. But it is very, very tight on the PSX version or the PlayStation 1 version. The HD version is a lot more lenient on getting 100 nobles, but the PlayStation 1 version.
And if you do manage to get a cool 100, then you get a nice big influx of 10,000 gil. As soon as you get anything less than 100, you're straight down to 99 or lower. It instantly drops down to 800 or less gil. So it's either 100 or nothing, really. Yeah. Pretty much. So if you don't really get the 100, it's fine. There are some pickups you can get to like offset it. It's not that much of a big deal. There's some menus change here and there, and some things you have to adjust for, but it's overall I think it loses something like 25 seconds. It's fairly negligible. It's even less than time than a single random battle that you can get in this game. So
yeah, exactly. Just don't get one encounter and you're good.
Yeah, I'm safe. And then as soon as you gain, this is the first time we gain control of Zidane here. The first thing we're doing is we're putting the Mage Masher on, as you can see on Aymart's screen he's just done. It actually straight up just doubles his damage. At this point, he's gone from dealing 40 or something damage to 80 something damage. 98.
Oh, 98.
That's unfortunate. You have to, not only do you have to press all the buttons correctly, but you actually have to press them quickly, which can be quite stressful, because I'm sure she was probably thinking, hey, that was really good. What's going on here? What was wrong with that? I know that I've expressed this many a time, gone over and pulled someone, they come into my channel, had nobles go like, hey, have a look, tell me where I went wrong, man. I can't figure it out.
You're too slow.
Yeah, nobles can be quite a source of frustration when there isn't really too much that you can do in this game. Really, the time saves in this game really are just the tits and tats that you can just get over the course of a run, and you really want to do just save that 2 seconds and that 1 second and that 3 seconds as frequently and often as you can, as they all do eventually add up, because there are so many of them. So the 25 seconds when you're getting to a really, 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 really strong time starts to become pretty relevant.
Yeah, exactly. Like all these little things we're going to talk about optimizing, it's like, oh yeah, we save about a second, we save half a second here, and it's just like, it is important because of how you think like the length of the run is 9 hours, but it definitely adds up. Like if you think about how often we're going to be able to do a lot of these time saves, like you're going to be saving minutes.
Cut in real quick. We've got Steiner's name coming up right here.
Oh, right.
All right, well, I'm all ready with that. The winner is Gordon.
Gordon?
Gordon.
Nice.
Gordon.
FF2, right?
Did Ayymart get nobles?
No.
Unfortunately.
Damn. I'm a
Nobody
little
was impressed.
sleepy. I'm a little slow.
No, I got
Yeah.
nobles. I got 71 of them.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I am also sleepy. I was like, yeah, this isn't happening this morning.
Those 2 nobles. Not impressed.
Yeah.
Gordon.
We'll blame it on Rev and Mom Mom.
Yeah. They're not here.
Here comes Big G.
Big Gordon.
Big Gordon. So Gordon is one of the. He's a very I mean, all of the playable characters in this game like fill pretty big roles, but Gordon is going to be one of our primary characters for the run. He's going to be doing a lot of damage in the end game, and he's going to have access to probably one of the most powerful abilities that we're going to see. For end game damage dealing as well. It's going to be able to save us a lot of time. Just the way that it kind of cheats the mechanics, but we'll get there when we get there, and we'll discuss
In due
charge
time.
related thing. Yeah. But yeah, Steiner is definitely very, very, very powerful in the speedrun.
All right, so the next bid war, I believe it'll be coming up. How much time do people have? Like maybe 45 minutes till Dagger's name?
Oh, Dagger.
It's gonna be Dagger about 40-ish, 40, 45, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. So a lot more time than the rest of these. And I'll tell you what, it won't take very much at all to snipe it because we don't have any donations towards that whatsoever. Our choices are Renoa, Rosa, Lena, Tara, and Tifa. So for a single dollar, you can choose Dagger's name.
What a deal.
Right? And it's all going to such a great cause. Take this as such a fabulous, fabulous organization.
Man, when I revisited this game and I realized she was in a big white mage robe here, and I had no idea as a kid, I thought that was excellent. All the throwbacks throughout FF9 are just they're next level, weren't they?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's so many little references and hints and things. Something that also, something else to point out, like a little bit of history with this game, is that this game was developed alongside Final Fantasy X around the same time. It was 2 separate teams. I believe it was the Honolulu team that worked on FF9, and then the Japanese team worked on FF10. And there's a lot of influences you can see in FF9 about a lot of Hawaiian culture. But one thing to note is that some of the tracks were kind of slightly shared in between FF9 and FF10, and little hints in there, but
I never noticed that. I didn't realize that was a thing. That's cool.
Yeah, so whenever there's the fanfare, you know, like right when it's starting to play, that plays in Luca whenever you first arrive in FF10.
Oh.
And, But
Might be time for a 10 playthrough.
yeah. It's very, very minor, but yeah, you can hear it whenever it's playing through.
I want to be a blitzball when I grow up.
I want to be a blitzball when I grow up.
Will you teach me how to blitz?
Teach us how to blitz. We've watched way too many FF10 speedruns here. We know a lot of the lines.
What are you
But,
talking about? I'd never run that game.
Yeah. Yeah, we're story-wise, Zidane and his crew are here to kidnap the princess Garnet, and somehow they are able to run into her, and she is looking to be captured herself. She wants to escape the castle, and so Zidane says, "Well, sure, why not? Come on aboard." And so now they're going to try and flee from Captain Steiner, whose job is to try and find the princess.
I will hereby do my best to kidnap you, princess.
Yeah,
What a line.
I do my best.
He's so sweet.
Such a lovable scamp.
So here we're seeing on Aymart's screen that clumsy soldier there is actually Blank in disguise still. Getting in the way of Steiner, scuffling his plans. so that the rest of the team can try and escape. So, for all you completionists, you may want to turn away because we're going to be walking away from, I believe, 2 chests in this screen.
Yep.
Completely ignoring them. We don't need them. I don't even know what's in them.
Phoenix Pinion and a Phoenix Down, I think. So.
A Phoenix Pinion. There's an entire 1,000 gil right there.
There is.
Only 15, 20-second time loss. Say no more.
Yeah. If you try and turn the little crank to the left or right, the screen will shake and Sen will come over and yell at Zidane like, "Hey, turn it back! You're gonna make us crash!" And like, little chest pops down.
Okay, This is not bad ATB, so we're hoping we don't miss here. We can get a little weight off of blank. We can use this, as long as we don't miss with anyone else, we can turn this into a single turn fight. So you're going to see here that blank's actually going to gain an extra turn. So to keep it simple, basically we hold ATB in a way so that both blank and Steiner's ATB, they both stay at 0 at the same time. And because, like Rem said earlier, our speed stats are higher than theirs in some situations. So if you allow both of those ATBs to start from 0 at the same time, yours will come up first because you're faster, and you can get an attack in before they do, essentially getting 2 turns in the same turn. It saves, again, it's one of those minor time saves. It's only about 3 seconds, I want to say. But in the prologue, there isn't really much you can do, and I guess you may as well go for it if you know how to do it. And that, along with the ones on Leo, along with some on Masha, and there's a little bit more coming up on the 3rd Steiner fight as well. They all chip in, and you can actually end up saving like nearly about a minute to 2 minutes or so overall complete in the first 30 minutes or so. So it does make a big difference.
Oh yeah, looks like Mel unfortunately did not get as lucky with the ATBs.
Unfortunate.
Come on, Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon.
But you gotta be like that, Gordon.
And here we see Gordon using the Moonlight Slash spell, which he never has access to in the whenever we get him as a character later. I guess he just somehow forgets how to use it, and we never see it again.
It's so early that when you said Gordon, I thought Gorston. Kind of like Goofy.
Gorge.
Gorston.
You were like, yes, chef.
Yeah, Nikki did say you can steal the silk shirt there. I know we used to do that. Do you know why we would get the silk shirt there?
Because the reason why we don't get it is a easier one to answer, and that is, I believe it's in like the 25% slot, roughly. The leather wrist level slot. I can never remember the exact percent for it, but it's a slightly uncommon steal. So there's a chance that you get something else, and I believe it's like a leather hat or something, which we don't want. We don't want leather hats in our inventory. They just get jammed up, and they sell for something like 30 gil. Yeah, it is the leather hat being confirmed. Yeah, it's more often than not, you're not going to get the gear you want, and it's much easier just to take a silk shirt from Blank at the end of Evil Forest instead.
I guess one theory for the silk shirt would probably be for Plant Brain. I'm not sure how long ago it was that this had shifted, but maybe like because of the Thunder spell and having damage, maybe they wanted one on both Vivi and or having one on Vivi.
Yeah, because Vivi wouldn't have them there, but normally would he?
No, because the first one we get from is from Blank later, but
yeah. Is Vivi actually wearing a shirt at this point in the run? I don't think he is he? He hasn't got anything on his chest armor. I forget. I don't think he's wearing anything.
I don't think he is. He might be wearing a leather shirt, but I could be wrong. Oh, yeah, he's naked.
Maybe starts to run shirtless.
He is a baby boy.
I have questions. I don't think I want the answer to them.
It's Japan. Anything flies, man. Okay, so this is the Steiner 2 fight. There are 3 Steiner fights. You saw the first one a moment ago. This is number 2. You don't need to end the fight by dealing damage. Instead, you can knock out your own characters, as long as you don't knock out Dagger.
Yeah.
These ATVs are not so hot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's rough.
Yeah. The only time loss here is whether or not they have turns in front of you, and it looks like they're all gonna get turns. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh.
Are we beating one of them? Oh, we're beating one of them. Okay, that's not quite so bad.
Yeah.
Yep. So as long as only dagger remains, they're not allowed to attack dagger, and the fight just ends for you, and you can move on. Otherwise, every time you attack one of the knights, the ads, they have a big fleeing animation and a big text box, and they make a big song and dance out of it. And then again, when you knock out Steiner, he has extra things to say too. So it's quite a decent time loss. Doesn't seem like much when you're just doing it, but yeah. It is, however, mandatory in the all bosses route.
Oh, that's right, yeah, because all
yeah.
these Steiner fights are bosses, yeah.
They are bosses, they are unique mobs, and you do need to deal with them. But in any event, we can just take this easy way out.
See how Mel's gonna get. Oh, that Zidane ATB is empty.
It's okay. The rest of them are okay. Hopefully, we can get a few more. You only need 3 good ATBs. 2.
Oh.
and this is the definition of Final Fantasy IX. It doesn't matter sometimes.
Doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter.
It's just on the net for a 0 encounter for us. It's cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah.
These are definitely the best Alexandrias you're ever gonna see, by the way.
So,
don't forget your 8 walking steps after the first encounter, Mel.
Yeah.
So Aymart's coming into the last Steiner fights, and that's going to be capping off the Alexandria chapter. It's a bomb. There's going to be a bomb growing behind Steiner, and we're going to be manipulating that bomb's ATB to outspeed Steiner to try and end the fight a little bit quicker. It's a little bit of a advanced version of ATB waiting because you're not doing it with your characters, you're doing it with your the enemies, but we can try and pull it off.
Yeah, so the basic strat of this one is that if your characters are still kicking, then Steiner will have conversations with each of them, and nothing can happen while those text boxes are at the top of the screen. So one of the easy things to do is just to knock them out. But you can also... Oh, this is a weird one. Yeah, that was really funky.
Yeah.
So probably just gonna have to let this one rock. But yeah, you can weight Steiner's ATB against the bomb. It's a bit of a head scratcher and requires a bit of practice. But once you've got it down, it's pretty linear, and it saves 3 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, a whole 2 to 3 seconds, I think, because it's however long the text box at the top of the screen displays. So
yeah, you just stop Steiner from saying princess, and that's it.
Princess.
That's the skip.
Looks like Ayymart is now out of Alexandria and on his way to the Evil Forest, which we're gonna have a whole lot to talk about there. See if Mel can pull off bomb skip.
Okay, looking good so far.
Oh yeah, good ATBs.
This is perfect. So the only thing to note when knocking your own guys out is that if you attack somebody with a different character, they can miss, which can scupper all of the plans in. That's a nice little bomb grow. We like that. This should do it. So if it works correctly, we shouldn't see Princess at the top of the screen. Dead on. Nice.
Easy as that. Nice
That's
job.
it. They're essentially neck and neck now. That's it, Ayymart. Watch out.
3 seconds, let's go.
Yeah.
Time
Yeah,
to
yeah,
pack
whatever
it
you can
up,
take,
I
you know,
guess
yeah.
it's over.
It's over. It's over for Ayymart.
That's one of the cool things about racing in FF9 is that you never know what's going to happen. You really don't.
It'll come down to...
even up until the very end when Death Guys is judging you. You never know. You can. I believe the fight, the race you had with Bomb a year or so ago, Ayymart. I think he died to Death Guys a few times, and it just completely allowed you to completely catch up after all the.
Yeah, we were synced going into the final boss.
It was literally and synced up to Necron showing on both streams, and it's just so surreal.
That was the best race I've ever seen. That was awesome.
So good. Yeah. So literally anything can happen in
It's
this,
gonna be tough to
entire
top that
game.
one.
Yeah. So as we can see, the Tantalus crew gets away with the princess, and Queen Braun is not too happy about that and wants to get the princess back. But at the cost of the Tantalus ship.
So yeah, the Final Fantasy IX is comprised of a bunch of different dungeons. I don't know how many there are, maybe like 15 or so, 15, 20 dungeons throughout the course of the game, where you are essentially just heading from A to B, point to point, progressing through and praying that you get as few encounters as possible. If for each encounter that you get, it's roughly a 30-second time loss if things go kind of well. You are going to be there are some different strategies that you can employ in different areas of the game to try and get that out of them quicker and all that sort of stuff. So there is quite a lot of variation with the way that you can handle these things, and generally speaking, hopefully you want to see as few encounters as possible.
Yeah, there's a couple fights we will want to see just to manage our AP, which is how we learn abilities and get some experience. But overall, yeah, we just want to try and flee from as many as possible. We really just don't want to see like any encounters.
Yeah.
And something we can also explain is that unlike the predecessors and even FF10 in some regards, the random encounters are completely random. Every single frame that this game runs, it's going off one single RNG chart, and it's determined basically everything in the game. And so it's pretty near impossible for a human to be able to manipulate or track that on the fly. So
yeah,
it's just kind of roll the dice and hope for the best in Final Fantasy IX, and I don't know if that's really going to change. Maybe somewhere down the line we'll be able to see some manipulation, but right now it's just not possible.
So this encounter is actually not so bad. We don't mind this one. This one's kind of favorable, and the reason for that is that this encounter nets Zidane just enough experience points to level up. And Zidane is the only character that we actually want to see some experience points on before the boss in the next dungeon. So both the runners here are probably going to be tracking experience points quite closely just to make sure they get enough and keeping an eye on that. In addition, it also means that if you level up, you have enough trance bar to be able to perform 2 actions in this encounter and still have enough remaining to not watch to not run out of trance, essentially. So because both of these runners here, Ayymart and Mel, are going to be taking down an encounter, they're going to level up, and they're not going to have to watch a D-trance animation in this fight, and they are like 7 to 8 seconds. They're quite long. Yeah, unlike other Final Fantasies on the PlayStation 1, trance and limits and things like that, trance is probably the worst. It's rarely ever actually going to save you time. You just have to try and be able to use the trance as best as you can to try and mitigate the time loss. It's generally the way you see it. You can't control it. Once it's on, it's on. That's all you can do. And you just have to try and use it to the best of your ability. So as you can see here, Zidane's not de-trancing. If they didn't take that first encounter a moment ago, or if they fled from it, being level 1, Zidane actually would have to de-trance here, and it would cost you a couple extra seconds, which the way that we kind of look at it is that first encounter just costs a little bit less time overall. So these encounters are pretty straightforward. It's completely on rails. The prison cage is always going to do the same thing, thankfully. There's a little bit of an execution check with trying to get Zidane's second turn in quickly, but Ayymart did it pretty well. Takes a little bit of practice, but once you've done it a few times, it's one of those things it's pretty easy to.
Yep. So yeah, this first prison cage here on Mel's stream, I think has 49 or 50 speed, so he's very, very fast, but thankfully he's not that threatening. He just will slap Zidane with his left tentacle once if you don't get your input in, but otherwise, yeah, it's not too bad.
So you guys know about the alternate tidal flame strat here?
Yeah, though. Yeah,
so
Are you trying it? You should try it.
I wish. I'd go right back to bed.
Yeah, so no, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go.
So the title flame strat that Mel was talking about. So since we stole the Mage Masher, the way the trance works for Zidane is that every ability that he has learned or is currently equipped will unlock a new trance ability for his Dyne skill. And since we have the Mage Masher, we get a second skill, and that unlocks the Tidal Flame. So if you steal the Mage Masher and you're like, oh cool, Tidal Flame, that seems better because it's one right below this one, right? Well, it's the same damage, but it's AoE, so it'll hit everyone on the other side of on the enemy side, including the little Garnet. So she will just incinerate inside the printer cage, and you'll get a game over.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
And go back to bed.
So
we
are.
also-
This is the other fight where we're kind of going for a steal here. So we're gonna see Mel on this turn attempt to steal with Zidane. We are looking for the broadsword. One of the reasons why we go for it is because it is in a very favorable slot. It's 3 out of 4 essentially. Yep, broadsword again. So we've seen a broadsword from Ayymart and Mel on both sides. That's perfect. That's a good bit of gil save, and it's going to save us an extra menu later on getting it here rather than having to buy it in Frontier Village Dali, which is coming up in about 45 minutes or
Touching
so.
back on the Tidal Flame strat, it's actually called Tidal Frame strat, as in you're gonna skip a lot of frames if you use it.
Exactly.
And by skip a lot of frames, I mean
Save all
skip the
frames.
rest of the game. It's actually part of a wrong warp. It puts you back into your bed and you start your day over.
Poor little poison Vivi. He'll be
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they got little spores in them.
Like you do.
Like you do, yeah.
It happens.
Does Vivi get a shirt yet?
Nah.
Not yet.
Nah.
Not till Dolly, yeah.
All right, just checking.
Vivi has not earned his armor yet.
Just checking on Vivi's shirt status.
It's faster to leave him chilly.
He might have a leather shirt. I could be wrong, but
I think he's
One-
got something on.
I think he does, because I think it also has fire on it. I could be wrong, but we don't
Funnily
know.
enough, I think it's Dagger that's not wearing a shirt. No,
Oh,
she comes with a silk shirt, right?
All right, let's not open that can of worms.
Yeah.
Speaking of Dagger, about how much longer do people have to get their donations in for that chance to name Dagger?
Still some time. It's going to be the end of the next dungeon.
Mhm.
So when we see Black Waltz 1 and Sea Lion, that's when the time is coming up for
Yeah,
it.
roughly, maybe just over an hour on the clock.
Oh, really? For Dagger?
On the total clock, so in about 20 minutes.
On the total clock, yeah. So 20-ish minutes.
Oh, on the total clock. All right, so people
sorry,
have
sorry.
20 minutes to get their donations in if they want to name, which, again, I'll remind everybody, we don't have a single solitary donation towards that. So if you want to choose Dagger's name, you can do it for only $1. Please get your donations in. You want to hear the options?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, we have Renoa, Rosa, Lena, Tara, and Tifa. Any preferences from the runners and commentators?
I'm feeling Tifa.
You got Tifa.
I would like to be different and say Tara.
I would totally choose Tara. Yeah.
Tara's good too.
That'd be a good one, yeah.
Does anybody have $1 for take this?
I absolutely have $1 for take.
I have it.
So, over on Aymart's screen, we saw a little showdown with Baku, who's kind of like this father figure for Zidane, and you just hold X to win and hope you don't miss. It is possible to die on that fight, so if you're A, level 1, and B, you get preempted from Baku, and C, you miss, then you can die from that fight, but otherwise, if you got a level for cushion and you don't miss, you're fine. Oh.
Just in the chat, the hashtag give Vivi a shirt.
Yeah, can we get that trending on Twitter, please?
Give Vivi a shirt.
Jason Rose, yeah, unfortunately, no ability to write in this time. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
It looks like we lost the Brutals. You might need help back in.
Listen, I can't help that TweetDeck broke me on me.
Oh yeah, Brutals is back. Just needs a little help into the live channel.
So we're having a little bit of a...
Who's that?
There There he is. Hello, welcome back.
Sorry about that. My internet is it's not playing ball today.
Yeah, mine's been sporadic too. But yeah, we're just running around.
I've been sporadic all day.
Hey.
Nice. Oh yeah.
Hey! Yeah, there we go.
So since we weren't able to get nobles, you can see Mel just pick up the ether in Steiner's room. So early game, those ethers are going to be selling for 1,000 gil each, which is going to make up quite a bit of money that we need for the route. But later in the game, Disc 3 and Disc 4, we're going to want to hang on to those ethers because they're going to be very valuable. But early game, just sell them. We need the money. As we see over in Ayymart, he's back in Evil Forest and gets an encounter. And this is another one of those points where we just have to hope, we don't get back attacked, and be Zidane is good ATB that we can flee. Otherwise, we're going to have to try and either kill the encounter if possible, or yeah, and just keep trying to run away as well. And something else you'll be seeing is both the runners will be doing a lot of the flee animation a lot, even in boss fights where it says can't flee or can't run away. So what that's going to do is that's going to cancel the wind-up animation for attacking, or any sort of spell-ready animation for the characters. It varies depending on the character, especially for Freya, who is, I think, a full second to prepare her attack animation. Or prepare for attack, I guess. So the fleeing will cancel that sort of like wind-up, little twirling of her staff, or getting into position to attack something.
It's another one of those things where if you do it over the entire course of the run, it'll probably end up saving you around a minute, maybe a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
It does add up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if the fight is just opened and it's your turn to act first, like we can see here with Steiner, by fleeing there, you don't actually have to watch him sort of pull his sword up to his head to get ready to attack. Instead, he'll just attack straight away.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Steiner is less than half a second perhaps, but you do it 10 times and you've saved 10 seconds. Nearly. That's bad maths, but
Yeah.
real bad maths. That's real bad maths.
Some universe. So yeah, we're both getting through the Evil Forest. Looks like Ayymart is now on his way to the Plant Brain. This is pretty much a scripted fight, depending on kind of how you start and how you want to risk it. But basically, we want to try and kill off Zidane, because that will trigger Blank to show up to assist in the fight. Because otherwise, we won't be able to really reliably take down this monster. But if Zidane is either in critical HP or killed, then it will trigger Blank's arrival promptly.
Okay, so we're opting to try and
Yeah.
That was mighty dangerous right there, right? Man, that could have gone real bad.
Oh yeah, with the ring.
real bad. Yeah, because if Dad hit himself, then PB would have like set Steiner on fire or something.
No. Oh, I screwed that up. No, it actually resets if Zidane hits himself.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think it unqueues it. Yeah, it unqueues Vivi's action, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Possibly.
That's helpful.
Yeah, it unqueues it.
Luckily, we just got the left tentacle, unfortunately. We haven't been able to get the HP weight.
Yeah.
But yeah, Aymart's able to make it through Plant Brain.
So yeah, you can do an ATV weight trick on that one to skip Plant Brain's second turn. It makes the fight completely on rails, but you need slightly favorable ATV to do it, and it can be pretty tricky. It's quite tight.
Yeah, so something else we can touch on in here and there is the HD version. For PSX, ATB weighting's a lot easier to be able to do. Not only because if you try to pass the turn on to someone else, the ATB for both you and the enemy will essentially pause until the menu pops up fully. However, on HD, if you try to pass the turn on to someone else, ATB is going to be constantly flowing, so it's a lot harder to try and pass the turn in order to hold ATB for another character, or
Yeah.
try and get ahead of the enemy. But for PlayStation 1, it's a lot easier. Let me see if Mel's going to be able to ATB win. While Ayymart gets a puny amount of spiders. Yeah, so we're going to see him killing off everyone except for Zidane. I don't know. I think he's good on experience. Never mind.
Yeah, so that plant spider is random between how many you fight, between 2 and 4, and if you get, usually that's a good way to distribute experience points.
Mhm.
If somebody is knocked out in this fight, then in any fight really, that's awards experience points, then experience isn't distributed to them. Unlike some of the Final Fantasy games, EXP is just awarded to each character based on how many mobs were in the fight, but in FF9, EXP is actually distributed per remaining character. So if someone is not alive, they won't receive any ability points or experience points, and the other party members will receive more of the overall cut. So distributing experience points like that can be quite important.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that a lot for a lot of these scripted fights where we're going to try and kill off certain party members just because either A, we don't need them to get any more experience, or we just don't care if they get any at all. But yeah, here's where we steal all of Blank's equipment. We're just gonna steal everything. We're gonna give him the broadsword, which is a worse weapon than what he has, and we're gonna steal the iron sword and give that to Steiner, as well as steal his shirt and give that to Zidane, so he has a little bit more defense.
He's not going to need it for a little while anyway, is he? Blank's
Nah.
going to be pretty preoccupied.
A little bit.
How do y'all feel about some donations right now?
Yeah, go for it.
Good time.
We got all kinds of donations rolling in. Now, a little while ago, we got a donation from Marley for $10 with no comment, just generosity for take this. Thank you so much. Steph sent in $3 and said, hi. The Altar Maven sent in $5 and says, one name unmet, fixed. Cat Dragon goes meow. Steph sent in another $3 and said, hi. And we had an anonymous donor send in $4.77. And finally, Jason LaRose sent in $75 and says, Terra Terra Bobera Banana Fana Fofera Fi My Momera Squara. Now, most of these went towards naming incentives. In case you were wondering, Terra is now in the lead.
Wow, yeah, I see that.
I like to hear that.
$75 and the Rosa in second place at $3. And oh my gosh, that was a cool donation. I'm just gonna bounce over to Aiko here. Selfie is now in the lead at $7.77. That's why we had a donation for her.
Yep.
Oh, let's take a look at our other names here. Oh, there's got to be somebody. Oh, here we go. All right, Freya. Right now we have Fran in the lead for Freya at $5. For Amaranth, Shadow is in the lead at $5. And for Kina, now I was taught during like a different run that this is the way to say this. Kachi at $10.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is the correct pronunciation. It's something.
but other than Dagger's name, which you'll have to get a healthy donation in there if you're feeling strongly about some of those other names. Most of those can be sniped the hecky out. You have all kinds of time, so please get those donations in. Sorry, I cut you off. Were you going to explain about the cat she?
Oh no, yeah, I was just gonna say thanks. Thanks for all the donations, everyone. But yeah,
Yes.
the catchy is. Yeah, catchy has been one of those things where, as a kid growing up, if you're not familiar with the old folklore of the catchy and stuff like that, you just read that and go, "Oh, it's Kate Sith." Like, Star Wars is probably popular at the time. And you go, "Sith, yes, yeah, that works for me." But yeah, it's I believe Irish folklore for catchy, but. Or Kate Smith. Kate Smith's another popular one if you're a fan
Kate
of
Smith.
If you're every FNFF podcast listener, Kate Smith is another popular one.
So we're seeing a little safety save outside the ice cavern because the boss of this dungeon, he can be cheeky.
Oh,
He can get you. He can really get you. It's a 2-on-1 fight. The rest of your party is having a little nap, and Zidane has to take him out on his own. And because there's two of them, and you kind of rely on your damage a little bit to, not miss in certain scenarios. And if it does, and you get really unlucky, then they can potentially they can eke out a victory when you're not looking.
Mhm.
So a little save outside can never hurt, just to make sure. There is another save point inside, but it's locked behind a bunch of cutscenes, and can take quite a while to get to. So it's a little bit quicker just to do it out here and actually just run back through the dungeon.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. Because otherwise, you have to watch another, gosh, bro, you know a lot, monster little cutscene. There's you have to free this little mogul from an ice, it's frozen in ice by using a fire spawn, and it's just, it's a whole heck of a lot just to go through just to save your game. So saving here and just running through again isn't as bad.
Oh, that's a nice ice pattern. So these gusts of wind that you're seeing across some of these screens are actually they trigger encounters if you walk into them. There aren't many situations in this game where you are given random battles if you do something in particular, but this is one of them. Never mind, random battle anyway. Nice. The encounters here are worth quite a lot of experience points, so if you've not quite made it to level 3, then especially 3 little jelly boys.
Little fun boys.
That's a lot of experience. Ooh, quick. It's quick. Yep, so we're seeing a level 3 Zidane on Aymart's side here anyway, so we don't need this. It's probably quicker just to get on out. These guys can cast blizzards and things like that, which can do quite a lot of damage. They might even just end up just killing VV, which could lose you a lot of time if they get in front of you like that. So it's a little bit easier just to say no and just get on out. One more screen and fast pattern.
Ooh,
There's
nice.
You can just sneak in front of that gust if you're lucky enough. If you want to roll them dice, quick little cure off of dagger before we go back in.
Got a level 3 Zidane, should be fine.
Yep, just where you want to be. Level 4 gives you a little bit more of a safety net, but the jump from level 3 to level 4 is just over twice the amount of experience. It goes from 47 to 101, and that extra 54 experience can take quite a little while to get. So it's often, unless the game gives you the RNG where it ends up being somewhat favorable, you just kind of ignore it really. But level 3 is fine. The reason why we need to be such a high level is because every second attack that we're going to hit Sea Lion for, Sea Lion is going to interrupt and counter with an extra attack. The first time it's going to be Blizzara, and the second time it's going to be its Tsunami. They hit kind of hard, especially when coupled up with the other attack that Sea Lion is going to be having for his turn on that turn. So you want to make sure that your health pool is able to deal with it, and you can see Mel is going for got the quick flee off of the donk. And she's out of there. So, another way that those fights can go as well, because we're holding flee all the time, we can potentially actually just earn a quick flee while we're trying to get a setup for an AoE kill off of Vivi. Vivi's fire is really good. It's always going to be able to kill everything in one hit in here, except for some special encounters off the mists. Got another one. Lucky devil.
Getting all the ice and Chiron encounters.
Chat, now more than ever, please donate to Shirt for VV Fund.
Sure.
It's so cold. It's the ice cavern.
Please send for the shirts.
Give VV a shirt.
He's so jelly. Poor guy.
Ooh,
So,
nice wing opener.
Yeah, see on
Not
Ayymart
quite.
screen. Yeah, we got a 2v1 situation. So if you play this casually, this is kind of like a very difficult fight because you just go, I'm just gonna attack, just keep attacking, even if it's from low, whatever. But you can die very easily on this fight, even casually.
Yeah. Typically in the way this game's EXP is created by the developers is your EXP and your levels, they kind of scale really, really, really out of your own control. So like I said a moment ago, level 3 to level 4 is quite a lot more experience, and it goes even more from level 4 to level 5. So getting to level 5 and above in the early parts of the game actually takes quite a lot of work. For a casual run, like, you'll probably end up doing it because you're going to be looking around and you're probably going to be like attacking a lot of mobs anyway and dealing with them that way. But getting past level 5 is probably not really happening unless you do just kind of like sit there and grind. And even then, if you're not ready for the counterattack, which, let's be honest, you're not, the game doesn't tell you anything about it. It doesn't. There's no warning. There's no nothing. It can just kind of snipe you when you see, oh, he's only dealing this much, he's only dealing that much, and then suddenly bang, and there's an extra 50 damage on top, and it can just send you back to go. Okay, so we're gonna get the first hit in here, 92. It's a little bit under roll, but it's kind of normal for a level 3 fight. So Ayymart is going to have to heal here. These
heal just before.
Yeah, these wings are good though. Wing is a quick animation, does less damage. We want to see a lot of wings. It's slightly more favorable to see a wing each turn over a blizzard. A blizzard? A blizzard? A blizzard.
But yeah.
Yeah,
So
this attack you're going to see a Bizarra coming out and then followed up by another turn. This is the counter attack here. You can see the little gemstone on his chest has changed to yellow. We're now in the second phase. Ooh, look at that damage, 63 stings. Nice, and because of the wing, we've got enough health to be able to survive whatever comes at us next turn, so we can get a cheeky attack in here. Mel's not getting in front of either of them either.
No, looks like they both squeaked, or not both, because Sea Lion's guaranteed to always get first turn. But yeah, looks like Black Mage squeaked in turn before Mel.
I think we might see a cheeky little trance out of Ayymart here, though.
Oh, possibly.
These are some
trying
pretty
to
big
steal.
builds. So an attack here is pretty nice.
Yeah,
This is going to push.
Yeah.
And it might just end up putting you down straight into trance, and then you can finish with a basic attack.
So so Sea Lion here does offer a Mithril Dagger that we can steal, which will increase Zidang's attack even more for some fights coming up. It's pretty nice. Oh yeah, look at that transform. Jeez.
Yeah.
He's just gonna go with the shift, or no, shift with the free energy was to finish. But
Yeah,
the Mithril Dagger is real nice.
Finish nice and easy. He hasn't got much health left.
Oh, physical, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Take him out.
Yeah, a little sleepy, so I thought he did die, but well, I couldn't, he's too fast.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, that trance probably is somewhat net neutral. Actually, it saved him time because he didn't have to heal up again. But it's...
Yeah,
it saves a turn, but it's like, eh.
Yeah, you had to watch a trance animation, which is kind of... It probably did save a couple seconds. And more
Overall,
importantly, we no longer have a trance bar to deal with.
Yeah.
So if it is saving you time, great, brilliant. We just want it to not lose us time.
Exactly, yeah. No D-trances and stuff. Yeah, as we can see, Mel is trying to chip away on the Black Waltz 1. Just getting fired over and over.
And it's actually quite funny because we took the silk shirt off of Blank in Evil Forest and we've given it to Zidane because it has magic defense, which I help. No, sorry, it's physical defense. It helps protect you against the wings. It makes the wings do a lot less damage. Without the silk shirt, wings actually hit for almost the same damage as a blizzard, but you are vulnerable to fire, so fire hits really hard. So if you see a fire in the early stages of the fight, it does quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's something that's pretty interesting about FF9 is that the gear that we equip is pretty much our driving force for the routing and the run itself. Because a lot of these enemies will do a lot of elemental attacks, and so we're going to either try to negate it or have the damage as much as possible, and even in some cases absorb. But there are certain pieces of equipment that have susceptibility that is a weakness. Like the silk shirt, it doesn't tell you if you hover over it or if you press the little select help Kupo or the little Moogle to tell you about it. It doesn't mention its weakness to fire at all unless you cast the scan spell on a character that has that piece of equipment on. It'll tell you it has a fire weakness. And it's just one of those little hidden things.
It's pretty cheeky like that. Dagger's name is actually right here. Actually, it's kind of snuck up on us. If we have a result.
All right. Yep. I'm checking. Oh wait. You know what? I don't have to check it. It's Tara.
It's Tara, yeah.
It's Tara.
In the lead.
And we're seeing another trance here. So Mel's a little bit earlier into the fight, so free energy is required here. We're not ready to deal lethal with the physical. If we do that, we'll end up seeing the tsunami phase. So it's quicker just to pop, take them out.
That's a good trance. Fairly favorable one.
Skeleton card. Ooh.
Ooh.
Nice little skelly bob for the tournament. Let's go.
Now we have another name coming up pretty soon. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
We have another name coming up pretty soon, right? It's Freya next. Is that right?
Yeah, she is about 30 minutes away.
Yeah, 30-ish. Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah, so Fran is in the lead at only $5. Very, very easy to snipe. Our other options are Rydia, Celes, Eris, and Kistis.
Nice.
You say Kistis or you say Quistis? How do y'all say that name?
I usually hear Quistis, but I mean Quistis I think could also work.
I speedrun FF8 as well, and I say Quistis all the time.
All right.
But
Quistis it is.
It's okay.
I would vote for Rydia. What can I say?
I'm not gonna chew anyone out for different pronunciations. I also run 10, and I say Titus.
Or Tutus.
Westis.
or Tutus.
Hey. So y'all have less than 30 minutes to get those donations in if you would like to name Freya one of those other names.
Oh, so something to point out on that we're seeing on Ayymart screen is you're seeing Zidane walk kind of funny on the world map.
That's because his controller is broken.
Oh, right, yes. So that's a skill we're going to be using across the world map.
Actually,
the world map handles encounters differently than in dungeons. As long as Zidane does not take the full step to walk across the world map, the threat encounter little variable will not increase. And so we can mitigate world map encounters pretty much entirely by not taking a full step. So as long as we tap really fast and make sure Zidane doesn't take that full step, we can keep the encounters to a minimum of hopefully 0 on the world map.
What is Dagger Terra?
Yes, Terra.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so the stutter stepping technique that Rome just described only works on the world map. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in dungeons.
Yeah.
If it did, then wow,
it'd be a whole different ball game. Stutter stepping through every single dungeon.
Yeah. Yeah, stutter stepping can be really taxing when performing it on a DualShock controller and whatnot. But our runners today, I believe, are both running on Kiwami controllers, which have turbo built into the D-pad, which just takes that leniency off, and it allows you to focus your attention on actually going in the right direction and lining up correctly and whatnot, and not ruining your wrists. It really is a very silly little technique.
But yeah, we made it to Dolly, story-wise, and the team's kind of trying to figure out where they want to go next. I believe Zidane and crew and Dagger, they want to try and head to Lindblom, while Steiner's trying to sway and manipulate everyone to try and swing back to Alexandria as best as he possibly can to try and bring the princess back to the queen.
Yep, so there's a few story beats in Dali. There is that slightly optimal routing that you can take through it, which you'll see Ayymart just knocking between a few parts of the map. He's going to be petting the cat, of course, very important.
Oh yeah, meow meow.
And making sure to what did you call these kids? What team do they play for?
They play for the Chicago Bears, or they just sit in like their playpen. It really depends on the day. It's like
I don't.
It's like they'll be
don't know anything about American football, but I'm assuming they're a good team.
Yeah, so like they're like the 1985 Chicago Bears for any sports ball fans.
Yeah, they always block your way. They're always in the way.
I know literally one thing about the Bears.
The
Bears.
Stop bears.
Up bears.
Stop bears.
It's really the only thing you need to know about the bears.
It's true.
You can see a little baby boy Vivi get kidnapped here in Dolly. So something they kind of point out is that they don't really see a whole heck of a lot of adults in town. It's a lot of children and younger people and some elderly folk, but they don't really see like any adults around. So it's just kind of like one of those mysteries as Vivi gets snatched away.
So when we come in here, there's a couple of little dialogue options here we can take with Terra and Terra. I'm actually called the Terra. With Dagger. And it saves a good chunk of time if you tell her that she wasn't very good in the play. You'll find that a lot of the time, making Zidane reply with quite horrible things and acting very aloof and whatnot is often the best way to save time. This is the only one that actually saves more than a second, though, I believe.
You can do that in real life with like real conversations. Just be a jerk. People disappear. It's amazing.
Oh.
Way!
Got a little conversation with the kid.
Speedrun friendship.
Kids are doing work.
I hate these kids.
Yeah, so a little quick shop there. We're picking up some key items for some synth coming up in the Limblom. We're going to be doing a lot of synthesizing when we get to Limblom. We're going to be funneling a lot of our gil into some equipment there to do, I guess you could consider it an exploit. It's not really though, because
Yeah.
you need to have so much money to get there. You can't actually loop it yet. You can loop it a little bit later in the game, I believe, but at this point, because you can't go back here, you can't multiply your money further. But there is an item that you can synthesize, and each time you synthesize it and sell that item, you actually make, I believe, like 400, 500 gil.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
It's
Yeah, so
670, I believe.
no.
Oh, wow.
So it doesn't sound like much, but at this point, we're going to be making 3 of those items, so we can make pretty much a clean 2k off of that. Which, when you haven't got nobles, is a lot more essential because our gil is a little bit strapped. And as Ren was saying earlier, the gear in this game is really important. It does a lot for you. Hidden buffs, the abilities that are strapped to them as well are really powerful. And finally, when you level up, based on the equipment that you are wearing, with the stat boost they provide, you are then being awarded permanent stat buffs, which are all routed in. They're all linear. They never change unless your equipment changes and things like that. So when you get to the end game, your characters always end up in the exact same place. Fortunately, there's no random growth like there is, for example, in FF7. I'm not sure about 8. I don't think 8's random. In fact, you don't level up in 8. You just don't level up.
Yeah, just don't level up. That's bad.
So we're almost done with the movement here on Ayymart screen. We're not going to get stuck in the VV vortex. Nice. There is a little extra text box so that you can get stuck in there, and Zidane bends down and double checks on VV. Hey buddy, you doing all right? And he really, really wants to make sure that his little buddy's doing okay and feeling nice and warm down there without his shirt on.
It's like, you're doing okay. I don't have a shirt for you, but you know.
Hang in there.
So a little bit more dialogue here on A's screen before we're going to be moving forward, and it's happening. It is happening. We are going to dress our boy,
Yep.
and with good reason too. Yep. He the silk shirt that we're going to apply to him is going to give him 50% lightning resist, which is really important because the boss fight following the immediate one after is completely on rails. Once again, there is no real variation as long as you can input your commands fairly quickly. And on his second turn, he's going to perform a Thundara at all, and it's going to hit all of your teammates with electric damage. And Vivi will probably die in one hit unless he is like level 4, I believe. He has to be quite tanky, which is very rare in the speedrun at this point in the game. So the silk shirt is going to completely mitigate that and stop him from being able to die. Pretty much completely.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, carry on.
I was just gonna say, yeah, we're just gonna strip Zidane of the silk shirt that he had on for the sea lion fight and give that to Vivi. and that's pretty much one of the more key components that we need to have on. Otherwise, we're gonna give Dagger the feather hats, which something else this game does is it has elemental boost bonuses from equipment. It's going to be important throughout the whole game, pretty much. I guess it's going to start being more effective in Disc 2 once we have VV casting ice, because we're going to get some boosted ice damage from some various gear. But the boosting damage will amplify, I believe, by 1.5.
Yeah.
But Dagger's going to get the feather hat, because eventually she's going to be able to use Racket, which is wind-based damage for physical attacks. And that's going to amp up her damage for some fights.
So wait, there's just one shirt and they pass it back and forth?
Oh, yeah.
Right now, yeah. They're tossing
It's
back
real,
that...
real sweaty.
they're tossing back and forth that Hot Topic Goku shirt. So they're swapping it back and forth. I got a question. Is there a super broken category for this game that's way shorter? Has there just never been any huge glitches for this game? That's a fantastic question. For the PlayStation 1 version, there isn't really anything super broken. There's not really a whole heck of a lot. Just the any percent, just play the game as fast as possible, is the fastest version on the PlayStation 1. However, if you're playing the HD version, there's a couple options you have for several categories. There's the boosters percent, which you can use any of the boosters available to you, so you can use all the 2x speed, max damage, etc., as much as your heart desires. And that's going to be a couple hours, I believe.
I think it brings it down to 2 hours.
Yeah, somewhere around there for boosters. But there's also a mod that's currently being worked on and it's kind of in the works right now, is a cutscene remover. So it's going to be removing a majority of the cutscenes. I believe that one's around 6-ish hours. I could be wrong. I'm not too familiar.
I think it's going to go a lot lower than that when it's finished, because the one that we currently have only does. I think it only works up until like near the start of Disc 2 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like once you get like a little bit into Disc 2, it kind of just stops.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're still working on it. There's a secret project going on, so maybe we'll see something soon with the cutscene remover. Maybe it's gonna eliminate a lot more cutscenes to bring that way down. But yeah, as far as PlayStation 1, the version that we're currently seeing, no, not. Just play the game as fast as possible. There's nothing too drastic. There's not really any skips or tricks to this game. After all these years, there's nothing that's been cracked yet.
There are a number of skips that can potentially skip like forced encounters and stuff like that, but you're looking at nothing more than around 30 to 40 seconds. And I believe there's only really one of them, and then there's a bunch of like things we were talking about earlier with like dialogue skips and stuff. But like, they programmed it a little bit too well.
There's a skip that was just recently found that saves 8 seconds, and the community lost their mind.
Yeah, It's something pretty wild. Yeah, we're just because it's something that it's kind of out of character for FF9, which is being able to abuse the geometry on the world map, which has been pretty rigid and like you can't really go up or down anything. You can't really skip across the mountains or anything like that. But there is something we'll be able to point out later. I believe Mel's gonna try it because she's a sucker for these little skips and stuff. But
so Black Waltz 2 is our current boss. There is a little gimmick that goes on in this speedrun fight here, where if Ayymart is given the right conditions, he will be able to perform a set of actions that is going to allow him to skip the counterattack that Black Waltz 2 performs when his HP goes below 50%. It requires Black Waltz 2 to play ball, but we're going to do an ATB weight here. The rest of the fight is pretty much on rails. Everyone else is going to just be able to just swing as normal. So Dan's going to get a second turn in this same turn here. But then depending on who Black Waltz 2 attacks here is going to determine what happens during this fight. So we want this to be on VV, please. It's on Steiner.
Oh, that's the worst.
This one is the worst one. So we're not going to be seeing a fire skip here. Instead, it's a little bit quicker just to go in and just tank it, really.
Yep. So if it was Vivi or Zidane, then yeah, we would just kill them off and try and skip the fire counter. But yeah, with Steiner, he's way too beefy, and we need that damage.
Yeah, to knock. In fact, if you did kill Steiner here, you wouldn't be able to push the 50% this turn anyway.
Yeah.
So you'd have to give him another turn and try and set it up again. So it just ends up just not being worth it at all.
Nope.
So this fire is going to come down, and so Zidane is trying to gain a little bit of ability points here for something we're going to be using literally for one encounter in the end game. But it's so powerful that it can be worth spending a little bit of time on getting sometimes. But yep, Zidane survived, so that's worked. The only other thing here is if we get 2 ethers in the results screen? Question mark? No, just the one.
Just the one.
Just the one. I believe it's a 1 in 3 to get the second one as well, or something like that.
I think, that would make sense because he has 20. It's ethers in all the other slots of the drops and stuff. So yeah, that makes sense. But yeah. So the way the fire counter works is pretty wild. So Black Waltz 2 is going to target someone, and then depending on when you push them through that 50%. Oh wow! Crit Zidane!
No.
Holy moly!
Oh, PD with Slider. Get him up. Get him back in the action.
Yeah, just reset.
Run it back. That never happened. You didn't see that.
Wow.
Wow.
So yeah, the fire counter requires a target, one specific target. He's never going to target Dagger, so that's kind of why this is such a weird counter, is because the script, the fire counter requires a target, and it's just going to borrow whoever he targeted last to hit the other 3 characters. So if that target's dead, then he has a null target, and it just skips the counter entirely.
Oh, perfect. This is exactly what we want. So we're going to use Dagger. Take out VV, and then we're going to put Steiner in behind it. So this attack here puts Black Waltz to just underneath 50%.
Hey,
crit!
Hey,
No, I need you to calm down. I need you to calm down. There are too many crits happening right now. I can't take it. My little heart is pounding.
Finish.
Right. So yeah, essentially, I believe I'm not sure if it's like about like something the programmers have put in intentionally to try and like not have you just die, or if it's actually an exploit, so to speak. But yeah, if whoever retargeted is no longer alive when he is pushed below 50%, then the fire counter is skipped, which can be pretty savage if he has a turn, takes someone out. And
we should probably mention the turbo thing here with Steiner.
Oh, with the
the mashing,
the soft lock.
Yeah.
So right then, a moment ago, you saw on Mel's screen there was a dialogue option to go back to town or not. You got to be really careful. I believe if you just go straight back to town, you're okay. But if you want to pick option 2, because option 2 is let's just go. Otherwise, there's a bit of dialogue before you have to go into the previous screen to then go back into this screen and then resume where you were. And it costs something like 10 to 15 seconds. So you want to try and not do that. But if you pick option 2 a little bit too soon, I believe it gets a little bit messy, and an animation gets stuck, and you can completely soft lock your game, and your run just ends there, and then you have to reload a save or something like that. You have to be quite quick. You have to know what you're doing. You have to know when the thing's coming and try and go for it and things like that, which is obviously quite a problem for speedrunners and whatnot. But casually, you're probably not really going to bump into it, and you're more likely to just accidentally confirm and go back to town.
Yeah, because you want to sit there and read all the dialogue, but yeah, it's only really going to happen in a speedrun setting where you're just mashing and mashing and then selecting the second dialogue, and then it's like, oh, why is the game hanging? Everyone's just standing there staring at each other.
Yeah, I believe that pretty much every runner has bumped into it at least once. Some people were just too fast, you know? Even the developers are saying, hey, this game is not supposed to be speedrun. Can you calm down, please? Can you please enjoy the game and read the story? You're not playing the way the game developers intended.
But on the contrary, there is the Excalibur 2.
Yep.
Yeah, we have for story-wise, we have Steiner here. He's kind of tricked Zidane and crew to board this little vessel saying, "Hey, this is heading towards Lindblom. You guys should get on." And they're like, "Oh, okay, sure." But turns out it's planning to head back to Alexandria. However, Zidane's like, nah. We're
No,
turning
no,
the
no,
same
no, no.
around.
No, 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 no. We'll see about that. So this Black Waltz 3 fight. Oh, we haven't seen the cutscene yet, have we? So the fight is on rails. It's the Black Waltz 3 is going to counter-attack the Zidane attack that we're going to be putting out in the beginning by floating. When he's up there, he will only do a Thundar roll and then land. And the game, I believe, reprioritizes the queue. So essentially, if you attack with Zidane, and then as quickly as you can, before he finishes taking it off, you've got about 5 seconds or so to make Steiner perform a magic sword attack and Vivi put 2 black magics in there. They will then get in front. If you're too slow, unfortunately, Black Waltz will get in front and you'll have to deal with the attack, and it's very likely to kill you. So you got some time, but you got to be ready for it at the same time. After that, it's pretty much a case of just doing the same thing again. Zidane, after that point, is pretty much useless. His attacks won't reach anymore. He'll always miss unless he trances. Some beginner routes suggest that you can steal. It will give you a little bit of backup gil here and there, which can be quite nice when you're learning and you want just a bit of a cushion. But more often than not, we're going to be seeing the speedrunners just opt to not do anything and leave Zidane open. But hopefully we see enough high rolls from Vivi and Steiner here that we're actually going to be dealing enough damage to be able to skip one of Vivi's fires completely. The numbers we're looking for are 260 and 270 from Steiner, and 182 and 189 from Vivi. So anything of those numbers is ideal. We can take a few low ones here and there, but we're looking for those big numbers to hopefully skip not only just an entire fire animation, but the entire detrance that we're going to be seeing as well.
I just wanted to butt in and mention that we're very close to the Freya naming bid war closing. Is that right? I think we're about 5 minutes out.
More than that.
15 minutes maybe.
Oh, 15 minutes? All right. Well, 15 minutes is still not a whole lot of time for people to get their donations in if they would like to name Freya, which Fran is still in the lead at $5. So for only $6, you can snipe it and change it to Rydia, Celes, Eris, or Quistis? Did we decide on Quistis?
Quistis, yeah. Works.
We gotta lock in that Fran.
Okay, yeah.
I will say, yeah, I think that Fran is the most suitable, and with that in mind, I don't care, and I would vote for Rydian.
Another good one.
However, what I say means nothing. You have to vote with your donations.
Steiner really needs to hit the gym today.
Too weak.
Come on, Gordon.
Oh yeah, Gordon.
How is our himbo 2 weeks?
Yeah.
He's not on disc 3 yet, that's why.
Yeah.
Or disc 4, I guess. Or so. Yeah, we see that on Ace screen that it's pretty much set. There's not really a whole lot of variance in that fight. Just kind of do things in the order. Ayymart? Oh, there we go.
Good thing I heard you as I was like getting up for a break.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I was like, I saw that screen. I was like, this is a good. Yeah, speaking of breaks, this is a very good break for the both non-turbo users and turbo users, because there's just a lot of dialogue and a lot of cutscenes happening as we fly to Lindblom.
I don't think 260 is very good.
No, 260 is okay.
Is it okay?
Should be
Yeah,
fine.
260 is still a high roll.
Oh,
168 though, that's not.
That's not good.
That's the low roll. That's the lowest roll. You can fleet cancel this fight because Vivi
Oh, you
takes loads
can?
of actions.
Yep.
Vivi takes loads of actions between turns, so he's constantly going in and out of ready. See there?
Yep.
And he'll do it again when he starts his own turns as well. 270. Go on,
There
Gordon.
you go.
There you go.
Oh
Pop.
my goodness.
Yeah, look at
Yeah. All the way through this fight.
Free
Oh.
time shave.
that. Free time shave.
I thought you only had to worry about it when you queued your actions.
It's because VV is he's essentially taking more than one action per turn here.
Okay.
Because he's putting the magic sword on Steiner, and then he's going into his own turn, and then because he's doing double black magic, he's going back into his own turn, and each time he'll go back into a default stance.
Interesting.
Yep. He just wastes all the time, doesn't he?
He just loves it.
Just more VV content for me for the past how long?
So we've actually got a little bit of downtime here, so I don't know if, I mean, Ayymart, I think he's AFK, so maybe we can do it for him, but it might be worth like reintroducing some people and just reminding everyone who's we've got on running and whatnot. If you'd like to go or something, Mel.
Yeah, I'll be back. Thank you.
Oh yeah, fair play.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah.
I will totally butt in and say that things are getting hot and heavy in the naming bid war. Now Rydia is in the lead at $7.77. Fran in a close second at $5. We had a couple of donations come in. One from Stellazio Lover for Life for $4.27. Did both runners forget Ares reset? Yeah.
Oh, that's Steph, right?
That's Steph. Yep. Hello, Steph. Steph loves his Stellazio coins.
And of course, we had that donation come in for $7.77 from Anonymous, who said, "Ask and you shall receive." Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you very much. So how much time would you say that we have left in that naming bid war now?
I want to say about 5 minutes.
Oh, really? 5 minutes. All right. So y'all have 5 minutes. We're naming Freya. Rydia's in the lead at $7.77. Fran is in a close second at $5. There are no votes whatsoever for Celia's, Ares, or Quistis, but you can get your donation in and snipe the heck out of any of those. And remember, of course, it's going to a great cause. Take this.
Yeah.
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 Did y'all want to reintroduce yourselves? Otherwise, I could talk about Take This a little bit.
Go for it, Ren.
So yeah, I'm roaming Merc. I don't really run this game. I did like 2 runs and go, it's not for me. But I'm more of a technician and like knowledge of the game and try to help new people as well as just documents and find little tips and tricks and things to help people.
Though, one thing that you did do that was very impressive was that you once did a run on HD and PSX at the same time with one controller.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
Yeah, I made it through disc 2. I need to do a full run sometime, which has been in the works. / I just need to get them off my butt and do it. But yeah, two games, 1 controller. I need to get around to finishing it, but it's quite a bit of a headache because you don't really have too many breaks.
Yeah. I'm on commentary with Rome. I'm the Brutals. I've kind of stopped running this game so much recently after I got record for it last year, and then we followed it up with a blindfolded run. That was good fun, routing and figuring out how to do everything blindfolded from start to finish. The run ended up taking just under 17 hours. I was pretty tired. I was pretty sleepy.
While in blank cosplay.
While in the blank cosplay. Oh yeah, that was good fun. Yeah, so I mean, I've spent a lot of time with this game. I love it to bits, but yeah, it's just trying to get other people involved and whatnot. I love inducting people and teaching other people how to play this game now. It's there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to explore and things like that, and hopefully we get some new blood in soon, things like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, our runners, I believe, are both AFK.
I'm back.
is probably right back now.
he's
Yeah,
back
if you
now.
want to. Do you want to say a little something?
Yeah, I'm Ayymart. I don't actually run this game. I'm a robot with no I'm just kidding. Nah, I'm Ayymart. I run this. I've run other games like FF8, FF10, 10-2, Kingdom Hearts 1. I'm gonna be learning Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless here soon. Well, relearning, but I've been involved with the community for little less than 3 years now, but Yep. Just glad to be here. Glad to help support a wonderful organization and be a part of this event. It's been great so far. Yeah.
Nice.
And Mel is another current. She still runs the game on Mel Loves Games. She'll probably be back in a moment, but she's still running fairly actively. Probably maybe a run or two every week, with a bit of Final Fantasy 10-2 and other casual stuff on the side. Just 10-2.
Yeah, pretty much just it too.
All right, y'all, we have had a snipe. Jibbin sent in $5, said, Gipel, where I could he?
Gipel, I work at where I could he.
And now Fran is in the lead at $10, and Rydia is close behind at $7.77. How much time do we have left?
I believe it is like 2 screens away. About a minute.
It's pretty.
It's coming up.
1 minute. If you want to snipe it, now's the time, friends.
Now's the time.
Coming up.
This
Now is the
this
time.
is your only chance, yeah.
Here we go. We're going into the bar. We're gonna meet her. We're gonna meet the champ, the queen. And Freya is another one of the best characters in the speedrun, and in my heart, she is the best.
Your name as one of the names for Freya. Your blindfolded run name.
Oh yeah, that would have been.
Feel free to type that one in chat. Just to...
Oh man, I'll have to find it. I've forgotten what it is. Hey, let me have a quick look.
50 plus open parenthesis. I don't remember.
It was wonderful.
It is 50 open parenthesis exclamation mark dash 4 quote.
Beautiful name. Is that going to be the name of your firstborn?
All right,
yeah.
It is.
Fran.
Yeah, so I tried to type a different name in completely, but I didn't realize that I'd got stuck in the symbols. So that, I thought I was doing a great job. And I ended up with that. And no one told me, which is brilliant. So it wasn't until I kind of finished the run and I was like, what on earth am I looking at? Well, I wouldn't know if it's open or closed parentheses because I was blindfolded, would I? Let's be honest.
That's true.
That's true, yeah. Everyone else has been staring it longer than you have.
All right, I was doing a lot of refreshing. Did the name happen for Freya?
Yeah, I named Fran.
Fran. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that was the winner. So good job.
Nice.
Yeah,
If
I was
not-
refreshing too, just to make sure. Yeah,
Not pick up the naming weight card and heading off.
yeah, that's true. So yeah, that is something. Is we can rename characters in this game. So as long as you have the naming way Tetramaster card, you can visit a specific NPC in Deguero and rename your party members.
Does it expend? the
Reopen
naming?
all polls.
Yeah, reopen everything. No, it does not expend the naming away card. He just wants to look at it and goes, "Oh, cool, thanks."
By the way, here's your new name.
Yeah.
Fran.
You know, if we were smart, Mel, we would have not taken the first 2 letters out. That's actually just
True.
time loss. Unoptimized naming.
Oh,
You'll never catch up now.
FR.
Never gonna recover that time.
Neck and neck.
So now we're in what the community typically refers to as Plot City. So there's a lot of running around, a lot of people to talk to, a lot of story triggers and story beats and stuff that we have to do.
So this is where we're gonna culminate all of our goodies up until this moment. We're gonna do a little shop in the weapon store here. Gonna pick up some essentials. Selling our ethers and our pinions to help fund our habits. And then the synthesis shop afterwards is going to give us our shiny new weapon, along with some of the most important accessories that we're going to be seeing probably for the first 2 CDs or so. If you could take over, Rome, I believe someone's at my door. I need to go and get that real quick.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So we're going to be, as Brutus was mentioning, we're sending some equipment, which is some pretty key abilities, specifically the yellow scarf, which is going to be teaching bird killer, and the ogre for Zidane for just overall damage. However, bird killer is probably one of the more important abilities because a majority of the bosses in this game are quote unquote birds, which is a very fun meme in the community where if it's basically flying or it has wings, it's a bird, and we're going to do extra damage against them as long as the character has that ability stone equipped. And yeah, yellow scarf also increases the strength for both Freya and Zidane whenever they have that equipped and get some levels. It's going to contribute some little bit of hidden points towards their strength, which will beef up their attack damage later. But yeah, bird killer is pretty important. A lot of bosses, especially the last 3 bosses in the game, are birds. Even though they may not look like it, they are birds. But yeah, synthesis is pretty important. There's a lot of unique gear, and we need to have a lot of spare little bits and parts to craft these items, because it takes 2 specific items and some gil to mash them together and get something. And you can get access to a lot of abilities and good gear out of it. And more notably is one of them that we're going to be crafting again later is a coil ring, and we're going to get one of those for free in this upcoming little mini game, so to speak.
Oh no, you spoiled the surprise.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh, Chad, if it's a bird, it's a jerk.
Yep.
Jerk bird.
It's true. This game taught me that birds are actually just jerks.
Birds are jerks, yeah. In more ways than one.
So I didn't realize this until I think maybe a week ago, but the multiplication stack. I thought it was only your base. So the killer abilities that were just mentioned and things like that, they when you turn one on, your damage goes from 1 to 1.5. And I was under the impression that if you were to add another modifier, for example MP attack, it would go from 1 to 2 because you add another 50 on your base. But it's not at all. It takes that 1.5 and puts a 0.5 on it, so it becomes 2.25, and it scales and it gets bigger and bigger. I thought it was the other way around.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
I thought it was that idea too, yeah.
No, so it goes out of control. That's why the holy boost and whatnot, and
yeah,
weakness
that makes a lot of sense.
Nuts. So it's possible. I think you can get up to 4 boosters, right? Maybe 5 boosters. So you can have trance, you can have a killer, you can have MP attack, you can have a weakness, and you can have an elemental buff. So yeah, 5.
Right, yeah.
So you can deal a lot of damage if you can stack a couple of those.
But yeah, so story-wise, Zidane's been running around Lindblum, and he's like, I want to go try and see what Terra's up to. So he's going to be trying to make his way back to the castle to try and speak with Terra, just because he's like, kind of bored running around town. I want to go see what she's up to.
He is essentially just bored, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just like, well, yeah, because he goes back to the Tantalus hideout and no one's there. Literally no one has made it back yet. So he's like, well, I got nothing else to do.
Essentially, we're just trying to speedrun some boredom.
Right.
So there's no elevator boss here, but sometimes, well, in the later parts of the run, we're going to have to use this elevator manually. And the point for which you have to access the button from is really teeny tiny baby little
it's annoying.
It's minute, and it can be quite difficult to line up, especially because the game has like some really weird movement inconsistencies and bugs about it, where sometimes if you transition into a screen, then it will hold the input that you were putting in last. And it can be really frustrating when you're trying to get your movement precise. And you often find that people will run past where they intend to stop. And this is one of those screens.
Just blaze past it.
Mm-hmm. He just keeps on running.
What's weird is that Zidane takes off the disguise as soon as he gets in the elevator, even though there's still like guards and stuff around. He's just like, I don't need this anymore.
So this boss coming up, this hidden boss right here, the telescope boss,
yes.
is quite awful, especially when you're first learning and things like that. It can be quite punishing. It's each time the objective simply is to investigate 5 locations around this continent from the telescope. They're in a rough circle, so going between them is quite easy. You can either go clockwise or counterclockwise. It doesn't really matter. But each time you investigate something, there are 2 text. Well, first off, you investigate something, and then it has to slowly like swivel the camera into position, and then there are 2 text boxes, and then you can move on to the next one. But the text boxes are a little bit precise.
A little bit.
And some of the swivels, like they're a little bit wonky. Sometimes they don't line up perfectly, and then they sort of, and it can get you. It can really get you. So Turbo is going to be coming off here to make sure that we don't overmash.
Yeah, it just lets you check it over and over and over again, even though you've already seen it, and you're like, yes, especially that south gate that will swivel the camera over. It's just annoying.
Nice. That was a very clean little telescope by Ayymart there. Very well played.
Very good. Very clean.
All right, friends. Well, if we have a moment, this is actually the end of my time hosting for y'all. It has been my absolute pleasure. This run is fantastic. I will have it on until I pass the hecky out. Don't worry, I am leaving you in the extremely capable hands of Trainer Anade, who is already here.
Hello,
Thank you, Sporadic.
Thank you.
Hey.
Can I do a quick intro / reminder of what we're watching? All right. Hello, everyone. I am Trainer Anade, taking over from our wonderful previous host, Sporadic Erratic, and just reminding you that you are watching the Speedrun Ragnarok 2022. Yes, even though we're in 2023, and we are donating to Take This. So go ahead, continue your amazing run.
Thank you, Trainer.
Yeah, thanks. Welcome.
Welcome in. Yeah, we just have another little telescope boss that Mel snipes down.
That was impressive.
And
I like that.
yeah.
That's a lot. You know what? I can appreciate a nice little telescope.
Done it once or twice. These are veteran telescope boss fighters.
They telescope the boss before in their time.
That is terrifying on Turbo.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And the fact that you leave it on is
So yeah, upcoming we have this next little story beat is the Festival of the Hunt, which is where they have this amazing idea where they let loose a bunch of monsters in the town. Accidentally set some of them free a little early and start the festival a little preemptively. But the goal is to essentially in this little game is to try to hunt as many monsters as possible to become #1 hunter.
So we are going to be striving the best we can to win the hunt. We're going to be spending 15 minutes here taking down the rampaging Zagnol, of course.
Of course, yeah.
It's imperative that Zidane wins because that date is actually the end of the game.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, yeah, we have to make sure we get the date.
Yeah, the date it gets rid of the threat of the final boss and everything else, and Kuja has an epiphany and decides that he doesn't want to end this world because it's so full of love.
Once that Zagnol is down, he decides, yeah, that's it.
It's like, I don't want to mess with these guys. So yeah, the little spoiler is that it's actually much faster for us to just attack ourselves in this encounter and end the fight that way. If you get knocked out, you are disqualified essentially, and it skips straight to the end of the hunt, which is a shame because the hunt was always one of my favorite parts when I was playing this game as a kid. I love the music. The Festival of the Hunt music is, where is it? It's played only like one other time in the game or something like
Hades boss fights.
Yeah, just Hades, I think, right?
Yep, just Hades. Yeah.
Imagine if it was for Ozma though. That'd be sick.
It would make me sick.
It'd pump you up, yeah.
It would make you sick.
I believe they added it to a rendition of this song to FF14's PvP.
Oh,
if I'm right there.
It's in 14, I believe.
Yeah, which is excellent.
I think it's an orchestrion roll that you can buy in the Gold Saucer for 50,000 MGP.
Yeah, I don't even play FF14 anymore, and I'm still aware of that. That's how much I like the song. But yeah, much quicker just to attack ourselves here. Hopefully we get in front of the moon, not with that ATB though, probably. Question mark.
Maybe.
The tension is building. Oh, got it.
Oh, got
it. Final Fantasy 9. Sometimes as well, if you haven't tranced by this point as well, it can be extra scary because, well, if the moo hits you and actually makes you trance, then, well, have fun because you're going to have to watch it. At least you can't, like, you know, fail to low roll on yourself or something, question mark. But the result of this is that Freya wins by default, which is exactly the result we want. The coral ring, as Rome mentioned earlier, is very powerful for this point in the game. I don't think it's possible to actually acquire it under any other means by this point.
By this point, no.
No, I don't even think you can get it through, like, Chocobo Hot and Cold or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think even through Chocobo Hot and Cold Disc 1 rewards you can even get it. I think it is the next point we can actually get it is, Black Mage Village as a synth item.
Yeah, so really powerful gear. It's going to help us. We're actually going to have coral rings until the end of Disc 3, where we finally part with them. And they're going to be doing a lot of work. Being able to absorb thunder is very powerful.
Yeah,
is Mel speedy?
Yep.
Ooh,
get
Final
back here.
Fantasy 9. Oh, it did our job for us. Nice.
But the Coral Ring also has Man-Eater, which is a helpful killer ability as well, and we'll be using that for quite a few enemies in the game. Yeah.
So if Zidane does win the hunt, you are awarded, I think it's only like 1,000, maybe 2,000 gil?
5,000 gil, yeah.
Is it 5,000 gil? Okay, a little bit more than I thought, but still not very much.
Not any more than nobles.
No, and it requires quite a lot of effort as well. Like, you either have to take down the Zagnol and like have Freya like knocked out during that fight or something like that. The Zagnol is like a huge part of how you win that hunt and how you decide who wins that hunt. If you get into that fight and you knock out Zidane and Freya and they both lose to the Zagnol, then Vivi ends up winning and you can get a trading card, which is, I think, is kind of just added just for a bit of fun, really, because the trading card isn't even that good. And you can get them, I think, for the start too anyway, or something like that.
Yeah, I think, you can get it somewhere else too. It's not exclusive. Oh, you can get the coral ring from Synth Shop and Trino. Yeah, I guess if you steal the lightning staff, or no, you can get the lightning staff from Vermisia. That's right.
You can. Oh, can you? No, is it a lightning staff? I thought it was.
Yeah, I think there's a lightning staff in the where the Moogle is right before the end of this one boss.
They also sell them in Treno. I'm certain of that much. Yeah, they sell all 3 of them in Treno.
Okay.
Yeah, because I remember back in the beginning, I was like, which one do I need? I can't remember.
Yeah.
So we are now going to offload all of the cotton robes that we synthesized earlier on and dump all of that money into some resources. We're going to be buying a bunch of potions and phoenix downs, and that's actually going to do us pretty much until the end of the game. The next time we're going to be buying potions, we're going to be buying high potions instead, and that's going to be pretty much at the start of this 3. So a lot of the monsters that we fight and the enemies that we defeat actually drop consumables, and for the most part we often don't really need to heal, at least in combat. We can just kind of top up between fights, as long as things don't go too bad. But yeah, as soon as you come out of Limblom, this is actually, I believe this is actually the single longest stutter in the game, as long as you don't mess up your routing in the start of this 3. On this bridge here, you won't see it on turbo because it's a bit more of an effort to toggle, but for non-turbo players, they can have a really short break where your danger meter doesn't build while you're crossing that specific bridge. So when you're on that, you can just hold up and run across that until you get to the other side, and then you have to go back into stuttering. But for turbo, turning it off and on again ends up just completely mitigating any time save that it can offer you. It's so small. But in Chocobo Forest, you actually don't need to come here at all. But coming here activates Choco, which allows us to summon it on the world map now. So, which is going to be really, really helpful for this 2 and 3, where some of the much bigger traversals are going to take place. Gives us the Geisel Greens. Some of the older routes go back in here and buy extra Geisel Greens, but it has been routed out now, so we can pick them up at certain parts of the world, which saves us a little bit of gil, and actually saves us a little bit of, I think it's only a few seconds. It's not much, but it's another one of those things that adds up. Before we do a quick menu, stick on some gear, namely the Coral Ring, apply some abilities, and make our way over to Gizmalut's Grotto before we save outside, because these intro fights can be pretty brutal.
Yeah. Since we are equipping Zidane with the ogre, we don't have the Mage Masher for the flee ability, so we're not going to have the ability to flee from these fights. However, we should be able to kill anything that comes up, but there's also the risk of running into these little buzzy bee hornet things that can be quite a nuisance.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter how good you are, these hornets can just kill you. Especially if they back attack you. If they get in, the back attack means that they're all going to have their turn at least once before you do. In addition, they can apply Berserk to your characters, which, while making them deal more damage, completely relinquishes your control of them, and they are forced to attack random targets. When your characters are front road, at least, because of the abilities they have, they're able to deal with the hornets in one attack. But when they are berserked from the back row, they're no longer able to, and it can just get really, really messy really fast. So hopefully no encounters on the screen. You're not favored to get one. You are favored to get through without any encounters here, but only just.
Just barely. With good movement, you can skip out on the last encounter check.
There we go. So Aymart's free, as he interacted with the Mesium from a distance, so he won't get one after he's reached the door. Hopefully Mel can be just as lucky. But yeah, there is 2 forced encounters here with some black mages. A pair of black mages twice. Zidane is able to deal with these guys in one hit. We can use ATB weight tricks here to essentially kill them both in the same turn if the situation arises. It's quite ATB dependent, but we're going to be using Zidane as our damage dealer. We want Freya to survive, as she is using she's gaining ability points here, but it's not completely essential. And ideally, we want Vivi to survive at least once, as the level ups are really helpful for the boss coming up.
Yeah, he definitely needs the HP.
Yeah. So that fire is pretty scary. Yeah, there he goes. So if this weight goes off here, we can actually use Fran. Yeah, this is perfect. So Fran can actually throw a Phoenix down here in between the turns, and it doesn't cost us any time in the end. Nice. Mel made it through without any encounters too. Perfect. That would have been really heartbreaking if she'd gotten one there.
Yeah, because that can eat up a lot of time, especially since we don't have the flee ability to get out as fast as possible. We have to rely on quick flees or killing the encounter.
Another Skelly Bob card. Oh, very nice.
Skeleton army building.
So this screen right here is live before we get into the next fight. So it's not a huge chance to get an encounter. It's still quite slim, but like Merc was saying, we do have the Ogre still equipped, which means we don't have access to the Flee skill, so we can't actually cast Flee. but luckily we were not punished. So it looks like these black mages are going to be getting in front, but Vivi's a little bit tankier here, so the other one's going to have their turn here, most likely. Oh, Zan's in front. Let's go. So we might be able to get a cheeky attack off here with Freya. If we crit, no.
Oh.
Very, very, very slim chance to crit. I believe it's 2%. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's really low since her spirit just has enough to be able to reach that spirit threshold to where she can crit, I believe. So it's very, very low.
Very, very, very slim indeed. But because you're waiting for Zedan's ATB to come back anyway, you may as well just roll that dice.
And something else to kind of mention is the way crits work is dependent on your spirit value reaching a certain number. Because for some reason, in the PlayStation 1 version, there's dead zones of the spirits not enabling crits, which is pretty much the entirety of Disc 1 up until now. Maybe not up until now, but you can get the leather wrist early on, which gives Zidane 1 point of spirit to be able to reach that threshold to where he can crit. Otherwise, it's, I believe, up to, I think it's 18 or 16 and 24.
We just saw Mel crit on Black Waltz 2.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So, and I know she didn't steal the leather wrist, so I guess that's probably the earliest point where you'll see crits on PSX.
Yeah, that's true.
At least. But I'm fairly certain that Steiner still can't crit there. But maybe she was level 4 going into it. I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Either way, crits happen sometimes, but you're never really planning for them.
Well, we buy the leather wrist in the Dolly shop too, so that would get the leather wrist on him.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, he has got it by then, hasn't he? Yeah, my mistake. Oh, speaking of criticals and useless ones at that. Okay, so Aymart's going to be doing a little save in here. We have to come into this little back room here to get a key or a bell to gain access to the boss room anyway. So, is the bell to Gizmaluk, is that a special bell?
Yes. Oh,
it is, right?
I thought Ayymart was going to go fight some Grand Dragons. Yeah, this one's like a holy bell or something.
So you wouldn't be able to use the bell from the guard in the first room, would you?
No. Yeah, this one's a special bell.
Yeah. So boss. A little bit of a shimmy here. Oh, maybe not. Feeling lucky. Just after this door, if you get unlucky, you can get an encounter. So what some runners do is they'll get to the door, they'll open it, and they'll do a little shimmy backwards and forwards just to trigger an encounter check. Because if you do your menu and you've got the ogre on, and then you get an encounter, you can't flee. So it can get pretty messy. So doing a little shimmy, seeing if you get the encounter, dealing with it there and then putting the gear on is good. But anyway, moving on to Giza. Time to spin the wheel.
Oh yeah. So we have a couple items in our inventory called Tent, which is historically used for healing outside of battle and whatnot, but in FF9 you can use them in battle by throwing them on your ally or even the enemy. And it has a roughly 50% chance of having an additional effect, which is a snake is in one of them. Oh, ooh, there we go. Bitten by the silence, darkness,
try snake.
First
can't cast.
Love it.
This is a nice little opener.
So yeah, there's a 50% chance that there's a snake inside the tent, and it will do all those little nasty status effects, and that helps make this fight a lot easier because Giza's going to be using his crashes for physical attacks, so that's going to have the chance he's going to hit. He also counters with crash, so anytime Zidane doesn't attack, there's I believe it's a 50% chance for him to crash back on Zidane. And then also, he casts water, so the silence just negates his turn entirely if he decides he wants to try and cast water that turn.
Yep, it can just completely rob him of a turn. So you can also perform ATB weights in this fight, but with Marcus in the early stages of the game, it's really, really tight. We only just outspeed Giza, so it's sometimes it's worth it, but a lot of the time it's kind of not. And that is a Giza. That was a good fight.
That was a really good Giza.
No healing required, no counter attacks on Zidane that dealt any damage whatsoever, and he just dropped first try 10. Doesn't get much better than that.
Wow. We'll see how well Mel does with the Gamba. We do have a little bit of a backup as the tents don't land, and there we go. Nice.
Yeah, so the geezer is not affected by poison. He is poison immune, but can be silenced and can be blinded. The blind is so powerful in this fight because most of the things that he does are physical, because obviously his turn sometimes is physical as well as the counterattacks also being physical. Luckily, Tent has stuck. You can probably just die sometimes if Tent doesn't stick, because you're not able to completely remove the water element of the fight. And the backup for it is in case if you lose enough tents, you don't have any tents left, is the Sedan does have an ability, Soul Blade, which will apply a debuff based on as long as he's wearing a thief sword. It won't work with daggers. In this game, the game is not very clear about this either as well, which is quite frustrating. But only with thief swords. Each thief sword has a different status strapped to it for the Soul Blade, and in this case, it is blind, thankfully. So we can still blind the boss, but got to keep in mind that blind in this game is merely a suggestion, and sometimes he will just make it connect anyway. But despite that, that's a crazy critical hit. Nice.
2 very solid geezers.
Yep, that was really, really cool. Rub-a-dub-dub. I saw that, Ayymart. You can't squeeze that past me.
I was hoping somebody would.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of dialogue and whatnot coming up in this following scene here in the bottom of Southgate. I'm not really sure what we're doing. I think we're trying to create an environment where we can get Dagger out of the bag.
Yeah.
So we are moving some NPCs around by talking to them in a somewhat specific order. But the first person that we talk to on the left, if you pick a dialogue option, and then if you keep talking to him, he'll rub-a-dub-dub. And it's just something you can call out. It's a fraction of a second time loss, but it's always fun to point out.
Yeah, story-wise, we're trying to sneak Dagger across this gate because she is a very prominent figure, and they don't want to attract too much attention because these guards would know what Dagger looks like, or Princess Garnet would look like. So just try to put her in this giant bag of pickles from reliable Grandma Pickle from Lindblom.
Yeah. So fortunately, option 1 here is the option that we want. Option 2 is to run to the other side, and Steiner runs past as she's getting changed, and it's a big time. It's a considerable time loss if you pick that one.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we can just mash through this one. Interestingly enough, I found this out not too long after I started running this game some time ago, is people were looking for skips around here, and to skip all of the dialogue that goes on in that first half of Southgate right there, people were thinking, if we sort of found a way to get through that screen and hit that screen transition and come up here and talk to this guard here, that he might just let us on. So people used Game Shark and whatnot to clip through without having to see, just to test it, just to see if it would work. And funnily enough, the guy checks to see if you have the ticket in your bag.
Yep.
And the only way for that to happen is to go through all of that dialogue and have him give it to you manually. So yeah, it's one of the reasons why this game is quite locked down. It really does have a lot of checks in place. So not only would you have to find a way to skip through there, but you'd have to find a way to skip through onto the tram. And then there might even be some more checks in the coding on there as well, but I'm not really sure on that piece at least.
Yeah, this game just has all those little checks and balances about making sure you're on the right story beats they want you to be on.
Yeah.
It's so crazy how well they've done this, and compared to the past games, FF7 and FFA, where you can skip entire sections.
Yeah, the
FFA
game
less so, but
FF7 is. I've gone from this game to FF7, and it's just it's a wasteland. it's lawless.
Mm-hmm. So we're back on the world map on Aymart's side. We're going to be stuttering all the way down to Burmecia, the last dungeon of Disc 1.
Yep, Burmecia is it's a bit of a graveyard when it comes to people's paces. I've seen a lot of good runs get clobbered in here by the random battles that you can get. Ayymart, quickly sticking the dagger on Zidane here because we're going to have to transition through a fairly long screen. It's roughly a 50-50 on getting an encounter here. Maybe a little bit greater against you. The encounters aren't too bad, but if you once again, if you go in and you haven't got the one of the daggers on, then you're going to get into an encounter and you're going to have to, you can't flee, and they have a decent amount of health, they don't really go down, yada yada yada. Much better just to have flee available to us, so it's much worth it. It takes 2 seconds to put the dagger on. It's definitely worth it.
Yep.
And then following up, there's going to be a quick screen with another black mage fight, another double, just like we saw in Grotto. Nice, got through there encounterless.
Safe and sound.
I'm going to pop these gear back on. A couple man-eaters going on. This is the important one. Protect Girls is going to be something that's going to be helping us out in the Beatrix encounter, so we can get to that when we start that fight. But this one is simple. It's just another Zidane's going to be carrying the team on his back once again. The sub goal of this fight here is that we want Freya to enter 50% or lower HP, so that Protect Girls does become enabled, ready for the boss fight. But it's not critical. Ooh, that's good ATB on our boy.
Nice. Yeah, one down.
On not VV. Nice. Okay, so don't miss, Zidane. So you got one job, buddy.
There you go. Nice. And Mel is stuttering across the world map to Burmecia as well, right behind Ayymart. We're hot on his trail.
Oh yeah. And
So
I want to remind everyone that the position of the race can change at any of these dungeons. It really can. Encounters are savage. They don't care for your feelings.
Nope. Yeah, because Burmecia is kind of one of the first notorious dungeons where you can just get loaded with encounters and you have done nothing wrong. You have great movement. The game just decides, let's just throw a bunch of basilisks at you and that cast all these slow spells. So
There's
this
10%er. There's the 10%er.
This screen, really?
Yep. And thieves, please don't do it. It's good ATB.
Great. Nice.
Okay, we're out, thankfully. So yeah, Mel's coming into this fight now. She wants good ATB on Zidane like Ayymart saw, hopefully. Can probably get the weight off. As long as we get in front of one of them, it's not too bad. That's it. Hold Freya here.
Oh, Ayymart.
Nice.
Dang.
Okay, we can use this time here between turns on Mel's screen here to drop a little potion. Just keep him topped up.
Oh,
There we go. Get him in.
even.
Oh, back attack basilisks.
So, ironically enough, we just picked up the Germanus boots, or Germanus, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but the Germanus boots, which offer both flee and alert. So, alert will prevent back attacks, but it's just not worth equipping and setting up the abilities and stuff.
We simply don't need the ogre for quite a while now, actually. But the chance of getting a back attack is, I believe, it's 1 in 6. Each encounter has a 1 in 6 to be a back attack when alert is not equipped. And you're just not playing for that. You're just kind of thinking that's just a little bit too slim. I'll take my odds is kind of the general consensus. Ayymart
is getting
run over.
I think Mel is already caught up. Yeah.
Yep. If she can get through this screen.
Surpassed just from
in the same spot. They are pretty tight. They're quickly. Okay, that's helpful. That's really helpful for Ayymart there. He's getting out of that encounter nice and speedy.
Yeah, Aymart's got 3 encounters, I think, so far.
Yeah, that was his third.
Burmecia. Yeah, this dragon's really slow. It's the Iron Knight.
No quickly on the Mel side either. Oh, little wiggle. So in FF9, there are some screens where you can skip encounter checks. Essentially, the way this game works is it's distance traveled. So when you travel a certain amount of distance, depending on the screen, your danger value will increment. by a certain number. It's literally every screen is slightly different, and then every time it ticks over, it checks that against the randomly generated number, which is often going pretty wild. And if it exceeds it, you get an encounter. If not, carry on. And some screens, if you're really, really tight with your movement, you can actually skip the final check of that screen. There aren't many. There's probably something like 10 screens in the entire game where it's possible, maybe a couple more. Some of them actually require you to use analog movement to actually hit them, or at least favor it. Yeah, and they're only actually good if you can, if you don't get any encounters for them. They're a bit funky. They're not reliable, but ultimately, many of the screens, if you kind of wiggle out of place a little bit and whatnot, then it doesn't really matter. A lot of the time, these encounter checks are actually they're quite wide, and usually a lot wider than people give them credit for. Oh, look at them booties! Speaking of
booties.
back attacks.
Oh, Basley booties. Yeah, Ayymart gets yet another encounter in Bermesia.
And Mel is flying.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 9.
Yeah. I think with that, Mel has taken the lead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh man, another one for Ayymart.
Another one. Last check. Can't skip that one.
Aymart's getting all of Mel's encounters. Looks like all of them just funneled over there. That's like a fun in a nutshell.
This is what can happen. It's what can make running this game quite maddening. Is when you're going for the competitive times and stuff. These are pretty much just run ending a lot of the time. But in a marathon setting, it's literally just time loss. There's no real penalty. Sometimes it takes a lot for you to get so overrun that you run out of healing consumables. It really, really does. I've never actually seen it happen, but I'm sure it could. Anything can happen in this game.
Oh yeah. So story-wise, the reason why we're here in Bermesia is that after the Festival of the Hunt, a Bermesian soldier showed up and said that they were attacked by black mages. And so Freya, who's an ally of Bermesia, wants to come in and investigate because this is the same people of her race, the rat folk. So she wants to come and see why. And meanwhile, Dagger and Steiner got split because they want to go back and talk to Queen Braun and see why she is attacking all these places.
Another Ironite there. And you know what? At least it sounds horrible, but at least no one's getting really good Bermesias, because you can actually just get through without getting any encounters. It's rare. I think I've had in all my time running this game maybe four, maybe 5 total. They're really, really rare, but they can happen, and they can really offset a race sometimes, especially if one of them gets encounters like Aymart's been getting, which I think he's on 6 now.
Yeah, this is real bad for Bermesia. This is really bad.
You want to be seeing somewhere around, well, ideally less than 10 for the entirety of this one. I mean, yeah, you want to see none. But yeah, I think average. Oh my god! Please,
Ayymart. Who did you upset?
Typical average for Bermesia is somewhere around 3 or 4.
Mm.
So this is exceptionally pretty bad. But it's not the end of it. This is disc 1. There is a lot more to come, and to be honest, this is the first place where the encounters can get like quite bad. I mean, Grotto is actually the first place where the encounters could really, really get you, but it's only really in the first screen of Grotto where they can really punish you. And the rate there is not so bad. Later on, there's going to be some dungeons that can get really messy if they kind of run away with the fight. Yep. So there's a little safety save before Beatrix because It's just a precaution. It takes. You want to come into this screen to split it anyway. Oh, that's another thing we haven't really mentioned is splitting screens. Yeah. So your danger value is reset whenever you transition between screens. So like on this screen, it's quite long. So if you dip into that room on the right there, you go into that door. Your danger value is reset to 0. You can come out and then you can finish the screen. So you'll see a lot of like normal runners going in there and then leaving straight away. It costs, I think, like 6 seconds or so to do so, but it takes an entire 30% chance to get an encounter off of your odds, which is really valuable for just 6 seconds at least. But because there's also a Moogle in there, we can take the time to just do a little save, just in case.
Yeah, we're coming up to the final boss of Disc 1, which is Beatrix herself. And she has a little bit of a unique mechanic in that she will end the fight herself after 10 turns have passed. So we're not quite equipped right now to burst her down, which is possible if you're strong enough, you have the right setup and whatnot, like if you have Zidane Trance and etc. But it's a lot of setup. It's not really worth it. It's pretty risky to try and go for the Beatrix kill. But because you're not only that, but your cards have to fall in the right place. Because she has an ability called Shock that can just outright just do hundreds of, if not thousands, of damage just to put someone down. But yeah, we're just gonna try and bide our time and let her take her turns until she ends the fight.
Yeah. And one of the ways that we've kind of prepared for this fight as well, rather than just I'm going to Phoenix down every turn, as you just saw on Mel's screen right there, is that Thunder Slash hit Zidane and it didn't do anything. In fact, it healed him. And that's the Coral Ring. Coral Ring is already coming in clutch. It's been coming in clutch a little bit here and there, but now it's really doing work. And that sucks.
That's a shock.
The other thing that's happening here is that Zidane has the leather shirt. It's leather shirt, isn't it? Yeah, leather shirt.
I think so, yeah.
Leather shirt has Protect Girl strapped to it, which means that any female characters in your party that are below 50%, whenever they are single targeted by physical damage, Zidane will take the damage for them. So that includes all of Beatrix's abilities. All of Beatrix's attacks are physical. So if she tries to do Thunder Slash, Shock, or a basic attack like she just did, if Fran is below 50%, Zidane will step in the way, and because he's got that Coral Ring on, if it's a Thunder Slash, he'll also absorb for her, which is brilliant. Please stop shocking my friends. Please.
Yes.
Please.
Fran wasn't quite in that 50% Protect Girls range, so that's why she got targeted. But
she is now.
Yes. This is kind of a messy Beatrix, but
is she gonna get another turn? What turn is this? Oh, is this turn? This is turn 8. Okay, so we're gonna be able to have a jump skip here, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's turn 8. There are 10 turns total. If we time it right, that should be good. Beatrix is having her 9th turn now, and then her 10th turn now, and the jump is so long that it allows us to not be there, and it will just reset Beatrix's ATB, and she'll just not have those turns. So we can skip 2 animations and then come down just in time for the finisher. And it saves about 15 seconds or so. It can cost you your entire run.
yes.
So you do want to know what you're doing. But it's good. And it looks like we're going to get it on Aymart's side here as well. It's just turn 8 going in as well.
He's flying through this, yeah.
So as long as he can get enough roll here. Nope. Denied. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's good. So a pitfall that some runners fall into here is that they'll cue the self attack on Zidane and then put the jump straight behind it, which can actually just end up getting you killed. Because if Zidane can, as you just saw, he can low roll himself and he can leave himself alive with just enough health to not be able to knock himself out. And if that happens, then Beatrix might end up killing Zidane on the follow-up, and then Fran's going to come back down, and then Shield's going to go down as well, and it can just end your entire run. But if you just take a moment just to check, just to make sure that Zidane deals enough damage, then you can back it up.
And yeah, with that is the end of Disc 1, and we're on our way to Disc 2 out of 4 in Final Fantasy IX, the video game.
Yeah. So there is a very small break here with the cutscene, a little bit longer if you've got turbo running for the dialogue too, but you do need to get ready with your disc 2 as the hot swap is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can I just say something for a sec?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I just wanted to remind everyone watching that, of course, we are raising money for Take This. Take This seeks to offer perspective and hope to anyone who feels overwhelmed with their mental health issues so they do not suffer in silence. And we still have 3 characters to name in this run. This run is far from over, so any donations you put in right now, you can still name Kina? Sorry, Aiko or Ayymart. Currently, Ayymart Shadow is in the lead with only $5. Aiko Selfie is in the lead with $7.77. And for Kina, Ketchi, or Kate Sith, depending, is in the lead with $14.27. So if you want to name one of those 3 characters still in this run, make sure to get your donations in with !donate.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we still have a lot of time left for those. But yeah, we'll try and give a heads up for those. But next is going to be Kina or Quina, however you want to pronounce it. Either way, I've heard both. It's okay. Never been officially canonically said, I don't think. So it's up in the air until then.
All the Final Fantasy character names are pronounced many ways.
Right. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, so we're here in Disc 2, where we're shifting the story back over to Dagger and Steiner. Oh, we got the Dagger slide. I just saw on the restream. But so we are still on our way back to Alexandria from Dagger and Steiner's end. We're going to do a little bit of shopping. More importantly, we're going to be picking up the Barbet, which is going to not only give the Steiner the ability to crit, but it has the Dragon Killer ability on it, so that's going to be a helpful helmet that Freya's going to equip later in the game, because she's the only character that can learn Dragon Killer and equip it. So we're going to have that all the way through the rest of the game. In particular, there's only one boss that we need to use it on, but it's a pretty important one, so... yeah, we're just sitting here in this little tram station, taking a little break. We meet up with Marcus again, who is heading off to Trino, and Dagger's kind of curious about where he's heading, but it's kind of on the same direction. We need to try and figure out a way to get back to Alexandria anyway, so gonna just follow along with him. But next up we have Black Waltz 3, round 2. This fight is not really possible to lose unless you make a mistake on accident to kill off your own character. I don't know if anybody here that's currently in this race knows anything about that, but...
Go ahead, say it. Go ahead.
No, I won't say anything.
Go ahead, just
no.
Get it over with.
But
Fine,
yeah, so
I died on this fight.
Yes, it is possible to game over, but as long as you don't attack a Dagger with herself, and then Black Waltz kills the other character, it's pretty impossible to lose this fight. As Black Waltz 3-2 in his sort of duty will never attack Dagger. So if she's the only one left alive, he will just simply sit there and just deal damage to himself because he's malfunctioning. But yeah, Dagger's actually going to be our pretty big source of damage here, where maybe not the biggest because we're going to have Steiner attack as well, but unless he misses. But yeah, Dagger can do quite a bit of damage paired with the Feather Hat and that Multina Racket that we picked up in the gate, the south gate. But yeah, we're just going to try and chip away damage, and yeah, another hit. Wow. And we can ATB wait Black Waltz 3-2 with Dagger here, but it's unless you know you're going to save a turn by doing it, it's better just kind of swing away and attack. And with that, yep. It's nice to have Steiner alive here, but it's not the end of the world. All of his AP that he needs here is made up just by surviving the fights he needs to for AP. But there is a couple backup strats in case you want to try and make sure he learns this stuff, but it's not that necessary. You just kind of carry on with what we have. The more scary thing is that since Dagger's the only one left alive, she's going to be on the world map stuttering. And if she's a low level, so if she's level 1 and she's stuttering across the world map and you get an encounter, it can be kind of scary. Like anything that just shows up can just like delete her and your run's over. But it's thankfully a very short distance to Trino. So yeah, we see on the Ayymart screen, we see a little frozen Marcus. And we see the ATB weight pulling off as well. And let's see if we can get that in. Just barely. I think there's a 1 speed difference between them, so it is a very tight window, but it is possible. And even Marcus survived. Wow. He makes it through Black Waltz 3-2. And you can see Mel there reviving Steiner and Marcus just to make sure. There's a little precaution just in case she does get the encounter on the world map. I believe this is the only time in the game where you actually play as Dagger on the world map. I think every other time is going to be with Zidane. I think this is literally the only time she's ever used on the world map, which is interesting, little fun thing. But you can also detour over to Dolly if you want to go revisit that. There is a chest in Dolly that is exclusive to Dagger, essentially, where there's a grandma working on a farm, and she's always blocking this chest. It's just an elixir, but if you want that full completionist 100% playthrough, you have to go stutter step all the way to Dolly and pick up that chest. But more importantly is in the speedrun, we need
TPB.
Yeah, don't forget the power belts. This is the most important ATE in the game. This is the only one we are essentially required to trigger manually. We need to trigger this ATE and so Dagger can lose money. And then it's kind of forces this NPC, the four-armed man, to appear in this screen here that Mel's appearing in now, to bump into to give Steiner a power belt, which has a lot of strength on it. It's got a little bit of a defense, but also it has MP attack and counter on it, which are 2 very important abilities that we're going to be wanting and using a lot.
Does anybody know who that is?
Because if you don't get that, if you don't activate that ATE and you move on, you miss it. If you activate the ATE and you go pick up Dagger, you'll miss it because Dagger cannot talk to the four-armed man.
Does anyone
You
know
have to
who
be
the
Steiner.
four-armed man is?
Yeah. Do you know who the four-armed man is?
Does chat know?
Does chat know who the four-armed man is?
Have you met the four-armed man?
The four-armed man.
Many a
whoever
run
gets
has
it right
died
will
here.
Get a cookie.
Pardon?
That's right. Gilgamesh.
So there's a couple guild pickups we've done around here. We have to do one little extra one because of no nobles. And then this shop here is going to pretty much see us through to the halfway point of Dis 2, where we can buy some more gear that's not currently available. Watch out for the dog. Oh yeah, what a good boy.
Question in chat, which port of FF9 is this? This is the original version. This is the original PlayStation 1 version being played on PlayStation 2 hardware for the fast disk speed option to cut down on loading times. So we're coming up to a lot of little dialogue, and we're going to be meeting an important story NPC called Dr. Tot, who is very knowledgeable about the world. Dr. Tots, that's right.
Dr. Dot.
Dr. Dot. But yeah, he resides in Trino, and he has this key item for Marcus that will help cure Blink of his petrification. But he also is used in various other facets in the story, specifically in Disc 3. But yeah, he's quite a character.
That he is. So the next, oh no, that was a nice little shaggy skip, mate. There is a little individual on the way into this bar alongside you, and there is some funny movement that you can take where you can just slip past, and it saves like a second or something. It's also fun to note on the Japanese version of this game, when Steiner climbs down this ladder here, he actually runs at you backwards and just slides on his right heel.
Really?
Yeah, he doesn't have a running animation there, so he sort of just like zoops along.
Oh wow! Never noticed that.
Yeah, that one's exclusive to Japanese.
It's probably my favorite Japanese exclusive thing with this game.
So a bit more dialogue before we can get on with the next dungeon. Not a very big dungeon at all. It's only got 3 screens-ish. Which, a little bit of backtracking. And not that much of a chance for an encounter, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Any blogs in chat, but there's some crawlers that we can bump into. They're not too bad. Steiner is currently geared to deal with them really quickly. And the boost of experience points is quite good. However, it's never going to pay for itself really, unless of course the alternative is dying. So if you get them, you can kill them. If you don't get them, great, you probably save some time. And yeah, and then the boss fight coming up is a little bit of a funky one. There's some extra little hidden mechanics going on in it, where again another one of the bosses that's got like a weird counter mechanic, but this one isn't tied to its health. Instead, it's tied to the actions. So if it uses Devil's Kiss, which is a physical attack which has a chance to inflict poison. I think it's a chance. It might be guaranteed.
I think it's 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. It has a chance to miss. Is maybe where I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
It doesn't deal too much damage, the attack on its own, but the poison, while quite frustrating to deal with, if he performs the attack twice and poisons 2 of your party members, then the follow-up turn, if both of those party members are still poisoned, is to cast Night, which is an ability that was used in old routes. It is something that you can actually learn. Nice cards, I saw that.
Once again, Mel just wants to play cards with Dr. Time.
The Night ability is AoE Sleep. It inflicts sleep on everyone. I think it has a really small chance to miss, but it's probably going to stick. The way that you can deal with it is by having one of the party members that is inflicted with poison attacking themselves, and then one of the other party members using a Phoenix Down to revive them after the second one is hit by poison. You really don't want to get hit by Night. Night is really bad.
Yeah, it's real bad.
It's real bad. Because, like I said, AoE Sleep, it puts all of your party members to sleep and allows the boss to continue attacking. If the boss then uses Blizzara? Ice. It can hit you with some ice moves, which don't do loads of damage, but if you're poisoned and you've taken damage already, it's going to kill you. And more importantly, if it doesn't, it won't wake you up. Yeah. So he'll continue to get turns and turns and turns, and has a not a bad chance to take you out of the fight completely. So hopefully it doesn't come to that. Hopefully Ralph plays nice and just kind of chills there and just does some strings and things like that, and ultimately doesn't kill Steiner. Steiner is the primary damage dealer. We want Steiner to stay alive and get an attack off each turn. That's going to be the driving force, and then the other characters are going to support with the extra little bit of chip damage that we're going to be requiring for the kill on this boss.
Yep. As we take another safety save. But yeah, the Knight can miss. I think it's based off of magic evasion. So if they have any gear that increases magic evasion, it's that whatever % chance of on the gear.
Yeah, Knight is I believe there's also like a level. Well, at least when we're casting it on enemies, there is a level factor involved.
Right, that too. Yeah, yeah.
But that might just be a result of, or the level might just be a result of the fact they've got the higher or lower magic evade.
True. Yeah.
I know that toward the end game, you are more likely to miss, like on Nova Dragon, for example.
Because Gwen is so low level usually. Yeah, we see the screen splitting there, and we saw before the slow, not slow, but the very deliberate crawl to the lever to completely negate encounter on that lever screen. There is still active encounters on that screen, so just making sure we take the careful steps to not move as much as possible on that one screen. As we read this little cutie gargant, this little buggy bug.
Looks like the game is not done with Ayymart yet.
Nope.
A single crawler. This is the best. This is the best one.
That's a good one. Beef up a dagger as well.
Yep. So we're going to command the other party members to defend here. Nice. Stomach will. Yep. Not do too much damage. There we go. Clean hit. So these guys, because of the way that EXP works in FF9, every time you basically get to a new area, the monsters scale quite a bit, and their experience value that they distribute to your party is considerably higher. So if you stayed here and you killed another Inqualler, you might get a level. That one we just killed gave us like 3 or 4 maybe. The next one might only give us 1, and then the one after that isn't going to give us any. We'd have to kill probably another one after that. So it really scales against you. So if you then go to another area that's higher level, you kill one thing, you get loads of levels again. So we take advantage of that in the speedrun.
And we see Marcus go down pretty much immediately.
That's not bad.
Side. Yeah. But yeah, we just kind of need a Marcus and Dagger just sitting there tossing Phoenix Downs. And slow is... It sounds kind of bad, but it's not really. It lowers your speed by 1/3, which is odd. But also, it's just not going to really matter. As long as you take your turns quick enough, it's not going to put anyone out of their turn order at all. So it's not too terrible. It's just the damage that hurts the most in this case.
Yeah, so Ralvu doesn't actually die when you deal enough damage. Instead, it triggers an escape sequence.
Yep.
So no rewards, unfortunately.
Yep, no rewards, no AP.
But that does mean that if you do have lethal despite Steiner dying, then you can finish the fight with someone else and you're not penalized for it.
Yep, exactly. As long as they don't miss too.
Oh, that's the thing.
What was I gonna say? So one useful tool in the FF9 speedrunning is the calculator. So making sure you are doing the exact damage you need to do for this fight helps out a lot, because you can over damage and you can sit there just attacking, but it's already on its like escape plan, so to speak.
Yeah.
So yeah, making sure you're doing the exact damage you need to do without overcommitting turns and attacks will make this fight a little bit speedier just by counting.
And because the turns in these games are a little bit slower than other Final Fantasies, and because each character is able to contribute different amounts, you have plenty of time, so you can basically Aymart's going to send all his people in, and then after the attack's been queued, he has all this time to then, all right, 270 next, all right, 152 next, and then you still have time because the boss is having their turn, and now he can plan his next turn. So there is like a decent leniency to knowing where you can start using the calculator.
Yeah, you can see here he's trying to see. There we go. Got the escape. As Mel is heading off to Clara, everybody's favorite dungeon.
chance
Yep.
for a donation?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, we have a donation from Gipple Where I Could He for $5.62 that says, I can't type in chat because my account is unverified, but I'm rooting for you, Melbert, less than 3. Thank you so much for that donation. And remember, everyone, when you donate using the exclamation mark donate in chat, you can also put those money towards incentives like unlocking in the next game, which is in quite a few hours, but the next game, Elevator Action Returns, we can unlock hard violence, and we're only $5 away from that. Also, we still have 3 characters to name in Final Fantasy IX, so if you have a thought about what you want to name Kina, Amarant, or Aiko, you can put that money towards those as well and help decide the character names.
Yep, Quinn is just around the corner as well. Not too far away now.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for the donation, by the way.
Gipple I Where Could He?
How long would you say we have until Kina? Whatever.
Oh gosh.
It's probably about an hour.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like looking at the clock. It's like, oh my, it's really an hour, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Clara's one of the more notorious dungeons because there are so many screens in this dungeon, and a lot of them have like a pretty hefty amount of percentage to get the encounter if you have clean movement to get through it. So ideally we'd only want to kill one encounter for AP reasons. Otherwise we just want to flee from everything if we have a Zidane with instant flee capabilities. But you can just get obliterated with encounters in this. Thankfully Vivi is equipped with the with Blizzara to be able to one-shot pretty much every encounter in this dungeon.
Everything's weak to ice.
Yep, everything's weak to ice, and we have a ice boost from our gear, so he's going to be dealing even more damage. But yeah, you can still just get annihilated with encounters.
Yeah, even these encounters like the triple dragonfly, AoE Bizarro is way more than enough to deal.
Yep. Because even if they don't look like it, those dragonflies have a pretty hefty defense. So even attacks from Zidane and Freya don't really do a whole heck of a lot.
No. But magic defense? Oh, they are babies. They are tiny babies.
So we're just crawling through the dungeon as quick as possible. Not too much else to say at this point. We're going to be reaching the Clara town here in a bit.
There's a nice couple menus that was, guys.
Yep.
Very clean. Oh, and the movement from Mel, thread the needle.
Yeah. Through all the sand traps, yeah. Ooh, that was only one encounter.
There. That's just, ooh, we're moving. We're moving. Yep, that's definitely above average. Well, lower than average for a Clara for sure. One encounter is very clean.
Yes, very good.
I think that was 2 encounters, maybe.
Oh, it was 2? Okay.
Possibly.
Oh yeah, there's the zoo, and then there was the dragonflies on Ayymart screen.
No, they weren't actually. You're right. There was 2.
Okay.
Oh, go on, Mel. Take the tour. Be a sport.
Maybe later.
Yeah,
Upon arrival to Clara, there is a couple priests there that are more than happy to give you a tour of the town. It only costs a minute or so. It'll be over before you know it.
We'll also pick up the Geishel Green. It's for later.
For casual runners, though, I do believe that the route they take you through the tour is the route that you're supposed to pick in the invasion.
Yeah, I think so, because it kind of tells you, well, we're going up here. Or yeah, you go up to that first screen, then you go to the right, then you go up and left, yeah. So It's a very subtle. They don't really tell you like this is the escape route or anything like that, but it's just kind of the route of the tour is coincidentally the same route as safely getting everyone to the church.
But it's not the first time FF9 does something like this, is it?
No,
Because of the Knights of Pluto.
that's right. Yep.
Yep. At the start of the game, when you gain control of Steiner, there is an optional side quest where you can navigate the Alexandrian castle to find the... How many? Is it 5? Knights of Pluto? Some of them.
8.
8. Yeah, there's 4 pairs of 2. That's right. There's quite a lot of them, and I think it's only worth like an ether or something.
It's an elixir, yeah, but it's like whatever.
So you can navigate the castle, and when you talk to them, they will each tell you what they'd rather be doing, or something like that. And if you can remember this, when you get to a part of the early in this 3, there is a scene where Dagger is commanding them around. And if you've remembered, if you're that, you know, it is like something like 20 gameplay hours for a casual playthrough. Like, it's not happening. But if you do somehow manage to remember, then you can tell them to go to the right place and you'll get the best reward, which is a pair of angel earrings. Which I believe is like pretty good for that part of the game.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if you can synth them though.
I'm not sure. But on a mail screen, we have a cute little doodlebug who we want to try and have Vivi cast 3 Blazzaras and 1 Lancer from Freya. Sometimes only 2 if there's under damage, but we do need to make sure that Zidane's alive for this fight because we do need some AP.
It's not essential. You can go without it.
Oh, you can go to that? Okay. Oh, is it just for Soul Blade or something?
I think it's for Flea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I believe Soul Blade is like very comfortably backed up, but you know what? I'm gonna check. But yeah, it's not much. Doodlebug's only worth, I believe, 5 AP, which is something you can very easily back up in like Ether or something.
Yeah, with that we take him down. So at 50% HP, Antlion will cast Sandstorm. So once it's hit that 50% HP threshold below, it will queue up Sandstorm, which puts everyone in crit HP and blinds them. So any physical attacks are not likely going to hit. And he does counter with Counterform physical attacks. Otherwise, spells don't trigger the counter. But he also has a 1 in 5 chance, I believe, to cast Sandstorm before that point. So he can open with Sandstorm, and then you do enough damage to push him into casting Sandstorm again, which essentially does nothing to your team because everyone's already low HP and blind. So
no, it turns out the AP from Antlion is completely backed up. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
cool.
Just,
nice.
It puts a bit of stress on like castle escape and things like that.
Yeah.
Where if you fall short in some of those encounters, which is quite difficult because he's quite strong in those fights. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
And we also see Ayymart cleaning up Antlion here as well. And so another thing about Sandstorm is that it will skip Antlion's next turn essentially. So once it casts Sandstorm, it's kind of like this sort of catch-up mechanic to kind of tell you like, hey, you should probably kill your characters. But now we just take advantage of that and try an ATB wait with Vivi, and basically get 2 Blazzaras in whenever you cast Sandstorm.
Yeah. So he can Sandstorm early, but he will also always Sandstorm in the speedrun route once he goes over. I believe it's 50% again.
Yep, it's 50.
Which is going to be our second Blazzara. But he can actually open with it, in which case you can Blazzara, and then you'll be able to do another Blazzara doing it's like a pseudo ATB wait. It's not a real one, but it acts the same.
Yep.
And then the second one will go off, and then he'll do a second Sandstorm, which might actually end up healing some of your party members. It's the strange property of Sandstorm is that it sets your characters to between 1 and 10 or 1 and 9.
Yeah, 1 in 10, I believe.
So if someone gets set to like 1, they can actually get healed for a couple, which is quite funny.
Yeah, now we have the whole river dance, rat jam. This is a pretty hefty break as well for both turbo users. As soon as Antlion is dead, you can just turn on the turbo controller and just walk away and get several minutes of break time. There's a lot of dialogue and a lot of cutscenes and stuff until we get control of Freya once we return.
Yep.
Yeah, the old Rat River dance.
So, the next thing coming up really is the invasion of Clara, where the Alexandrian forces, I don't really know the exact reason or meaning or something. I think they're after the stone that's in the heart there, which is the reason why the sandstorm was in there in the first place. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I read stuff. But the only thing that I know is that a bunch of guards are going to come up, and we're going to get into a big set of forced encounters. And but before that, we have one more chance to prepare through Clara, and this is the most impactful time save that you could have had by getting nobles. And I believe this one is worth something like 15 seconds, where you'll see Ayymart and Mel, they'll have to go into an inn and talk to a vendor in there to access the guild shop, where they're going to buy a lance. Well, I'm not sure. Is it a trident or something, or a partisan? It's the current strongest weapon for Freya, which is going to give her the damage that she needs to be able to deal lethal to all of the guards that are coming up in the next few fights, basically. If you got nobles, you're able to use to speak with that knight on the way up and purchase the partisan as well as the thunder gloves, so that you don't need to pick up thunder gloves. You can go another way. You can go a slightly shorter route, and then you can skip having to go into the inn. So it's pretty negligible, and pretty easy to back up regardless. But then after that, they're going to be moving straight on to the actual invasion itself. There's a little menu as well to give Freya some gear so that she's learning the right stuff. But then just a bunch of forced encounters. Zidane at this point is a little bit dubious on how much damage he can deal. There's a chance that he can low roll. We can offset that damage by throwing a little VV doink in first. We can send VV in for a melee attack, or if Zidane's ATB is really bad, we can send VV in for Iblazara, which is guaranteed to one-shot the guards, and it absolutely cannot miss as well, which is nice. But Blazara's animation is definitely slower than a basic attack with either Zidane or Freya, so you can choose what risks to take in your run in this scenario. There's minimal differences, but they can add up and they can punish in different ways. It's something that each runner gets a feel for and decides to do whatever they want to do, essentially. We don't actually need to kill all of the encounters. There is an interesting mechanic where if the knights are dealt enough damage, they will actually flee. And as long as at least one of the guards goes down in each encounter, then we will be given all of the AP from that encounter, but you will not get the experience from them. The AP is the bit that's really important. The experience is a little bit easier to adjust for. Just on the final fight, we're going to be having VV knock himself out so that the experience is distributed a little better, and there is also another like ulterior motive to that, and that is that in that encounter, just like in Beatrix 1, instead we're going to be covering VV instead of Freya, sorry, with our cover ability, which works at a lower threshold of 20%. And VV is going to be a really important tool for us managing the flow of that fight with Blazara, which we'll get to a little bit later. So we just saw Mel pick up one of the Geisel greens that we're going to be using on overworld sections earlier in that chest. That's going to allow us to summon a Chocobo. That is the Geisel that we're picking up. We picked up another one inside of Clara itself. So now we have all the Geisels that we need for the run. We only need 2. So this is good ATB. We're going to send Zidane in here, and I guess we're opting for Freya on the second one. Yep, this is good. If that knight had cast Blazara, it would have been kind of annoying, but this is good. And only a quick attack is good too. Minimal damage taken. Again, level up Zidane a little bit. Now he's a little bit less likely to underroll even further. One more level, I think, is enough for him at level 8. And Ayymart as well. Probably going to be going for the Geist Walls. The only thing by picking up these Geist Walls here is that we really don't want to get an encounter while doing so. It is something like 15 to 20% chance to get an encounter by picking them up. And the time loss is actually quite bad. It ends up making all of this stuff kind of a time loss in comparison. And there is an alternative in case you don't want to pick this one up. But we're not punished, which is perfect. Move on. Second encounter is down for Mel. Nice. This is going pretty smooth. Ideally, you want these guys to not deal too much damage. If they hit quite hard, you'd have to stop what you're doing and heal between fights, which can be pretty bad. It's also quite frustrating if you get encounters on these screens because quite far away. Here we go. We can see Ayymart and BB for a melee attack. That's just enough damage to ensure that Zidane's attack guaranteed lethal as long as it connects. And that's Mel finishing up the lower half. So we're going to go back into Clara, and I believe there is about 5 more fights to do in the top half. There's a lot of little micro optimizations you can take during these encounters as well. Yep, another good quick basic attack from that knight there is really good. Flea cancelling on the Freya is a big time save. Just get her in as soon as possible. So these encounters, you're not really like you're not threatening your health or anything like that. Not really threatening to kill you. You're not really going to game over on these fights unless you go in already with quite a weak party or anything like that. You'd have to intentionally not heal after taking some damage. They can't really hit that hard. Oh, he waited for it, and he was on the low roll. That should be okay though. Ooh, Levy on his tippy toes, not taking that. Schmovin. The elusive. What's it called? Palom. So after this encounter, Mel's going to be taking a heal, but instead Aymart's going to have his heal here. So if he gets attacked quite hard by the mage that Mel is currently up against, it could get a little bit risky. That she's getting in front. Very nice. You want to get in front of these black mages first because they have a very high chance to cast a spell, and spells, as we know, are slower than physical attacks. So Mel's going to take her heal here. A couple of Alexandrian soldiers on Mel's side here. So we want to try and target knights that have not attacked. These can all be ATB weighted as well, but if any of them get in front, you want to try and avoid attacking them first. And that's kind of one of the ways that you can save time. So you don't want to attack that one at the top. You want to try and... That's it. So we get rid of that one, knock that one out. We can attack the bottom one as well. Ah, never mind. Okay, very good. That physical attack is good. So the 50-50 there is you could use VV to attack and guarantee that the knight isn't going to hit you with a spell, but you'd be casting a spell to do so. So the offset is like not very good in terms of time. But if you'd taken the time and they cast a spell, then you'd be down because you'd then have to basically attack them back with Freya, and that's when things get bad. So you can never really know. A lot of this game is just weighing up your odds and trying to make the best decisions based on that. Hopefully she gets in front of that black mage. Can hold with VV here. Well, because that's a shame. Because of the way turn order works here, she's not going to be able to get an ATB weight in effectively. So The Blizzara, just to make sure at least one of these connects. Yeah, perfect. We put the Blizzara in here just to make sure, but we have confidence we're not going to miss.
You never miss.
Never miss. No fear.
Oh. That ATV.
Yeah, by this point in the invasion, Zidane, unless, I guess, once more, unless they miss, that his experience should be high enough that he won't be able to low roll anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it's level 9 for Zidane, or is it 8? Something around there.
No, I think it is at 9 actually.
Yeah.
It's usually once you take down the first black mage in the when you get back to the village.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it can be on the fight after if one of the guards gets away and things like that. But
right, yeah.
And based on whether you killed a monster on the way up, it's a little bit here and there. But oh, okay. So we can leave that black mage in the middle on Mel's screen. So Vivi's actually already in crit, which is pretty good. So you can use Bizarra on that southern one, hopefully. Oh no, she's in anyway. Yeah. So if you let ATV flow here, then Zidane can take out the black mage. Perfecto. That's it. It is, sometimes it's just making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, just dealing with the hand you're dealt and trying to make it to, work the way best possible can. So
yeah. Very nice. The mid cards are actually quite good because they're started to dealing magic. Yeah. When we get to the card tournament later, having magic cards is pretty good. So we're taking option 2 here because I think... Wait, no, she got the fight on the way up, right?
I can't remember. Something.
Yeah, it's okay. I think this is just for the extra experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, based on what you kill on the way up, you can pick option 2 or option 3 there. And the difference is that option 3, there's only 2 knights, soldiers for you to kill. Whereas option 3 gives you these 3 soldiers instead, which is a little bit more to deal with. Again, it's not really a problem, but it could take just a little bit longer. A couple seconds. Yeah, all the way up through all this invasion, AP is accounted for. Each fight gives roughly 2 AP. Primarily to Freya. Zidane's also getting some as well. He needs most of it. He can do without a little bit here and there. Zidane typically isn't very tight on his AP, but Freya is. Because after Beatrix 3, there's a few forced encounters on the way out of Alexandria. You actually don't see Freya again for the rest of Dis 2. So she misses out on everything through Aoife and all of that, and on the way to Aoife, everything and Outer Continent, and then you'd regroup with her after the first hour of Dis 3 when things start to happen again. So because of that, her access to AP is a little bit more limited than other characters. Vivi, the baby boy.
He goes down.
It's just like Final Fantasy IV.
Oh no. Yeah, Mel's able to wrap up the invasion, as well as Ayymart. And they are pretty close together.
Yep. Fratley's come back into flex. We've dealt with everything. We've dealt with 90% of the force, and he's like, "Oh yeah, don't worry, I got this, guys. Yeah, watch this." Ba 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 ba. And then he's off again. Bye.
Yep. Yeah, Fratley was like one of those characters when I first played this game casually. I just remember I was like, oh man, he's so cool. But then like on replaying in the speedrun, he's like, man, he doesn't really do much. He just shows up, kills things, and just pieces out for the rest of the game. He's just like, he's like the old tuxedo mask meme where he's like, my work here is done. He's like, he didn't do anything.
You know, Jibbin raises a good point actually. This 2 really wastes some good character and plot development for the 3 knights for the Alexandria invasion. Do you reckon the reason for that is because Alexandria isn't on disc 2?
Oh.
Do you reckon it's just not on disc 2, so they couldn't necessarily put any ATEs or anything in there? Because I'm assuming there aren't any ATEs if he's saying something like that. I mean, I'm not really... I did ATEs once when I was a kid, but I've not touched them since. But my guess would be simply that that content isn't on the CD, so they can't load the map.
Right.
Perhaps. Because you do have all of Outer Continent on disc 2, and then most of what is this continent called? The Mist Continent.
It's just Mist Continent, yeah.
Yeah. Because I believe you can actually go back. You can go back to Grotto.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually go from Bermesia back to Grotto and maybe go back up to Limbla. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Limbla is on disc 2, so yeah. So Little Hill, we want to make sure that Vivi's in critical for this fight. Because, like we were saying before, we're going to use the Coral Ring this time is going to go on to Freya, and she's going to use an ability called Cover, which will defend any character that's got less than 20% health whenever, once again, they are targeted by a single target physical attack, which, once again, is all of Beatrix's moves. So she's going to absorb the Thunder Strike. She'll unfortunately die to shock, but the quick attack will only deal just above. Well, Freya will have just over half health, so she'll need to take probably 3 to 4 of those to actually go down to it. There's also a couple pickups, depending on who you save, which ideally, hopefully, is everyone, because you get an elixir and some ethers and some other valuable consumables from not having people die during the invasion. And a little save for Beatrix too, just in case things do really go awry.
Mm-hmm. Which typically it doesn't, but it is possible.
Yeah.
It's not outside of the realm of possibility for things just to screw you over.
Yeah, we want to leave Vivi in critical. We want to drop an ether on him just to make sure that he can cast. He needs to cast typically 3 Blizzaras, sometimes 4 if the fight goes a bit bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then you want to, so Mel's, ooh, it was a preemptive. Okay, this is interesting. So you can just send these in. Okay, so we're on track. So the next follow-up is going to be Blizzara plus somebody, but someone's going down here. You can kind of go for it, but it's a bit risky.
Yeah.
The good thing here is that it was on Zidane, which means that Freya now protects both of them from Thunder Slash. Yeah. The only thing that's not good here at all is, well, she wants the Thunder Slash. Thunder Slash is perfect. You can end the fight if this is Thunder Slash. But it's not. So instead, we're going to need to see a critical from Zidane, I believe, to end the fight here, to make up for the damage that we missed out on last turn. Could happen. Probably won't. Yeah, no dice.
Nope.
So we're going to see Freya.
Cure.
Yeah, Cure.
Let's see if Ayymart can catch up here.
Oh man, Beatrix is not playing ball today.
Yeah, she's being mean to both runners.
Yeah, so Beatrix, again, she does go down after 10 turns regardless. The fight will end. She will automatically just Clim Hazard the party and end it there and then. But we are actually now tooled up. Both of our Zidane and Freya both have access to Man-Eater, which is pumping their damage quite considerably. They've also got pretty good weapons. And we're able to deal enough damage to actually deal what's considered lethal in this fight. The calculator is always good as well, because you can over damage, you can continue to deal damage to her after that threshold is met, and she'll just take it, and then once your turn is finally ended, she'll end the fight automatically. So you want to deal her no more of the amount of actions necessary to kill her. But if you can, it's a difficult mechanic to explain quickly, but once she is below 50%, the next time that her ATB fills up, she will queue Cure. So we can manipulate the fight by queuing people in the correct order, so that we don't push her below 50% until she's already decided that she's not going to cure that turn. And then the turn that she does decide to cure, we have our turn and we deal lethal damage, is the ideal scenario. Sometimes making her do cure is better, because it means that she's not actually killing our party members, and we can deal a bit more damage despite having to hit her an extra time or so to offset it. But yeah, there's quite a few lines. There is optimal stuff that you can try and play for, but especially in a situation like this, in a scenario like a marathon, where you just want to go for something that's going to end the fight more reliably than instantly, you know?
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Just have to go with the safer option versus like, oh, I can kill, but if I miss, then it's game over. And now we see the destruction of Clara. Oh no. So all those people we saved, doesn't matter.
Nope.
Odin swings by and just drops a big ol' lance on Clara and just demolishes it as we escape via the little black mage bubbles.
However, you know what time it is, don't you, mate?
Oh, everybody's favorite time?
This is the second best part of the run. Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna demote it a little bit. I'm gonna de-escalate. This is the third best part of the run. But it's up there, right? Because coming up, not only do we have cage swing, which is pretty cool, I guess.
It is, yeah.
It's interesting. It's where it's one of the few parts of the game where you could put in quotes movement is able to be optimized. But immediately after, we have nothing other than guard skip.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness, guard skipperooning. And I know Mel loves guard skip. She told me that it was her favorite part of the run, and that she couldn't wait.
Oh
to do
really?
it.
Wow.
Yeah. She messaged me. She's like, you know what, Brutals? I can't wait to skip some guards. I can't wait. So the next scene coming up after this bit on the Red Rose here is we join Steiner and Marcus, who have been captured from that previous scene, and they're inside of Alexandria, and they're hanging in a really weird prison, aren't they? It's
suspended.
Contraption, which they then can rock backwards and forwards to somehow crash through solid stone and escape.
Right, lodge through it, and somehow it opens the door.
And yep, they get out as expected. But when they get out, you have to traverse a bit of a horseshoe screen, a bit of a curve going on. But some guards will attempt to stop you, and their AI is not particularly smart. They will try and just path as direct to you as possible. They do have turning circles, so they can't just like turn on a dime. But they will travel towards you, and they can corner. That they sort of like, spin out a little bit, and it's just enough so that you can actually just weasel past them. And it's really tricky. It's really hard.
It's something that I recommend if you ever decide to pick up the speedrun. This is something you want to make a save state for on your favorite emulator and just practice trying to get all these different variants of the guards, because this is I think one of the few places in the game where you actually see a character run at you that triggers an encounter, and so we do our best to avoid them.
Yeah.
And so this is like one of the few movements where we want to try and practice and avoid these encounters, because if your Steiner is under leveled, he's going to be like level 1, and he can die like really easily to these soldiers.
Especially if your ATB is pretty low and they get turns before you, because they are primed. Marcus, especially if Steiner's level 1, that means Marcus is definitely going to be
he's
very low as well, and they can definitely go down in one hit without too much trouble. So cage swing, there is an optimal movement to this. It's probably harder than the guards. It's probably even harder than the guards.
You save it's quite a bit of chunk of time if you do it properly, but yeah, it's
a chunk of time. 7 seconds.
Yeah, chunk of time was in quotes. Sorry, I was just talking with my hands again.
So this looks pretty good. So this is the second set of 3. There's going to be another set of 3 here. That's nice delay. This looks really good, actually.
I think it's pretty good, yeah.
1, 3.
Delay set of 4, yeah.
Oh,
boom. Nice. That was a clean swing.
That was a clean swing. Right, come on, Mello.
It's her favorite part, right? So she's
It's her favorite part. Oh, that's a funky guard. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No worries. We got past one. The second one was a bit of a funky one. Getting past that second one would have required some real gymnastics. So rather than mess around with it and threaten getting both of them, we just take the other one. Steiner is level 2, so he should be able to. Oh, he's still getting.
There we go. The preamp. Out of all that. Holy moly. As we see
Meanwhile-
Ayymart on the cage swing.
Okay, going into the last two here. This is going to be... Oh. Yeah, the cage swing's got some really weird physics around it.
There she goes. I think Mel is now experiencing the full analog movement of the Kiwami as well.
Yeah, you really zip around with that thing, don't you?
Yep. There's another FF9 runner, Karakarn, who says he specifically plugs in the Kiwami for the guard skip because you have to get the full range of movement. Just for that.
Can I interest you? Can we talk for a moment about our Lord and Savior, the D-pad?
Oh yeah. Yes, I love the D-pad too.
We love the D-pad.
Yeah, this is an interesting game for the movement because if you're using a standard DualShock, you don't get that full range of movement on the diagonals for whatever reason. Like the controller just simply doesn't fully register that you're moving that complete direction on diagonals in FF9 at least. So optimally you kind of want to flip between the D-pad and the analog stick as well. For a lot of screens, depending on what it is, and just as you run the game, you kind of get familiar. Like, okay, I do analog here, I do D-pad here, so it's a lot of fun. Yeah, now we have this very gracious timer of 30 minutes, which if you play casually, like, oh my god, I gotta get where I need to go in 30 minutes. This is.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I have.
Oh, Tantarian.
But we're gonna have plenty of time. Like there's not really a whole heck of a lot that we're gonna do. We're not gonna go fight Tantarian, and much to a lot of runners' dismay.
Yeah. So one of the really cool things about FF9 is there are a load of different ways to play it.
Mm-hmm.
They all are playing the game and hitting the same story beats and whatnot, but the way that you develop your party, the gear that you give them, the abilities that you learn, and the places that you learn them, has a lot of flexibility, really. At the moment, there's always been something considered the best route and whatnot, but at the moment, I mean, up until now, there's just been so many different ways to play it, and one of the really popular ones that I love, man. I will say a lot of things around it, but I think it's brilliant because it opens up the fights for more possibilities. It gives you a lot of different ways to take on some of the mid to late game bosses, and that is there is an optional super boss in the library here, Tantarian. I'm sure some of you guys are pretty familiar with. And Tantarian is not too difficult to manipulate if you know what you're doing. Even in this route, we are actually equipped with the gear to be able to fairly reliably deal with Tantarian. You can actually weave it in without it being that much worse than an actual Tantarian route, which I have done a number of times for kicks when I'm quite behind on pace.
Yeah, you're just like, I might as well go fight Tant.
Let's just go get rid of Tant, yeah. But the important thing is that Tantarian drops you the running shoes. And the running shoes, while also providing, I believe, 3 speed? Maybe 2?
3 speed, yeah.
It is 3, which is a lot of speed. That's a lot of speed. He's a speedy boy. Which also have the ability auto haste strapped to them, which, nice miss, provides the wearer with haste permanently during an encounter. Even if they die, when they get back up, haste will still be applied. And it can't run out. There's no timer on it. It's just always on. And the reason why this is powerful is because, oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Belly, what is happening? Help. Please. Help.
But also to correct myself, it is 2 speed, you're right. Sorry, I thought it was 3.
Okay. Yeah, 3 would be a bit excessive. So coupled with the 2 speed and the haste, usually it's Zidane that wears them because he is often a primary damage dealer. Zidane is then able to ATB weight a lot more fights than he normally can, because his speed is so much higher, he's able to then outspeed most of the bosses, which are designed to be a lot faster than you. And it just adds an extra level of depth to so many fights which are otherwise just attack. Which is I love. I think it's really cool. I enjoy playing with Tantarian, but the reason why Tantarian often is quite difficult to optimize is because a lot of the rest of the optimization is that if you get into a random battle, Sans ATV is faster, so that you can queue the flee faster, so you can save time on your random battles, which sounds really good, but the alternative is in FF9, just get lucky and just don't get the encounter in the first place, which is a shame, really.
Right.
Yeah. It's always better to just not get the encounter, unfortunately. So while Tantarian is going to more often than not bring your average tighter and make you a more consistent runner overall, it sort of eliminates a portion of that ceiling a lot of the time.
And yeah, to kind of branch off of that as well for Tantarian, there's a lot of other different routes and ways to go about this game, and I think that's really healthy and really great for a community just to say, hey, I'm gonna run this route and like Disc 3 Tant or the Bloodsword, or Knight or whatever. Yeah, like there's a lot of viable ways to play this game, and I think it's like a lot of fun. And just route a whole route out yourself is a lot of fun. So it's a lot of fun just bouncing off ideas and trying to pick apart like what other people are thinking.
Do we still take Tantarian in Disc 3? The current routes that have got the higher times on the leaderboard don't do Tantarian at all, no. But I know a large portion of the French community that run this game really, really enjoy Disc 3 Tantarian.
It's still pretty good.
Yeah, Mashi recently put up a really, really comprehensive set of notes on a route that does do Disc 3 Tantarian, and they're very good notes, actually. You probably will need to know how to run the game. It won't tell you where to go and things like that, but it will tell you how to perform all of the routing options. And he does, and they take care of Disc 3 Tantarian. I believe, I don't know, it's Misuto. Is Misuto's Japanese world record a Tantarian route? Or is it just Knight? Do you know?
I don't think so. I think his route was like a modified Petro's route. I don't think he did.
Right.
It's been a while since I've
I think he still uses Knight, but I'm not sure if he got Tantarian too.
Okay. Yeah, it might have been like a Knight Petro hybrid or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like FF9 has sort of moved towards it's evolved into a game where you if you want to, you can just run the game. Like let me preface it by saying this: you can just run the game, but the really, really competitive times now, they rely heavily on really good RNG, just to bail them out of a lot of scenarios. There are things that you can do. If a boss does this, if a boss does that, if you don't get this, if you don't get that, then you save loads of time, and that's what a lot of the really good runs look like now, unfortunately. But likewise, one of the good things is that if you want to learn, you can always learn the game on a different route, and then pivot later if you're really enjoying it, or if you just want to have a go.
Was that a Beatrix 3 fight where Steiner did not die?
It's pretty crazy, huh?
Seems like anytime I watch a Beatrix 3, it's just Steiner just dies. Oh yeah, there we go. There's a
good night, Gordon.
Good night. But I was gonna have a point. Can't remember what I was gonna say. But yeah, Beatrix 3. We're just gonna try and burst her down. We have Steiner with the Ice Brand, which. It's going to output Steiner's damage quite heavily. Like, he's going to be doing almost 2k, which everyone else is barely even scratching that fourth digit, so...
Yeah. It's that new Ice Brand we just got for him. In the screen that they're about to go to, they passed through it twice a moment ago. The one with the revolving bridge thing. There's a couple chests at the top there, which we've looted now. One of them is a chest, and the other one is an Ice Brand. And yeah, the Ice Brand boosts Steiner's damage absurdly. Yeah, it's a big buff. It's a shame that he's gone. It's a shame that he's no longer there.
Not until disc 3, yeah. Well, a couple more fights, but then yeah.
In fact, he's still making it work at the start of disc 3, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's still knocking Mastodons out of the park with it.
Yeah, something that's always kind of maybe not bothered me, but it's just like, why would they do this? But this is supposedly like an escape route for Queen Braun, right? Like, why would they have like this obstacle course of this thing spinning around, like this little bridge spinning around when you need to like make an escape? Like,
Braun's a big fan of Wipeout and Extreme Ninja and all that.
Yeah. Alexandrian Warrior.
Puppy fights. Please don't lick me.
Yeah, the puppies, old puppies.
Oh, we're rolling the dice. Oh, and we're rewarded. Come on, Mello.
Yeah, so these puppies are pretty dangerous, and the reason why we saved before Beatrix 3 was not because of Beatrix 3. It's these little puppos. There's a very scary fight involving Freya and Beatrix only, and then 2 doggos, where they can just wipe you. There's nothing you can do about it.
How close are we coming to needing that Kinna name?
Oh man, still like 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay. Just a reminder, you can get your donations in, and we still have those 3 characters to name. The next one being named is Kina, or Kinna, or however you want to pronounce it. It's approximately 30 minutes, so I'll probably close it in about 20 minutes. So if you want to change that, currently Ketchi is winning. So get your donations in.
So this sequence here is called Castle Escape. There's a bunch of forced encounters, which plays a lot like the encounters in Clara, where we are just trying to deal with them as quickly as possible. Primary damage dealers are everyone except for Dagger. We kind of want her to survive. Experience at this point in the game is whatever. We want Dagger to get some experience so that she is able to, well, I don't know, not just die in Hilgigas, I suppose, but
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
really matter.
Yeah.
She's kind of expendable. She doesn't really do much at this point. We use her to heal people up and try and save some consumables.
And also, okay.
No, go.
I was just gonna say, so she also soaks up experience just to not make everyone else over leveled, because we still want to try and treasure those level ups with the gear to try and make sure we get the most out of our strength bonuses and whatnot for later on when we have better gear. But either way,
We also don't want Zidane to exceed, do we?
no, yes.
There is my second favorite part of the run is coming up in a little while, and one of the conditions for that to occur is Zidane needs to not be level 14 or above.
Right. Yeah.
He'll never stay at level 12. He'll hit 13 at some point during these fights, pretty much guaranteed. But ideally he doesn't go above it, because if at level 13 in this route, I'm not sure if it's always the case. I'm assuming it's not. I'm assuming it's got quite a lot to do with the gear that we're wearing. But if he's level 13, then his health is 617 exactly, which means that it ends in 7, which means we gain access to the best ability.
You like RNG? You like gambling?
Yeah, I love it. I just want to put more gambling in my gambling. That was a nice. Well, it's a shame about the Popo getting in front there. But that was a good fight. Good fight. So our gear is our team is geared up to deal with these encounters in a number of different ways, which we can piece different pieces together. A little heal here just to make sure that we don't go down. And Mel's going into the final fight with this team. leaving Dagger out of it. We don't need her anyway. We can pick her up later.
Yeah. She's fine. She's taking a little nap. So now we're coming to the scary fight with the double dogs versus
Indeed.
Freya and Beatrix. So hope for the best. Hope we don't see any sleepies.
Yeah. So the lick ability is single target sleep, and we need Beatrix to just get Clim Hazard off as soon as possible. Ah, that's scary, ATV, that. Okay, the rush is good, and we're on.
Okay,
Huge.
yeah, all right, nice.
That was very fortunate.
Yeah, very slow dog.
Yeah. If Beatrix gets slept, then you have to make a decision really quickly because, well, they can just start bullying you. Once again, spells don't wake you up, and thunder hits really hard here. So if they start casting on Beatrix, she can go down really quickly. You can do certain things like jumping with Freya to force them to target Beatrix, and hopefully they'll use another rush or something like that to wake her up, and yada yada. But there's nothing that's guaranteed to get you out of it.
Yeah, there's no clear cut. This is what you should do in that situation. You kind of have to just play it by ear and just go with your gut and things.
Oh, good ATB from
there we go.
Very
Nice.
nice.
Good.
When Steiner gets involved, though, it's a bit more reliable.
Yeah.
So
That's
you're
great.
actually fine for AP here. Freya is a bit of a shame if she goes down, but it can be backed up really easily. Okay, nice. Another thing is that the Freya's experience and her level is routed quite precisely as well when we're doing the Clara invasion, so that she hits a certain threshold in the final fight, because Beatrix's level is actually tied to Freya's level. So if Freya hits a certain level, then Beatrix is also going to be a certain level, and if that's the case, then Beatrix will have enough MP to be able to cast Clim Hazard twice, which is exactly what we need.
Exactly.
So-
Part two, yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of these little things that kind of just about add up.
Yeah, we'll make sure we revive and
Oh,
revive and
there's
heal.
sleepy Beatrix over there. But we're just going to send the rest of our party in. Now that we've
Yeah.
got 3 members alive, we can kind of just go for it.
Just chop away. Yep.
Yep. It's a bit slower, but we are alive.
Mhm.
Sleepy Beatrix.
Yeah. Another
One
route.
of the, Oh, in the other routes you were saying, yeah, with the what is it called? The lance.
Yeah, we'd have the Freya's level 1 staff or what, or not staff. What is it? It's just a spear. I can't remember.
Javelin.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, javelin. She has the javelin, which does very little damage because they end up learning Dragon Killer on the MPU route. But as mentioned way earlier, we just hang on to the barbet and just equip it whenever we need it for exactly one fight.
Yep. But yeah, we don't have the javelin on here. Instead, so the sacrifice, FF9 routing is all about sacrifice, and so if I want to do this, but that means I can't do this, and then you have to personally weigh up: I want to do that? Is it worth it? Do I want to take that risk? Do I want that time saved? Do I want to take that time loss? There's a lot of questions you need to ask yourself when you create a route or run a route or anything like that. Yeah. And then that's one of the reasons why it's so interesting. It's one of the reasons why there is arguably no completely optimal route, because you don't know what was going to happen during your run.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, the most modern route takes the most risks, so it has the most variance, which is the route that we're seeing today, which is the Petro route. It is designed to world record. It is reset heavy. And it says I am going to get good RNG, and if I don't, then that's fine. I'll just try again.
Yep. Try again tomorrow.
Yep. And eventually it works. Eventually, it takes a while, but it probably get there. So this route is nice and simple. We just don't want to see any ultrasound waves. 2 Blazzaras followed up by a Zidane attack. The counter mechanic in this fight is that if you deal it physical damage, it curls up. When it's curled up, if you hit it with another physical attack, then it will counter with Earthshake.
Yeah, something like Earthshake or Fury the Earth or something. It's some weird Earth spell, but yeah.
It's an Earthquake style attack, AoE
Yeah.
Earth damage, which does quite a lot of damage to you. It's got a very good chance of knocking your party out, so make sure that doesn't happen. As long as Vivi doesn't low roll, you take it out pretty quick, and that 1400 is a big one. Bonk.
Doink. Something else they can check for here is see if they have Flea learned.
Yeah.
By popping a skill menu while Zidane's waiting for Vivi to cast Lazara. So you can just pop in and see if you have Flea. Because for the upcoming dungeon, it's very, very short, but we want to equip the dagger if we don't have a Flea learned yet. Otherwise, we could just truck on and not equip it.
That's right, yeah. We usually at this point, our Flea is so close to being learnt. If it isn't learnt, but it usually depends on how much you've killed at the start of disc 1. If you take on a lot of extra encounters there and you kill them then, and I believe also in Clara, if you kill a lot of things in Clara as well, that can also offset it and give you enough AP because of the gear that we have equipped there as well. But it's not common. It is common to not have Flea learnt and have to just pop the dagger on. Yeah, so we've got a little bit of downtime here, a bit more dialogue before we move on. We'll have a little bit of traversal and some screens to come up before we enter the next dungeon. And just before that dungeon, that's when we're going to be naming Quina, so that's probably going to be, I want to say, in about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Quina's name's going to be coming up.
Okay, well, I have one donation to read.
Yeah.
Okay, we have $10 donated by Anonymous that says supporting mental health. Heck yes. Also, such a close and amazing run. Can't wait to see how this Final Fantasy race ends. Thank you so much, Anonymous. And they didn't donate towards Kina, but they did donate towards Amaranth, which I know is later in the run, and currently Sephiroth is now in the lead for that name. So the donation incentive for naming Kina is going to close here in just a couple minutes. So currently Ketchi is in the lead with $14.27. If you want Kina to instead be named Ferris, Boko, or Lila, get your donations in quick.
It's going to be interesting how we're going to name some of these characters, because there's a 7-character limit, so...
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, yeah. We'll try and wing it. Kate sit. Cat sit. But anyway, so yeah, we wrap up that Ralvu Part 2, and we're on our way to Pinnacle Rocks, which is a very small dungeon. There's like a little mini game you can do with the old man here to kind of piece together this puzzle of this tale he tells you, or you can just run to the end and say, I don't care, and just move on. Just tell him I don't want your prize. Which is only just a Peridot, or a Perido, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but and that teaches you the Rama summon, but all of Dagger's summons are pretty useless because they're all damage, and she's just not geared up, and the summons take way too long, so we just don't want to cast with her.
Call it a parrot. Don't get stuck in my inventory, please.
Exactly.
Yeah, I believe it's the story of Final Fantasy II that he tells you.
Right, yeah.
Or something. It is also a Final Fantasy II reference. Yeah, there you go. I haven't played 2, and I also haven't read Rami's bloody story.
You haven't read the story yet?
No, I think I read it when I was a kid, but I was like, all right, I'm good. He's like, would you like to know more? No.
Nope.
I'm good. Mel splitting this screen to reset her danger. Very nice. So if you're tight around these corners, you can skip a final check as long as you talk to him from far away. Never mind, it doesn't matter. We are playing Final Fantasy IX. Need I remind you?
Ooh, no little scorpions.
Yeah, so the mobs in this area are actually quite low level, so you can flee. I believe you can come here early If you leave Limblum on foot the first time you go there in Discord, you can actually come here then, which explains why they're so weak here.
Yeah. You can only, I think there's only the ending screen where there's the long pathway to the 2 chests. That's the only part you can access. I'm not sure if there's any hostile enemies in there, but...
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think you can only access this Pinnacle Rocks here at this point in the game as part of the story.
Yeah. I just know that it's right next to Limblum, so it makes sense that you could just walk over, but yeah.
Yep.
Maybe it's just using the same mobs, but yeah, I know that the mobs here are definitely a lot weaker than you.
Oh yeah, they're super weak. But yeah, we're gonna see some pretty good popcorn movies here. We got 2 back-to-back FMVs that are pretty hefty in length, and it's a good break for turbo users where they can just kind of enter this screen, just turn it on, go walk away for like 5 minutes or something, and come back.
Yeah, so the assault on Limblum happens during all this. Man, this is one of the parts where you have to drink during the drinking game, isn't it?
Oh,
when one of the places get blown up.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about the VV trips.
Oh, there's also oh my goodness, there's one there, isn't it? Bonk. Need one of them little slide whistles. Whoop.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a drinking game whenever you speedrun of F9 for some people, where every time VV trips, you take a drink or whatever. It just happens. So it happens way more than you think.
Oh yeah. I got the action replay on the left then. Yeah, we absolutely don't take the time to get the Paradox. You get Paradox at the end of this too anyway, and in FF7 you can actually use like summon materia to give you extra attributes and things like that, but in this game summons are pretty much moot. In fact, though, in this route we do actually use one of the summons. It is actually really useful.
Yep.
And it's simply Carbuncle with Ico because it casts Reflect All on your party, which is really good at certain points in particular. And you will definitely be seeing a chunk of that in about 3 hours, give or take.
Yeah, roughly 3 hours or so.
Yeah, only a couple hours away.
But yeah, that's the only summon we really bother with, because everything else, yeah, is either trying to do damage and we're not gearing up Ico or Dagger for damage dealing, so just, yeah, don't bother. Just go with the utility and do damage elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Because, yeah, they're pretty animations. They put a lot of effort in them. We're just like, nope, don't care. Hit stuff with stick.
I think my favorite animation now is Arc, because when you summon Arc, he unloads and he goes all Transformer and he gets his big cannon out, and they actually used a picture from NASA for the Arc shot, and he just shoots Florida. He just blows up Florida.
Bye, Florida. Yeah, that is an interesting mechanic where summons are actually stronger the first time you summon them, and then there's also a small chance that they get the full animation, which is a stronger version of the summon, slightly. But if they do the short animation, then it's a weaker version.
They do additional effects, aren't they? They're not just higher statted or anything. You don't just do more damage. They do something additionally, right?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I haven't really looked into the summons too much, just because it's it's just not speedrun viable. We don't really bother with it, but yeah.
But no, most of the summons, like Alt Maven said, that they scale based on how many of the gemstone that you have. At least the ones that you can stack. For example, like Ramu, and I'm assuming like Bahamut, he's a ruby, right, or something.
Bahamut's a garnet, I think.
That would make more sense. Yeah. Yeah, because Ruby is
Ruby is carbuncle. Yep.
Yeah. They're both red, I think. But yeah, we only use reflect as a method of dealing with one of the bosses, and we actually use, at least I used it in my runs. The long animation is actually used as a benefit. It's actually helpful that the animation is long when you're casting it in Desert Palace, as the way that you can flee from encounters in this game is different to other Final Fantasies. Is that basically if you hold L1 and R1, your characters will flee on the spot, which you've probably seen our runners do quite a bit. But for roughly each second that they're fleeing, the game generates what's called a flee check. And the value that it creates is dependent on your level and your opponent's level, and probably some other little bits and pieces along the way and all that sort of stuff. Essentially, if you're really powerful, then you're more likely to get a successful flee check. And it throws that against a random number, basically. And did you get it or did you not get it? And yes, you got it, and then you'll go out as soon as possible. If not, then good luck, better luck next time. But what that means is that you generate flee checks whenever it's not the opponent's turn. At least on ATV wait, which is the setting that we play this game on. So when it's on ATV wait, when your opponent's having an action, you cannot generate flee checks. But if you perform an action which takes ages, like a summon or something like that, then you're denying them turns. You're extending your own turn so that you can generate lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of flee checks and give yourself the most opportunities to escape from a battle. And the reason why that's really important in a place like Desert Palace is because you don't have access to Zidane, which means you can't cast flee, which means you are dependent on being able to quick flee out of there if you want to try and save as much time as possible. Plus, if you cast Carbuncle and you get your long animation, when we do get to the boss, we don't have to sit through the entire animation anymore because we've already seen it. And we can then take that time lost from that encounter and apply it to time saved to our boss, which is interesting.
Yep. Also want to bring up that we are on our way to Quina right now, so pretty close to naming Quina here in a second. Or in a minute or two, as we stutter step our way to Q's Marsh and catch our froggy frog.
Just one though.
Yeah, just one.
Just
frog.
one. Just one.
No more.
Yep. We're not spoiling our Quina. So a little bit of a save out here because going in. Unfortunately, there aren't any save points inside before the next boss fight. And then, to be honest, I mean, this boss, she can be pretty dangerous. She can get you.
She can, yeah. She decides she will.
But there are certain strategies that you can take care of to kind of mitigate that quite a lot, which I'm certain that our runners will be doing.
Oh,
that's
a marsh
shame.
encounter.
But because there's no save point inside, if you wanted to do all the dialogue and then save it, you'd have to come back out and then go back in, and you're more likely to see encounters than you are to actually get killed by the boss. Don't forget, Lani does heal you, so you don't need to top up after this.
So before Lani, we do have somewhat of a boss encounter, but not really an encounter of a mechanical little wheel thing. Oh, I guess we have yeah, I guess. Oh, yeah, we have Quina's name, which is Kate Sith. Good luck trying to fit that in however you can.
Figured, yeah, Cat Sith.
Yeah,
It's
Cat
probably
Sith, I
the
guess.
best way to spell it.
Cat
Yeah.
Sith. There we go. There we go. Got our Cat Sith ready.
I can hear his theme now.
Bam, 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 do-do-do. But yeah, so we get Quina. They are our blue mage of the party. Unfortunately for this route, we don't really use them too much. There are a couple scripted fights, not scripted, but a couple force fights where we have to use them. But they're mostly just going to be there for support.
I will politely remind our runners that if they do get into a night fight, they do have access to Insomniac on Earth Guardian without changing anything.
Ooh, there you go.
And you can apply it. And it doesn't cost you time.
Yeah. It does put Quinna to sleep, though, right?
Nope, because they can both get Insomniac.
Oh, they both take Insomniac? Oh, because of the Gaia gear. That's right.
They're both wearing Gaia gear, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I'll tell you exactly when you turn it on as well, because I've been here. It's when you do your post arc menu, you put it on Quinna, and then when you're doing your post Ibsen's menu, instead of counter, Insomniac, and then it automatically comes back off as well when you remove it. So it technically saves an input later on.
Ooh.
How do you damage that A-bomb? It is a basic attack from Zidane. And bats are AoE Blazara. I don't know what the thresholds are, though. I just know.
Yeah, I don't either.
That's what
I haven't bothered with knights for like years now.
But the best bit is that when you're eating, you can hold flee, and if there's another A-bomb, then you can get flee checks off of the eat, and you can potentially get out, which is
yeah,
great.
that is pretty nice. Unlike FF7, where if you try to learn enemy skill, you flee and you don't learn it.
Rubbish.
I know. But yeah, we do have the Armadillo hand little boss encounter thingy where we just need to avoid these little swinging sides and try not to get bumped into them. If we do bump into them, it might trigger the Armadillo hand fight, which is 100% guaranteed a back attack. Even if you have alert equipped, you'll still get a back attack. And he does stuff like level 5 death and a bunch of other long animations and spells. He's just annoying.
Here you go. 576 for bats, 660 for A-bombs. No pressure. No pressure at all.
And are we coming up on naming Aiko in like 30 minutes or so?
It's
Or a little bit longer?
A little bit, maybe like 45, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit longer.
So, just that reminder then, we still have 2 more characters to be named. And currently Aiko is being named Selfie for $7.77. But if you want the name to be something else, Kryl is close behind at $5. And then Porum, Yuffie, and Realm are currently at $0. But that's very easy to change if you type !donate in chat.
Oh, now Sal's giving us different numbers and it's adding confusion to the mix. Unfortunate. Right, Lani, this is my second favorite part of the run. Welcome.
It's Final Fantasy 9.
It's brilliant. There are a lot of layers to this fight. I don't really think we're going to be seeing any of them though, because they are more RTA, like I'm trying to go really fast strategies. Yeah. So we're probably just going to be seeing alternating attacks between Zidane and Vivi. So 3 Zidane attacks and 2 Vivi Blazaras is going to be enough to defeat Lani. But we might see some lucky 7s if ATBs and
I think Mel's gonna go for it, but
bravery permits. Oh, these ATBs! Oh, lucky 7!
Aymart's going for it too.
Aymart is going for it.
Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get lucky? Lucky 7. Oh. There he got it. Oh my God.
Let's go, dude.
Lucky 7.
Goodbye.
Nice. Oh. So to recover what Lucky 7 does, so if Zidane's HP ends in 7, so the singles digit where it's currently the 5 and the 275, if that is 7 and you cast Lucky 7s, you have a 1 in 4 chance of doing 777, 777, or 7,777 damage, which will just straight up one-shot Lani here if you get that 25% roll. However, if you try to cast it where you don't have a 7 ending in the singles place, then it just does one single damage. One damage. And then with that, yeah, Ayymart gets a very chunky lead here from getting that 7777.
Yeah, it saves about a minute if you hit it off the bat like that. There are a bunch of different strategies and all this sort of stuff to like back it up and like mitigate as much RNG as possible and whatnot, but they're all really specific and tricky and finicky and require a lot of practice and things like that. But that's part of the reason why I enjoy this fight so much, is because it's quite an interactive fight. There's quite a lot of things that you can pay attention to, and there aren't that many opportunities to kind of I want to say style on people, but like kind of like really play with the fight and actually like really get involved with it. And Lani is like one of them. And I really enjoy the fight because of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, and there's so much to describe about what's going on ifs, ands, or buts that are going on behind the scenes for Lani, and it's just not enough to explain in this given time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's basically just try and burst her down before she ends up getting angry and starts counterattacking basically everything you do. So, but yeah, they're able to make it through and just try to go through Fossil Room.
Yeah, so you're probably noticing that people are playing cards right now, but I promise that's not a mistake. So you can actually use cards as a way of resetting your danger value. So by playing cards with, I don't know his name actually, with that poor man, he's been waiting
Minor, yeah.
years for someone to come play cards with, and you finally turned up. He's like, wow, a friend, finally. And then he sits down, he pulls the board out, he shuffles his deck, gets the binder out, he wants to know if you got any trades, gets the dice out, ready to go. All right, heads or tails, all that sort of stuff. And you sit down, you go to take your cards out your back pocket, and you're like, nah.
Never mind.
And you just run away.
Just leave him in the dust.
You just leave him.
Down here, just trying to find some solace of entertainment. You come along, give him promise, and just leave him behind.
See you later.
But yeah, there's quite a lot of interesting little characters in the Fossil Room, like these little grimacing little feather circles and things. But
yeah.
There's also abominations, which are these little squid-like little things that cast silence and whatever. But also, yeah, there's a status effect that I think Vivi just got hit with on, Aymart's stream, which is Trouble, which we can go to eventually, but it's a unique status effect that's only in Final Fantasy IX. It's not, they didn't bring it back for any others, as far as I can tell or know. But so whenever somebody is troubled and they're targeted by a single target physical attack, that damage they take is then, I believe, split. No,
it's Blizzara all to eat them. No.
Oh, Blizzara all. No.
No.
But well,
back rows are down an attack. No, you should probably just leave. You should probably leave.
It's just gonna kill.
Oh, eat! Let's go, low roll. Let's go.
Night. Oh,
yeah. You know what? When you defeat Earth Guardian and he doesn't get to take Quinner out once, then and you overtake Ayymart because of it, that's how you know.
That's the magic. That's FF9 magic.
Mm-hmm.
And Ayymart often pick up the Stiltskin package for some backup money and gil and remedies and whatnot. Nice little marathon safety thing. It's got a nice little care package. It's I can't remember how much it costs now. It's probably like 3 for 3 or 4 for 4 gil or something. But you get quite a little bit of a deal there. Oh, interesting. So Trouble, if you heal someone, it does damage to them? That's bizarre. It's so weird. It does 20%, okay. Yeah, I knew it was scaled, but I didn't know how much it was. Yeah, a single target attack on a troubled character spreads that damage to everyone, and it can be pretty nasty if you keep it lingering, especially in Disc 3. So we see Ayymart here wandering around the vines in a very specific pattern, because as you just saw as he left, if you get too close or too far away from the faces, they shoot the little water and shoot you down into a little pool. But we need to hit that last switch, that last lever, before we make our way to the exit of Fossil Rue. And one more for the road for Ayymart before we head out. Looks like Mel's on her way too. After she has Night in tow. Oh, Ayymart has an option for Night as well. Is he gonna do it? He is. He's gonna try and go for it.
Nice.
598. I think it needs a little bit more. Oh, I got the quick flee. Like, nah. Gave it a shot and said, not worth it. I'm on my way out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how well geared we are necessarily for learning Night here. It can happen. I don't know how likely you are to like miss the roll in the regular Night route, or how much it's done differently there either. So you may have just noticed that Ayymart kind of just legged it across the world map a little bit there. And that is that on Final Fantasy 9, when the text of the continent, which only appears the first time you arrive there, is on the screen, you can't get encounters. Your danger does not increase. So while that's on the screen, you can just gun it. You can go. You gotta be quick. But you won't quite get, you never make it all the way, but you can get halfway. You only got to stutter the rest of it. And we'll go on to these chocolate tracks here. Do a little arrange so that we can do a little sell later on. And that's going to take us to Conde PD before we can start a bunch more story triggers.
Yep. Gonna make our way to the little... they're not goblins, right? They're... What are they? They're...
What do you mean they're not? They're people.
Oh, they're dwarves.
What's wrong with you?
Sorry, I was like, I can't remember what kind of race.
They're little people. How dare you?
I was like, kind of feel like I was like, it's like no, not dwarves, no, or not dwarves. It's no, not goblins, not ogres. Rally ho!
Rally ho!
My mind was blanking. I haven't. Still working on my second cup of coffee.
They speak like the kind of people that live in the north of England. Yeah, that's the kind of accent they definitely have.
Ah, yeah. I didn't.
Yeah, didn't he?
Didn't he?
Aye.
Rally ho!
Can't believe you didn't pet the dog, Ayymart. What the heck? What the heck?
Yeah, we make sure we pick up this diamond here. It's pretty key for all the way through the rest of the game. We're going to be having that equipped on Steiner. I think also Freya also gets it at some point, but
yes, she does. She is the diamond girl when it comes to Tarka.
Okay.
She's got a diamond helm, diamond gloves, and the diamond on. Yes,
that's right. Yeah,
that's how I remembered that menu.
Yeah, diamond.
It's diamond girl.
But yeah, it doesn't offer any stat ability or stat increases, but it has really key abilities that's really good for defense, body temp, and distract, which are very important to have.
Oh yeah, really, really powerful. Distract straight up halves. Oh, let's go mellow. Pet the dog. Good boy.
Gotta pet the dog.
Increases reduces your opponent's physical accuracy to that target with it equipped. Cliff fall. Give it a nice little. I think it's a bit further along.
It's further up. Yeah.
This next corner.
Next one.
This next. That's it.
Back there. No, back.
Yeah.
back there.
No.
Yeah, just
It's a dumb skip. It's a real dumb skip.
But this is the recently discovered skip that some Japanese runners actually found.
It was when I learned about it, I couldn't believe it. There was he hit it in the relay, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there was last year there was a relay, a Final Fantasy relay, and the Japanese runner came to me afterwards. It's like, did you see it? I hit cliff fall. I was like, what on earth is cliff fall? Come on, Mel. Come on, Mel.
Get it?
Please. No.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Do it.
And I was like, what's cliff fall? And they were like, oh, just after Conde PT on the way to Black Mage Village, you just fall down the cliff. I'm like, excuse me?
Yeah.
And they sent me this clip, and I was like, what the heck?
Yeah,
it was Wisteria.
it's so cool. Yeah, because it's just like this game hasn't really changed to like I guess in that sense of glitches and skips and stuff like that. So seeing something like that happen just out of nowhere, and it's just like, oh hey, there's this kind of really
And that was the thing as well. He seemed to think, oh yeah, we've known about this for a while. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah.
What? Hold the phone.
You never told us. Oh, that changed quickly. Nice.
Yeah, hats off to the runners for giving it a go. It's a shame, but it is. I mean, I remember when I learned about it, I think I tried for about 45 minutes before I even got it to work once. It's it's a very very weird exploit.
Yeah, I've practiced it quite a bit, and I tried to do some more science behind it, and it's got something funky with it that's just unreliable right now. We need to do way more research and trying to figure out positioning of the chocobo and height level and subpixel stuff, because the chocobo won't be on the exact same.
The chocobo is where you leave it, isn't it? So if you,
Yeah.
one of the I know that Pete Swanson spent about 2 days looking for a setup for it, and he actually found something, but it wasn't before then he realized that the setup was dependent on where his chocobo was during that save state.
Yeah.
Which was a bit of a shame.
And yeah, it was Wisteria's FF9 community race that we first had any knowledge of it.
Mm-hmm. No, so we've got a few menus and stuff coming up here, but one of the things that's interesting to note is that the current route doesn't actually do anything new, is the funny thing. The route itself technically is new, but it's actually a compilation of a bunch of strategies that have been explored and utilized in older routes, which is what makes it quite funny. The Bomb was the previous world record holder that pioneered it and developed it alongside Petro, who was the kind of the brains behind it. Bomb was the guinea pig, putting the testing in and all that sort of stuff. They put in so much work.
Oh, yeah.
Ayymart was also assisting with the development of the route in the early days as well. And it essentially was just a compilation of strategies that they were being done and they had been phased out, because primarily they were just a little bit unreliable and a little bit, YOLO. So they decided that, no, we're not going to do these, and we're going to do these strategies because they are more consistent to get good times with. But long story short, Bomb was like, I don't want to learn Knight anymore. I'm sick of learning Knight. I've lost too many runs to not being able to learn Knight. Can we get rid of Knight, please? So Petro was like, yep, all right. And then they worked on it, and they found some new strategies which are they're quite risky. For example, casting Luna on the Nova Dragon at the start of this core, it absolutely introduces a huge amount of risk to your fight, and you can just lose your run in a heartbeat to it very quickly. And if not, then 30 seconds to a minute, whereas Knight is typically very consistent. Knight can miss, but more often than not, you don't just lose. You lose like a turn's worth of time or something like that, maybe, give or take. But you can recover quite quickly and get back into the fight and things. But ultimately, nothing quite matches, for example, in this scenario, the pace of just doing a Luna and having it go correctly, which is one of the reasons why Petro has this ceiling that is, as far as we can tell, kind of unmatched.
Yeah, if you can get pretty decent RNG and you are, on your game with your menus and your bosses, you can knock out a pretty good time in Petro route. But yeah, it just requires, as you said, just putting the time in and getting a decent RNG.
Decent is an understatement, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
Decent's a little bit of an understatement.
Pretty favorable.
No, it's unlike. So I haven't really speedrun many games overall, in my time, but FF9 is one of the ones that I've put easily the most time into, and it's interesting because I see other Final Fantasy speedruns, and for the most part, their splits are pretty samey.
Mhm.
There's rarely ever maybe 30 seconds of leeway on each split, based on like RNG and things like that. But then you look at FF9, and you can lose minutes in a single split and then make it all back up on the next.
Yep.
It really is a beast. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a huge roller coaster whenever you watch people speedrun this game.
It's one of the reasons why it's just such a brilliant watch, isn't it? Because it's just they sink so much time into it, and one of the fundamental rules of FF9 is do not get attached.
Yeah, don't get attached.
It's not the run. It's never the run until the last boss is on death's door. Yep. Really.
Until the last hit on the last boss, then don't get attached.
Then you can celebrate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really telling for a lot of FF runners to just make their way on PB pace to death guys and just wipe and go, all right, see you guys tomorrow.
Pretty much. You have to be prepared for that if you're really pushing it. Of course, you can just save. There is nothing stopping you from saving when you're...
Yeah.
And I mean, everyone saves in the beginning, and probably for the first month or two, or maybe even 3-4 months, depending on how much you play and things like that. Like, absolutely save, man. It costs you like 2 minutes, but it's better than 9 hours. Yeah.
So we are coming up on Aiko's name soon, in about a minute or two.
Oh yeah, we are.
We close that then.
All right, that was the whole wedding. Yeah, we're making our way back to Conda PD because I believe I can't remember the story reason that we need to get back through here is to, I think, just make it to the Eva tree, right? Is that what the reason is, or to go to Madain Sari? I can't remember.
I
can't remember the reason.
I think they're going to Aoife.
Okay, from the Black Mage Village.
Maybe somebody in the chat room knows more about the story than us. It might be the fact that they find Aiko, that they sort of divert to Madain Sari, but they might also be heading there. Actually, has it not got something to do with like the gemstones? That they were trying to, like, I don't know.
Oh, the Black Mage just told him where the Silver Dragon got sighted around Aoife. I see. And then they bump into Aiko and she says, "Oh, let's go to Madain Sari and we can rest there for a bit." Okay, yep.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Stop thief. Yeah, we're gonna swap out Quina here for Aiko. Quina's gonna get distracted by like a bug or something like that and runs off. We won't see them for a while. I can't remember what
an excellent character Quina is.
Yeah,
just like, all right, we need to write Quina out of the story for a little bit. Okay, what are they distracted by this time? They're brilliant. They're just brilliant.
Yeah. I think Quina's just like, ooh, yum, and just like runs off.
Oh, yum.
Yeah, Quina's a very good character. And I guess a story, so to speak. Or they're just like, oh, I go find something to eat. And then we just get Aiko here in our party. Who the name is Selfie.
Nice. Fits perfect. So Aiko is pretty good. She comes in at a really good time. I don't know if they did this intentionally, but Aoife, the next major dungeon, there's a couple of I guess you could call Hill Pass a dungeon, I suppose. It's more of just hostile screens, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, this part we're going to be navigating through a few hostile screens, but there's no boss. Well, there is, I suppose. There's Hillgiggers, right?
Yeah.
But the next major area, the Aoife tree, is littered with undead enemies and stone enemies, for that matter. So the ones that we're going to be dealing with, fortunately, Aiko is here just in time to be able to cast Life and Cura, which is going to be able to deal lots of damage to undead enemies. Encounter made. So hopefully no trolls. Oh, that's fine. I'm not sure what these things are called, actually.
Gnolls?
Gnolls? Oh yeah, gnolls. That's right.
Yeah, gnolls they're not too bad. They just have a lot of annoying little tricks up their sleeve that are frustrating, but yeah, the trolls are way worse, for sure.
Yeah. In earlier parts of the run, you can use basic attacks to generate quick flees against some monsters sometimes. It's really good in places like Vermisia and early games, but everything pretty much after you emerge from Fossil Rue, if you attack it with a basic attack, they counter you. And these ones in particular, they counter you with Vanish, which is a really slow animation, but fortunately at least doesn't attack you back. And there's a lot of that going on during the next few parts of the game. So yeah, Hillgiggers is going to be the next boss. If you handle the fight correctly, it's not too bad. It can get out of hand a little bit if you get really unlucky.
Yeah. Which we hopefully don't see, but yeah, it's pretty scripted. If we just stick to the script, it should be optimized.
Glass armlet, silk shirt, yeah. And then
there you
magic
go. Perfect.
desert boots, yeah, you got it.
That's it.
Funny story. 4th place on the leaderboard, G's, lost a minute because he optimized Aiko.
A minute? Oh, and then he had to look up the notes to see
And he
what
was
she
like,
had on.
what have I done? Help! Okay, so we're going to be using certain strategies to play around 50% again here. There is opportunity to lucky sevens, but it's not a good idea.
No.
Earthquake is a pretty good opener.
Yeah. So with the desert boots on, that has earth elemental damage, so Dagger and Aiko can survive that Earthshake, and wow, VV scraped by with just 4 HP on Aymarts. But
Yeah, I've never seen him go that low, actually. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's been a high roll.
But yeah, with the desert boots on, they should be able to survive from an earthquake and then just cure all. Top everybody off again.
Yeah, so
And-
you want to switch turn order here. Ooh, maybe don't get punished. Oh, yeah, this is fine. You can carry on now. Good night. So the reason why we're switching turn order here is because Hillgiggers is actually quite fast. His ATB is already filled way before this goes through. So we are using this turn, we're delaying the damage of this turn so that he decides to do this attack, knockdown, before his health gets put below 50%. So before he can cure his actual Curaga, we're going to be able to deal lethal damage here. It's just kind of abusing the way the ATB flows and the damage that we're dealing. So we're able to skip a Curaga. Oh no. Oh wait. Dagger.
The
Yeah.
dagger kill.
I didn't see the
Swag.
cue. I didn't see the
The
cue.
swagger kill.
Let's go. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking.
The dagger kill. Nice. Very cool. Aymart's just showing off now for his final run. What a-
Oh, Mello, what? Mello with the lucky sevens.
Oh my
I can
God.
play too.
Oh my
am
god.
After you. Where are you going, Ayymart?
She saw Lucky Sevens on Lonnie and said, I'll do one better. Lucky Sevens on Hilly.
I am not done yet, she says.
Just like that, yeah.
Yep,
So
that was a good fight.
That whole attack, Blizzara, attack. Nope. Just Lucky Sevens Blizz.
No. This ends now.
Yeah. She's in it.
All right, Mudane Sari.
Yeah, Dane
Brilliant.
Sleepy.
And Sleepy Mudane. Yeah, there's a. It's actually kind of bad for turbo runners too, because there's a lot of dialogue to mash through, but there is also a lot of little bits of movement and talking to specific people just in between them, so you can't just put your controller down and take like a nice break here, which is quite frustrating. Like this bit maybe lasts, I want to say, a minute and a half, before you got to move basically across the screen. And then you do a little bit of mashing, then you move back, and then you move back, and then you talk, and then you move back, and then you talk, and then blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare. It's a good time to think about like if you need to back anything up there and how you can manage things like that. But so far, both of our runners they're doing really good. They've got everything on track, everything's in the right place, everything's going really smooth. Yeah. No worries, no concerns, no nothing.
And we're neck and neck. Yeah, we're still. Yeah, like within 30 seconds of each other. So it's still a close race even after all this time.
Yeah, normally races are a little bit more apart by this point. And actually, we've got Tree coming up, which is probably going to switch up the lead once again, potentially, or further it still. It's I'm probably not going to see the same Aoife on both screens, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of fluctuation, a lot of randomness on both sides. So we'll see.
Yeah. From here until the end of this 3, there is a lot of opportunities for a lot of encounters, lots of checks to happen, and hopefully we don't see many. So the first story trigger is we're going to be heading left here, and this is going to trigger some dialogue with Vivi. We're going to then progress, or Palom, sorry, I apologize. Telling my dude that it's going to be all right. Don't think about it. Heading back into this screen, trigger a little ATE with Aiko. She's thinking about what to cook. That's going to allow us to then trigger a dialogue with the Moogle before we can go and pick up Dagger. And there's just a lot of this. Yeah, so it's a shame because in the speedrun, Aiko is not favored because of this. I like Aiko, man. I think she's a really cool character. She's funny. I think she's really funny.
Oh yeah, she's got some great lines.
Yeah, I reckon she's got one of the best lines. She's definitely got one of the best lines in the game, that's for sure. But yeah, she's cool. I think she's written really well. She adds like a really, really cool dynamic to the party and all that sort of stuff. It's one of the things I really like about FF9's character roster, is that they're all different enough to apply, like, you know, a nice range of character styles to the troupe. They all really do bring a completely different set of values and whatnot into the mix. And Aiko is definitely distanced enough from essentially being like Vivi's other side, isn't they're both the kids of the party, and they both are very different characters despite, you know, being similar in some ways. It's good. They do a good job.
Have a moment for me to read a couple donations?
Absolutely, yeah.
Go for it.
All right. We have $20 from, I'm sorry, Kurasalash. I hope I didn't butcher that name too much. And it says, comment, donating for Hilgegar's swag. Thank you so much. And that currently means that Amarant's name is Shadow is currently in the lead with $25 now, with Sephiroth at 10. So I know that naming Amarant is the last character we name in Final Fantasy IX, and that name choice is coming up eventually, soon, sometime.
Yeah, probably about 30 minutes. So Amarant, 45 minutes.
So currently Shadow's in the lead. If you want to change that, you can donate. And if you donate $20 or more right now, you can put in a Beatmania song request. So Beatmania is being played later today, and there's a list you can choose from. It's not any song, but you can put in a song request for that run, which is awesome. And one person did that. Shinji16 donated $25.73, said, I'm a simple human. I see awesome. I donate. Wishing spark over luck during Infinitas by donating with the Konami number. And thanks to all the staff helping run this wonderful event. Thank you so much, Shinji, and thank you everyone for all these donations. Definitely keep them coming! !Donate in chat. Let's keep watching this amazing run.
Thanks for donations.
Yeah, thanks. Yep, we're still here in Madain, just mashing through the plots, trying to work our way through all the little story triggers to clean up dinner and try and make our way out of here and over to the Aoife tree. Yeah, something that Brutal's brought up before with Aiko's role and how she's important for the run. I think that's pretty cool how pretty much everyone is utilized in some way as like almost like a star in the run. Less so than some other people like Quina, at least for this route, but Quina's still utilized pretty heavily in other night routes and things, but it's still pretty cool how all the characters have some sort of use in the run, and it's really, really interesting and fun to see.
Right, we're almost out, I think, right? It's almost done, Zoe.
Almost done. Almost
Rejoice.
out of Madain. I think Mel got a little turned around in Madain, but Aoife will equalize it.
Oh, did she forget that?
I think so, yeah.
It's so easily done.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, see you at the wall. Whoops.
I'm missing something.
Now we're heading back to the mountain path, part 2. And there's only a couple screens, but they can load you with them. They won't hesitate to.
Oh, no free hill pass for you.
Nope.
Right, not trolls, please.
No.
Uh-oh. All right, no solution, please. Uh-oh.
Oh, that ATV.
Oh, that stab.
No.
Not so bad. All right, okay, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, so the solution will, berserk a party member, and if they decide to do that in Zidane, we don't have any spare Geishal Greens to cure it, because Geishal Greens is the only way to cure Berserk, other than just straight up killing that party member and reviving them. So
the best thing to do is just to say, all right, you know what? Change of plans. We're going in.
Yeah, we're killing them.
And you hold flee, and then whoever they attack, you like, all right, Vivi, get him. And then you just send Vivi in behind him, and then you just murder him instead.
Yep.
During this part of the run, we are planning on ideally killing at least one mob on the way up or / down the tree. It's for bird killer AP amongst some other stuff. It's not entirely necessary, I don't think, as long as you didn't lose AP on something else. I don't think it's really that required. But the experience is nice and things like that. But if you kill those instead, then it kind of counts towards it, and it kind of offsets a little bit. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that you can defeat in one hit here. So the Stropers, the weird trees with the tentacles. You can throw a soft at them, which is why we bought a stack of 11 of those earlier. Softs aren't very expensive. We've got plenty of gil to spare, so we can budget for 11 to buy those quickly. Nice, give it another poke.
Just looking at the stream, and they're like within a second of each other.
Oh man, they are, aren't they?
That is so crazy.
Oh, it's because of the encounter. Mel's ahead.
Yeah.
Just.
Does the speedrun ever involve fighting any friendly monsters for AP? Unfortunately not. The AP, while would be nice, everything's routed out to not include them. I don't even know if there would be any way to benefit from it if we did run into one. And we do run away from the not run away. We want to try and hit the ragtime mouse whenever we run into them, because we don't want the quiz, we don't care, we don't need the money. And if we try and flee, we lose a decent chunk of it. A decent chunk of gil.
It's several thousand gil.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you get into a fight with Ragtime, the fastest thing to do, because you can answer the question and you can get the AP, but there might be a way that you could like sub-optimize it or something like that, but
yeah,
like because Ragtimers are so rare, it's simply not worth it.
Yeah.
Like investigating it, because there'd be a number of situations where it would happen, and then I couldn't even think of a way that you could actually make it.
No.
Like the most you could probably do is like, oh, okay, well I got my AP here, so I don't need to just equip this sword here instead now.
Right.
Potentially.
That would just require.
Yeah. Much easier just to give him a little bonk and just get on out of there.
Yeah, the Ghost of Stardust 2 would probably the only realistic one, but that stutter step is just so short anyway that I don't know. And it's the only character we'd really care about AP there is Steiner, and he's already set for Bird Killer, so you can't even really make use out of that. Yeah, we see these little Stropers. Just want to try and soft them if Zidane's ATB is not full. Just try and end the fight as quickly as possible here, because we're going to get a lot of them. There's probably going to be a lot of fluctuation.
Yeah, so we want to see Stropers, we don't want to see zombies, and we don't want to see these mushrooms.
No.
Myconids, I think they're called.
Yep.
Those are the ones that we can't really deal with. Stropers on the outside, and then when we get inside, they add Draco zombies to the mix, which Ico is able to cast Life on, which has got a 10% chance to miss, but it's pretty reliable.
Yeah,
and that will
still good.
Yeah, take them out in one hit, which is very nice. Using Phoenix Downs, on an undead enemy doesn't actually kill them. Instead, it will set their health to any number between 0 and 9, so it actually has only a 1 in 10 chance to kill them. You can follow up with pretty much anyone with a basic attack as long as it connects, and we'll kill them, so you can do that. But usually when we want to do something like that, you can usually budget to throwing an elixir, as long as you don't just keep doing it. For example, with these zombies here, you just want to flee. You don't want to spend the
they're
time
really slow.
them. Yeah,
their little wind-up animations so slow, because theoretically they can only do their turn, their action, whenever they're at the end of their idle animation. So they shake their head around and do a little scream at you. So whenever that's fully done, then they'll do their attack. So it's just really slow.
Yeah, they have a really long idle animation, don't they? So yeah, remembering to heal between whenever you take too much damage in an encounter, really.
Because just one back attack from a Stroper or something like that can be pretty devastating. I guess not a back attack, sorry. Just one Stroper getting a preempt and just sweeping and...
Yeah. Interestingly, their sweep, which is an AoE physical, hits way harder than their single target.
Yeah, it's
which
weird.
I never understood the theory, the logic behind that.
Yeah.
Surely the AoE should do a little bit less damage, but here we are.
Yeah, no idea.
They are neck and neck right now.
Oh. Yeah, look at that.
We got a race. We got a race.
All right. As we head down to the roots of the Aoife tree, or the Leafa tree, or the Tifa tree, however you want to view it.
We zoom in. Oh my goodness, we zoom in. You can see just how much time it takes to get out of an encounter. Oh my goodness. When you've got them side by side like this. Yeah, the encounter's a savage, man.
Well, Draco. Oh.
More Zambos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a one encounter downstairs. That's really rare.
That's really rare, yeah.
That was like a 5 encounter split or something?
Yeah, it's really low. Yeah, Aymart's getting a typical Aoife, which is,
1 billion encounters.
Yeah. But he also had the billion encounter Burmecia as well, so. Yeah, this encounter on the second screen, wow. That one's less likely. You also have time to flee from an FF7 encounter, an FF8 encounter, and an FF10 encounter at the same time it takes to flee from one FF9, yep. Oh, those quick flees though, from Ayymart. Holy moly.
Nice.
As we head down this little leaf elevator, down to the deeper roots of the Aoife tree.
Yeah, so a couple forced encounters here. We've got some zombies first. AoEs from Vivian. Are we using life? We're not using. Okay. You can also single target these down as well.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, all the zombies are out for Ayymart. And Aoife's out for him. Yeah, there's 2 forced encounters on the elevator. You have to kill them, you can't flee from them. It's a pack of zombies, either 2 or 3, that's random. And then also 1 Draco zombie, which we'll need to be a little bit careful with. It's not the end of the world if Zidane gets zombied, but we typically want him to get the XP experience from the Draco zombie.
Yeah.
But we can do without it. It's not that bad, but we do have the magic tag, which was what we picked up from the Stiltskin package on Mountain Path before Helgagars. We do have that one spare. You can also steal a magic tag, I believe, so if you're running low, if you actually get obliterated with zombie status, you can steal one from a Draco zombie, I think, so.
I think you can steal them from regular zombies too, but that's they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah.
But, yep. So we do those 2 forced encounters and on our way to the Soul Cage fight, which is... I guess kind of a casual, like, nightmare for some people, because they think, oh, this is a tree, fire damage will be good. But, not quite.
The fire started. Is the message it displays at the top when you cast fire, and it's all lit up. It's pretty terrifying. Ooh.
So at the bottom of this tree, before we head up to the Soul Cage fight, we're going to run behind this little wall and pick up the Brigandine, which is an armor for Zidane, which teaches us a very important ability called Ability Up, which will double all the ability points that we get from battles by 2. Or, sorry, just doubles, not doubles by 2, but doubles the ability points we get from a battle. So if we get, 10 AP from a fight, we'll end up getting 20 towards all these skills. And that's pretty key in learning a lot of these abilities on other pieces of equipment.
It's the first time we have access to ability up here. We'll get some more at the start of Disc 3. That's when everyone pretty much gains that. The ability up becomes a bit more available. But up until now, there's, I don't think, maybe through like Chocobo Hot and Cold or something, but in the speedrun, nothing else has been able to provide ability up.
Yeah. Quick question on chat. Why is there a controller icon on A stream? So in battle, you can actually, this is actually a co-op game. You can actually go to the config menu and set controller, the controller to the second controller port. So you can do a 2-player co-op game where you both control specific party members in battle. And so there's like a player 1 and player 2, whatever. But yeah, it's pretty interesting because you'd have to pass the turn between each other, and you can assign specific characters to the controller port. But Soul Cage here is pretty easy. We just want to try and get instant, or as close, or sorry, as We want to try and go as fast as possible to try and just throw an elixir on him, just instant kill. Because thankfully, Soul Cage is undead, and we can try and cast a life to kill it instantly as well. But that has a 10% chance of missing, and we get an elixir for free from a previous fight anyway, so we just toss that on there. But as for why it's showing up in the top right, so whenever we set up the config menu at the very start of the game, some runners will just hold down right, and that just triggers the custom controller options in the config menu, and that just kind of tells you that you're on custom settings. Excuse me, I thought trees were weak to fire. It actually is. Soul Cage is actually weak to fire. He just has some nasty counters. He actually does take 150% damage to fire.
And that's Aoife Dream. Well,
Yep, and that's
the first one.
Well, part 1.
Yeah, it's a relatively anticlimactic dungeon, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like this big tree with all these little different screens for encounters, a lot of nasty stuff, and then I'll just toss an elixir at the end. Bye. It's kind of similar to the FF7, the Cosmo Canyon dungeon, right? Because that dungeon's pretty notorious for being really difficult and having a lot of nasty encounters. And then the same exact boss fight, right? You just toss an elixir and just kill him.
In Cosmo Canyon, the same.
Yeah, you might not have heard of it.
I've never been there in my life.
Never been there, yeah.
So we've got another quick little menu here. We're getting ready for the next boss battle, which is coming up pretty quick. So we're going to have Ayymmart's name within 10 to 15 minutes as he's the next boss battle. We're just setting up our team so that we're mostly to them and giving some of our other teammates some stuff they're going to need in Dis 3 actually. They've pretty much done their job. When we go back through Aoife, we're pretty much doing the same strategies again. At this point, we're fully set up for all of that now. Ayymart is just a bit of a damage race where you can throw heals on yourself if you're falling behind a little bit. And hopefully, at least our ATB or our counter hits or our crits or maybe trance or something.
Yep.
We don't want to. Just as long as something goes right, basically.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Just attack when it's safe, heal when it's not. Just hope for their counters and crits, and don't miss. So as we see on Aymart's screen, we see that the mist is all being cleared away. So with the defeat of Soul Cage, who's kind of like this fog machine, little smoke mist fog machine that's at the base of Aoife, gets rid of all the mist and the mist continent and Aoife everywhere, which is kind of the source of these monsters appearing and getting enraged. But however, that's not so simple. It might cause some undesired side effects.
And all of the airships suddenly came hurtling down.
That's right. Yeah, because all the airships in Mist Continent relied on the mist to stay afloat, and now no one can fly.
It's the most metal thing about this game, isn't it? Because the mist is the souls of the deceased.
Yeah.
Isn't it unable to return to the planet?
Yeah, it's been a while, but that sounds pretty on par with Final Fantasy stuff.
Can I interrupt really quick?
Of course.
We just had a raid on the channel, pretty big size, so I want to say welcome, raiders. This is Speedrun Ragnarok 2022, and we're proud to benefit Take This this year take this as a mental health nonprofit, and their main mission is to inform the gaming community about mental health issues, provide education on different disorders and prevention techniques, and reduce the overall stigma around mental illness. You can donate in chat with !donate. You can put your money towards fun things like Beatmania song requests, or we just closed the last Final Fantasy character name, but there will be future, there will be other things that come out that you can select. And if you donate anything each day that we have for Ragnarok, you get entered into the prizes for that day. If you're interested in what those prizes might be, you can type !prizes in chat.
Yeah, welcome, Nikki and friends.
Hello, Nikki. Yeah, Nikki here's a long-time runner of Final Fantasy games, and if they're familiar with FF9. So now we see Lonnie again. However, we're not gonna fight her, as we mentioned before. We're just gonna do a little one-on-one fight with Zidane and Scarlet Hair is what he goes by. Because we don't know his real name yet. Oh, look at that trance bar. Oh, yeah. So yeah, trance is pretty helpful in this fight. Because, so those little points that Ayymart hops around to, he actually has pretty high evasion. I don't think it's a... He does have maximum evasion in some places, but with trance you're able to have 100% accuracy. So no matter where he ends up, you can just smack him and you won't miss. But normally if we don't trance, we just have to wait for him to hop into specific spots or just back into the center of the arena before we can attack him again. And there's D-trance. Unfortunate, but stay lovey.
But we are out of the fight.
Yep. Useful trance. Only one hop around. It's pretty good.
Yep. So there's an optional heal here if when you talk to the Moogle, where you can go straight in, and it's definitely advised to take the heal, not for the health, but because they also restore your mana, and because you were leveling up quite a bit through Ether, your mana is slightly lower than what it could be, and that probably makes a difference between how many extra attacks you get, and because it requires roughly 5 attacks to kill Ayymart, and then when you're doing some more forced encounters on the back end of Ether, you're going to want a little bit extra mana there as well. They're going to be robbing a little bit from you, so taking as much mana as you can is definitely preferred. But
yeah, for sure, because we do need that MP attack damage. Make it reliable. But yeah, that's a Scarlet Hair fight on Mel's end. As I was gonna call him Ayymart. As Ayymart is heading into Ayymart himself, and seeing what kind of a fight he ends up with as well. Yeah, time for Mel to take a nap. This is a pretty hefty break for Turbo. Once you enter here, or not here, but once you there's some point here where you can just let the turbo controller go for a while. and see how A does. This trance is almost full too. Of course the miss. Of course the miss. But Ayymart here has 50 speed in this boss form. 50 or 49. It's pretty good. Wait, maybe not 50. Yeah, never mind. It's 50 or 49. And double miss, holy moly. Just when you want trance and you don't get it. So yeah, that place where he's on the far right, he has a high evasion, so he won't be hit unless you have trance. There's a hit and a counter. But yeah, Ayymart here, 3 misses in a counter attack. Oh my goodness, what is this Ayymart play? Just like that, wow.
Bonk.
What a fight. And yeah, you can steal the poison knuckles from Ayymart, but he doesn't have the poison knuckles on him whenever he joins your party. So it's like, where did you drop those, bud? Did you lose them on the way up there? Like, what happened?
And interestingly, the poison knuckles have spare change on them, which is an ability that you need if you're going for Dis 3 Tantarian. That's how they open the book.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ayymart, that was such a crazy fight. It was so good.
So a little bit more dialogue. There's this 2 is about 20 minutes away from ending now, roughly. Most of it's cutscenes, to be honest. There's a little bit to take care of, but it'll be over before we really know it, and then we'll be getting onto the best part of the run, the absolute best part of the run. But we'll leave that for now. We do have one more important section to deal with. Once we leave Manasari and named Ayymart, which will be here in about 2 minutes, roughly. Maybe a little less. We're going to be heading back to Aoife one more time. Well, the second time, I suppose. It feels like we've been there many times already. Where we are going to finally meet Kuja for the first time since the end of this one. And he's going to force some forced encounters on us. Just some Mistodons. They go down without too much trouble. Sedan's equipped to deal with them in one hit. Most of the time, there is a chance that he can low roll, in which case we'll need preferably Ayymart to follow up and just do a little bit of chip damage just to finish them off. But Icos are also going to be casting life. If we have enough elixirs as well, if we got lucky with our drops, we might be able to spare an elixir or two to potentially end the fight a little bit faster if like Vivi gets really good ATB, for example. Things like that. But yeah, this is I believe this is where Dagger has quite a large reflection on her past here. She doesn't really know much about before she became a princess, but I think this is where she discovers that this is her hometown and that she's actually a summoner and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, she's getting a lot of deja vu, a lot of flashbacks, and just kind of realizing, that she once belonged here.
So yeah, this is Ayymart coming on here. So what is the incentive? Is still Shadows in the lead, so I think
I think it closed out at Shadow.
Yep, Ayymарт's name is Shadow.
All right.
Nice.
We got Shadow and Edge working side by side.
It's just a shame we haven't got Shadow's dog on the team. What's his name again? Interceptor. It probably wouldn't fit, would it?
Oh yeah.
Definitely wouldn't fit.
So yeah, after as we try to leave. Oh, that's a shadow.
Is it Shadow? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, as we try to leave, we're stopped here by Shadow, aka Ayymart, or Scarlet Hair. And he's intrigued by Zidane and wondering why he's so strong. And he also has like a bit of history with Zidane. And
Yeah, isn't it that Zidane pinned a robbery on Ayymart and got him kicked out of Treno?
yeah, I think there was a couple ATEs in Disc 3 when you're in Treno where Ayymart opens up to Freya about his history with Zidane, about how he was like a bodyguard for the auction house, and then Zidane was like, hey, it's that guy, and he like ran away and then pinned it on him, and then Ayymart got like exiled and essentially became a bounty hunter and kind of crossed paths again with Zidane.
His past caught up to him, like he wasn't gonna find out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was informed not too long ago actually that when you're in Treno, when there's that tavern where you meet up with Baku and the rest at the start of Disc 2, and there's actually posters of Ayymart on the wall there saying that he's wanted, which is brilliant.
Yeah, it's really cool to see him in the background.
So Ayymart is one of the characters in this run that will probably never ever trans.
Yeah.
It's really rare that you even see Steiner transing, but I have never ever seen Ayymart trans in a speedrun.
Yeah, like especially in a RTA PS1 setting, because his spirit is really low, which affects how fast your trance gauge fills. A higher trance means you have a higher likelihood of getting a big trance fill, but his spirit's so low, and also he's just not in that many fights because we get him so late that he never really takes chip damage to survive for the trance fills.
Do we have a moment for a couple donations?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yay! All right, we have $5 from Lavis Cloud with no comment. Thank you so much. And then Happy by 3 donates $10. Says, just stopping by while I work on learning FF8 to give some love to our FF9 runners. Whichever of the 3 games you choose, at least we can all agree that PS1 Final Fantasy equals best Final Fantasy. Thank you so much for that donation. And we did meet our milestone goals for getting the hard violence elevator action returns and saving Mad Mardigan in Willow. So we're actually just now opening up a bunch more incentives for tomorrow's run. So if you're interested in taking a look, you can always do !incentives or !donate and put in a donation towards those incentives. And if you donate $20 or more right now, you can choose a song for the Beatmania run that is later tonight. Thank you again so much for those donations. Keep them coming for Take This, which is such a great cause.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. And the gap is widening.
Yeah.
At least we got out of that one without a solution. Yeah, this split can be a real pain.
Mm-hmm. between the Aoife Part 2 encounters as well as the Mistodon crawl down the branch. Just depends on how fast those go, but and also how many extra Mistodons we get. We'll see, but looks like A is finally done with all the mountain path and encounters and on his way to Aoife Part 2.
So it's preferable that we kill one Stroper while we're in Aoife Tree, just to give Ayymart a little bit of a boost. It's not entirely necessary. It also allows him to get HP 10 learned a little bit earlier, which can streamline the menu a little bit later on. He doesn't really need the help against the next time we actually use him, which is Arc. He's pretty sturdy in Arc. He gets to be back road, and he's wearing the power vest, which is giving him lots and lots and lots of defensive power.
Yeah, Ayymart is one of those characters where early on we don't really use him here. Like, he's situational, like in kind of utility, but then we just kind of use him as a throwing machine, just throwing stuff for high damage. And then eventually in Disc 4, he's just going to be up there with the other crew, like just sitting there attacking, because he'll be able to keep up with them.
Phoenix Downs, let's get him. Delete this.
Get him.
Delete this. Bonk.
Point. That's right. He's Zidane has not tranced yet, so we might see a trance on the Mistodons. It's close, but maybe not that close. I don't know. We'll see. As Mel makes her way to the first set of Mistodon fights. Yeah, all the Mr. Dons.
Don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming.
Yeah, Aoife Tree's like, oh, you thought you were done with us, huh, Ayymart?
No.
No. You're getting more.
Ayymart told FF9 he's not running this game anymore, and it's like, right, well, I'm going to leave the sourest taste in your mouth.
Along with the name Red Gold.
So you'll never forget me.
Can I read a donation?
Yeah.
Go for it.
We have $25 from ReverV, or ReverV. It says, is this enough of a donation to turn the text boxes back to gray? Thank you so much for that donation.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a friendly war, I guess, in the FF9 community about gray text boxes versus blue text boxes.
I was tricked when I started running this game. The notes.
Oh yeah,
Mutsky. Yeah, Mutsky created the beginner guide. I think he made it in like 2019 or so. And it was the notes that I followed when I started running this game, and probably most people did as well. And in it, right at the start, he's like, do these things for your config, and then make sure you set it to blue text boxes because it's faster. I was like, all right. And then like maybe a week or two later, I go into his stream, and I'm like, so why do blue text boxes make it faster? And he's like, they just do. And I was like, okay. And then at some point after that, I asked Bomb Bomb, why did they make it blue? And he just laughed at me. He just laughed.
Yep.
Yeah.
The old Mutsky got you.
I think the primary reason why, honestly, most people when they run this game in the beginning, it takes like less than half a second to make them blue. It really doesn't take much time at all. But the
No.
thing is when you've reset to Mage Masher for 50 times in one day, you're just get me in, and you're not thinking about the color of the text boxes anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just. I think I had tried blue once, and I was just like, oh man, my eyes hurt. Like, I don't know. I use dark mode for everything, so just anything close to gray or neutral color background. It's good for my eyes.
No, I think the blue looks nicer.
Yeah.
I do think the blue looks nicer. But yeah, it's just eventually sometimes if you're bored, you're like, all right, go on then, blue, and then grey, and then blue, and then grey, and then blue, and then grey.
Are we feeling up for the day? Yeah, mix it up. Why not?
I say bring back the options from 7, where you can have like 3 different like gradients all going on at the same time. I set it to like
vomit.
oh, it's awful. I set it to bright pink on one of my practice runs, and it was just like I couldn't look at my screen anymore. I was blinded.
Yeah.
What were they thinking?
Yeah, here's the Mistodons. So yeah, they can do mist. Wow. And that does dark damage as well as has a chance to put people to sleep. So as we see on Mel's screen, we got little sleepy boys there.
Sleepy beepy.
Yep. Made it through, but yeah, it can be kind of scary where they just put your whole team to sleep and you're just like, well, can't do anything.
This this screen that Mel's running along now has its own set of physics.
Yeah.
Just for this screen. And for this screen only. If you hold down left, Zidane builds inertia quite quickly. But there is like, you know, a unique style of movement to it. You just hold down left, there's nothing else to it.
Yeah.
And just pray that you don't eat 2 Mistodon encounters. That's it. That's the screen.
They do show up on the screen to like horror movie like chase after you, but there's not really much you can do. Just hold down left and just hope for the best. There are a couple documented runs. I believe Ayymart also had this as well, where they got 0 Mistodons on the branch going down, which can screw up AP, which is annoying, but it's pretty rare.
Yeah.
You see the black mage trancing there.
He's going for it. He's having a good time.
Yeah.
It's disco time.
But yeah, with that branch, that's the end of disc 2. It's kind of bizarre where there's not really like a boss fight for this. I guess Ayymart would be the boss, but because disc 1 and disc 3 both have some pretty climactic boss fights, and disc 2 is just like, oh, you fight Ayymart and he joins you, and then you kind of go to this tree, which like story-wise, it makes sense to kind of end it here, but it's just interesting. There's not really like a boss fight. As we wrap up disc 2 and on our way to disc 3.
Disc 3 is this is where a lot of people, when they're running RTA as well, they decide whether the run qualifies, because there's a lot of story coming up in the next 30 minutes or so, or hour actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of story, and it's really good when you're just jamming and mumbling along and you're enjoying the story and whatnot. But when you're trying to get through as fast as possible, it's definitely time to bring in the interaction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it's literally just an hour until we actually get to see like another dungeon, because otherwise just story cutscenes and forced combat for a little while, and also a card tournament. But yeah, it's just a very slow crawl part of the run coming up. But
The cutscenes are cool though.
they are very cool.
They are really cool.
Yeah, it's surprising how well it still holds up for a PS1 game.
Yeah, they did good work, didn't they? It does still look pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just the cartoon aesthetic, isn't it? As well.
Yeah,
really,
the
really
style.
plays to it, trying not to be realistic. Yeah, I think they just got better as they went on, didn't they?
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely. Like even FF8 was definitely a huge step in the right direction from 7.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, we have both runners done with Disc 2 now. Just got a little bit of a story dialogue to mash through, and then we'll swap discs and pop in D3. And back to mashing again.
Back to mashing. Oh, you thought the cutscenes were done? No.
Oh, no.
I got plenty more of that. Don't you worry. Let me go get the rest of them. It is a nice time for our runners to go and, like, you know, sort their life out a little bit. Maybe make a drink, bio breaks, all that sort of stuff. Cook some dinner, have a nap.
Yeah,
They got
especially
some
with
time.
Turbo. Yeah. There's a lot of good breaks. Yeah, there is some important movement coming up, though. Particularly in between two long mashing sections. We need to
It's
make sure
important
we
because it
nail
exists.
Yes.
So, actually, I'm gonna unload a secret on you now, bestowed upon me by the great Mythic Dawn, and that is that if you turbo up and left, it will do it for you.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Then you don't even have to. You can go a long way for even further.
Yep. And 2 breaks tied in.
Yep.
Or you could get a rubber band and tie the analog stick up left, too.
Yep. You could do that too. There's some tips and tricks. You know what? This is not a bad time for our runners at all. Actually, we are pretty considerably ahead of pace right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what would you say is like a pretty standard end of Disc 2 time, around 5:0?
So I believe if you're looking at sub 9, 5:12 is kind of your cut-off point.
5:12, yeah.
So we're looking at a couple 5:16s, 5:15, 5:15s, which is only just behind. And I don't think there's 10 minutes of time lost, especially considering Disc 4 has only got 2 to 3 saves. It's gonna be the least affected.
Yeah, just one before Nova and then another before
Yeah, then Death Guys and
Kraken
DK.
or Death Guys. Yeah, because
Yeah. Even Kraken, you shouldn't need to save really.
nah,
'Cause
Kraken's fine.
you've got a pair of invincible units,
Yeah, true.
pretty much.
Freya and Steiner are pretty much untouchable.
Yeah. Disc 3. Anybody?
Disc 3.
Disc 3.
So after those events, Queen Braun sadly has passed away from the destruction, or from Bahamut's turning against her, and so the loss has affected Dagger pretty greatly. She, she just, even though she was pretty not iffy, but she was pretty distant from her mother, she still cared for her. Her adopted mother, I suppose, but she has undertaken the task of being the Queen of Alexandria, so that's her role now.
Yeah, so there's a couple things. I mean, aside from the movement and the mashing, there are a few things that we need to take care of in we're in Alexandria. In this route in particular, other routes actually they skip the synthesis we're going to do here and just go on without it. They'll have actually synthesized the power belt, which is one of the things that we're going to be making now in the synthesis shop back in Black Mage Village. But the reason why we didn't do that then is because it would end up getting stuck on Vivi during Hilgegar's and actually adding extra bits to our menu then. So rather than doing that then, we're going to do it now because we're also going to be synthesizing another weapon called the Angel Bless, which is a really cool thief sword, which is going to bring Zedan's damage up not much, but enough to make enough of a difference so that we can achieve some slightly faster kills on some random monsters coming up, as well as some bosses. And it's also going to provide us a new technique for Soul Blade. Soul Blade actually gets used a half decent amount in the speedrun sometimes, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. But yeah, just want to make sure we, as Brutal said, craft the power ball later, so we don't make sure the beefy gets, or yeah, VV gets too beefy. Doesn't want to make him work out. We need to keep him noodly and smart. Hit the books.
So how much is the incentive to make these guys do hip wall racing?
Oh, the hip hop race, it's a little too late for Mel now, unfortunately.
Oh, have you got to do it with Vivi?
Yeah, you have to do it with VV. Yep. It's the
Wow.
only time.
Is that it? Is that the only chance you can do it?
That's the only chance. Start at Disc 3 as VV. Once you talk to Blank and Marcus, it's over.
No
You lost
way.
the chance.
Savage.
Yep.
Could Zidane do jump rope?
Nope. Only VV and Ico can do jump rope. So in Disc 4, you can go to the Alexandria steeple where, you climb up that ladder with
Yeah.
VV or Ico in your party, and you can have them do jump rope there.
I want to see Steiner do jump rope.
That would be nice.
Or Amron.
Yeah, Amaranth, yeah. Yeah, I think Amaranth's the only character in the party that you never directly control. Like, you can control every character in some way, shape, or form, except for Amaranth. Either through story or through the Quina frog catching minigame or whatever. There's always some place you can control every character except Amaranth. Freya jump rope. Oh yeah, she just jumps in the sky and they just just covers like 100 jumps. Oh yeah, it's true. He walks everywhere. Amaranth walks everywhere. He doesn't run, except for one section. Yeah. Yeah, we just have a lot of mashing here, a lot of good tunes, a little chill environment. But we're gonna have some important movement here coming up soon with Ico on Mel's side.
That very important movement is right
Very.
around the corner.
Literally. So what disc are the runners on? They are currently just now starting disc 3.
I want to see Freya do jump rope. We should she just
Yeah.
go up.
Yeah, she just goes up and never comes down. Little girl's just sitting there twirling, going, "What? What?
Hey,
Yeah?"
come back. Come back.
And here she goes. Oh, honey clean. Honey clean. I think this interaction with Bach is pretty cute too, between Aiko and this thief, like leader chief. It's pretty interesting pairing.
Right? Just
But-
takes the letter. Just
Just takes the
walks
letter.
off, like, bye.
Doesn't even help her.
Strutting around like he owns the place. Look at him.
What's the maximum possible number of jumps you can do in jump rope before the counter overflows? I'm gonna say it's probably some sort of integer limit, like 65,535 or something like that, but I don't know. That's just a complete guess.
Yeah, probably. However many bytes it's stored on, right?
Right, yeah.
But I know that there's a reward for doing 1,000. Yeah, top prize is 1K.
Mhm.
That would be unfortunate if it just stops.
It stops at
199.
Pi.
2 to the power 16. What, you think it's 16 bits?
Oh, 8,388,607. Oh, wow.
Is that actually what
a lot
it
of
is?
jumps. Man, Vivi's got ups if he can make it that far.
Yeah.
I wonder if it'd be worth it to let's see if it
We'll just
cuts
macro
in
it.
skips or something. Yeah,
Get it going.
a lot of jumps.
Man, people are bringing the maths into it now. I'm not interested anymore.
Brutals checks out. I'm out. Oh, because the 0 and stays there. That's bizarre. So yeah, during this whole section, there's been like this love letter passing around type of thing going on, which is bizarre.
Ayymart did the thing.
Yeah, see, that's
He did
somewhere.
the stutter, the turbo.
Oh, he did the
stutter.
stutter. You did. Oh,
Yeah, look at him go.
nice.
Man's enjoying his break.
That's nice. Oh, he's too busy eating lunch. Yep, makes sense.
That's a good idea. That. What's for lunch? I hope it doesn't taste bad. I hope it don't taste bad.
So we're getting the ability to control Zidane again. We're gonna go see how Dagger's doing. But first, we're gonna do a little synth thing. We're gonna make sure we synth that Angel Bless and the Power Belt that we mentioned before, because we're gonna need both of those through pretty much Disc 3 and Disc 4. The Angel Bless not as much for Disc 4, but the Power Belt for sure. Grilled chicken, spinach salad, strawberries, and croutons.
That's
Yeah.
an extreme hunger. That's some good stuff. So, I would like to bring this to everyone's attention really quickly.
Okay.
No stress for the runners or anything like that, okay? No, I don't want to apply any pressure at all. But the last time, and this was only recently, that Ayymart and Mel were in a race together, they both went 3-0 in cards.
Oh,
Flawless.
that's true.
And it wasn't only those two as well. It was also ceaselessly, as it was a 3-way race.
Mm-hmm.
So I have
wins.
nothing but the utmost faith that we're going to see more 3-0s.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
I know so.
You know so. Oh, good.
I know it. I have seen the future. If you can't see the future, then this game's not for you.
That's true, yeah.
You have to know. Yeah, so just a little bit more movement for Mel. She's just doing a couple extra little pickups. Whatever you do, don't forget the lapis.
Yep. Gotta make sure you get that lapis.
Pretty useful.
Yep.
Yeah, so hidden above the fountain on the top side of it is a lapis lazuli, which I think most people think is kind of bleh. They're not really too fussed about it, but it provides accuracy plus and ability up, which I mean it's hard to define what are the most powerful abilities in this game, but they're up there, man.
They're up there. You
They're
kinda
up there.
need speedrun, yeah. You kind of need both.
They're up there. I don't know what's more important, MP attack or accuracy plus. I really couldn't say.
I know everyone's favorite segment in Runner is going to say MP attack, but because he doesn't have accuracy plus at all.
Really, no.
Yeah.
Well, it's not so bad when you can cheat, is it?
Yeah. But yeah, you kind of need that insurance of I'm not gonna miss. I don't need to have that headache, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, accuracy plus literally stops you from missing with physical attacks completely. Aside from maybe some fringe applications that I can't think of.
Distracts. So if you distract and you target somebody that has
No, accuracy plus negates that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you can
Yeah.
hit darkness.
Yep, accuracy plus negates darkness. It's so accuracy plus is. I'm pretty sure. What was it? Bright eyes is 4 crystals, and accuracy plus is 2. So there is never a need.
Why?
There's no need whatsoever if you have accuracy plus. Yeah. So accuracy plus, you'll never miss, which is very powerful. Because I believe you have. I think I actually put it into Hades the other day. It's something like a 5% chance to miss. Maybe a little greater. Maybe it's closer to 12. But there's a chance. It's not an unfavorable chance. It exists. And it's probably going to happen. Going into this war especially. Very, 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 very useful. Especially when you're trying to track damage and, decide on whether you have lethal for a turn. The last thing you need is a whiff into, I haven't got lethal anymore. But MP attack scaling your damage as much as it does is that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty dang good. So here we're continuing more of that plot thread about the love letter, which I feel like should have just been in an ATE. It's not necessarily plot relevant or important, but they decided, hey, it's going to be main story material, so.
I think it's very relevant.
Okay.
I think it's very relevant because how else are they going to put that song into it?
That's true, yeah. That's true.
I don't think it plays anywhere else during the casual run, the casual speed run, or anything like that. Very relevant.
All right, can I break in briefly? I just want to say this is the end of my shift hosting for this very awesome and long but close race. I'm going to be handing you over to Solaris for the end of the run, but definitely please don't leave, stick around, and I can't wait to see the end of this race. Thank you so much.
And thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, and thanks for that send-off. I'm Solaris. I'll be here hosting for the rest of this run, and I believe a little bit past that, but yeah, I'll be here. I'll interject once in a rare while, I suppose, and let y'all keep at it.
Yep, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, well,
yeah, of course.
So it's almost game time. Almost. We've got a few little small scenes to go, and then we'll be on our way to cards. I think Mel said that she's going to save straight away before the tournament, and then once again after the second game. Yeah. Which is very recommended in a marathon setting for this route. Another one of the concessions that we make in this route is that we don't learn Insomniac typically. We just don't interact with it at all. And the way that becomes a problem is that the next little rush of monsters that we're going to be fighting against, the Mystodons in the invasion of Alexandria, they have an ability called Mist, which is AoE sleep, basically. It's a physical attack with AoE sleep strapped to it. It's quite a small chance to actually sleep, but it does exist. Yeah. And the possibility for them to get in front and sleep both of your party members at the same time is well, it can just kill you. Yeah. It can just kill you.
It can be pretty scary. Especially if you just had like a gold split on your card tournament and you're like feeling good, feeling great, and all of a sudden you see Beatrix and Steiner asleep and you go, oh no.
Yep. It can get real messy. It's pretty rare. Yeah. But it does exist. And it's one of the reasons why it's been cut, basically, because it's like, you know what? Nah, we don't need it. And because Insomniac isn't being used for night, because normally we'd use night with certain parts of the run with Steiner in it anyway, then it becomes one of those things that you kind of want to have anyway. But since we're cutting the rest of that, we think, oh, well, we can cut it from this too. So fingers crossed that we don't have to see any resets there. But Mello has arrived in Treno for the best part of the run.
That disappearing Ayymart?
Disappearing Ayymart, my favorite part.
It's time to break out the cards, everyone. See what we get.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of Skelly Bobs, but I think it was Ayymart that got them. Not sure what drops Mel got throughout the course of that run.
I'm not sure either.
We'll see.
Just gonna make a little detour to save.
Go and pet the dog.
Yep. Yeah, everyone's getting ready for cards. Everyone's hyped. This is a pretty fun part of the run because.
Oh yeah, as a spectator, cards is a gold mine. So for those that don't know, Tetramaster has a big part of RNG, at least in the speedrun segment, because we don't play with powerful cards, and the people in this tournament also don't play with powerful cards. The variation between the power level of our cards is really, really slim, so you're not that unlikely to see some big swings. Really quickly, in a nutshell, there are 4 characters printed at the bottom of each card. The first is a number, it's the power of that card. The second is the type, which will be either P or M typically. Sometimes there might be X. X is whatever's the most favorable one in that situation. P is physical, M is magical, and then the third character is the physical defense, and the final character is the magical defense. So when you attack a card, if yours says 1M01, then you're attacking their magical stat, which is their second character. Really, really, really briefly. So the idea is, in the speedrun, we want to avoid battles.
Yeah, we don't want to fight like at all.
These are some good plays so far. Yeah, this is looking good. This is looking good. It's a risky battle. But it paid off.
Nice. And
Nice.
that's a win.
Easy win.
Nice.
One down. Give me that. Give me that card. Give me that. No, you lost. Give me that card. Give me your pocket money. Hand over your lunch money now.
Well, yeah, the idea, as Brutal's mentioned, is we really don't want to try and fight too much unless we absolutely have to, or like if we're kind of like up against the ropes and we need to rely on this fight to set up this chain reaction of the arrows comboing in our favor.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we just want to try and slap them down as fast as possible and just claim ones we can, and just hope that they don't have any answers for what we put down, which is
This is going to be interesting. This is there's 3 ways in, and we've got 1 way in. Ooh.
8 arrow Cerberus.
Okay. No, wait, no. This is wild. This is wild. Oh,
Get it there.
we'll take back. Let's go 2-0.
Time to go
I
save
love
again.
it. Take names.
And Ayymart is heading his way to as well to jump on in the pit. The
Right,
Tetra-
quick save before the final fight, and Aymart's going into round 1.
We got the Doodlebug.
Ooh, Doodlebug. These aren't bad cards at all, actually. Oh, the Swiss Army knife.
Swiss Army knife, mythical sword. Holy moly!
Yeah, just get that nymph down. That's not too hot. Okay. Oh, that's not bad at all. You can cover that up with the yes.
There you go. Block
Huge
it.
play. Huge play.
That's another skill you learn is you want to block out anything that has arrows, anything that can get claimed, anything that can combo. You want to try and deny the possibility of bad events happening to you in Tetramaster. As we see Mel heading back in for her 3rd game. Ayymart is starting up a 2nd. Let's see. Claim that corner.
Okay, nice. Yeah,
Of course they fight. Yep.
that's classic. You can. I mean, it's not favorable, but this is. No!
Ah, this is rough. Yeah.
This
So
is
now the arrows are
frustrating.
favoring. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it could be huge.
Play defensively. Hope for the best.
Nah, you kind of had to.
Rough, but
Yep,
let's see how
that was
Mel.
unfortunate.
So yeah, the Sid will only play Oglot cards, which are pretty much always just going to be that 2P10 combination where they're all physical. So they're weak against magic. So having any sort of magic cards, as you can see, Mel picked up the Mimic and a couple weird cards. So
She's tying. No,
can't do it. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ayymart looks like he's. Ooh, that's a big play actually. Can he get back in? The nymph gets to do something.
Draw again. Oh man, double draw. Well, that corner.
Oh no. Okay. Can we fight back in?
Should be, yeah, should be.
We can.
Yeah, the Oglops are really weak against magic.
Oh,
Of course.
there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do.
There's nothing.
No.
Oh, rough. Well, at least we have a safety save. And draw again for Ayymart.
No, Ayymart is just stuck in the blender.
Stuck in the draw. So, we're not going to be able to get the rebirth ring for Mel. So that's what the grand prize is if you win the last tournament, or the last round of the tournament, is a rebirth ring, which is very handy. But
could you imagine if you won a magic tournament and it's like, here's the secret to immortality?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, nice. And everyone's just playing trial decks.
Yeah,
what a world.
Some guy comes in with a starter pack.
He's like, yeah, I literally found these cards on the floor. Let's go.
So yeah, without the rebirth ring, there's ways around it in the route that we have workarounds for.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly, the most annoying part isn't really necessarily the auto life part, but the holy boost damage from the rebirth ring. So the auto life is really nice, but if we're doing a marathon safe setting, we're going to be saving anyway. It's not really going to change a whole heck of a lot. But the holy boost itself is what we're going to be wanting and looking for.
Yeah, so we're going to have to, unfortunately, substitute it with something else. And I think the biggest drawback from this is not only does it take maybe, 2 seconds at most to open the chest, but the worst part about it is it does actually add a check to that screen.
Yeah,
and the screen is already quite bad, so you're quite likely to get one. So the cool thing that Mel's doing here is that when you enter this minigame here of deciding where the Knights of Pluto go, if you select the first option and then the third option, after that, you can just mash through because the top option will then always fit the top option of the following menu. So you only actually have to make one decision and then the rest of them just fall straight into place. I've never learned who goes where or what they do.
Yep, me either.
Didn't need to.
The pattern.
Okay, this is an interesting opener. We can get in this. Don't get to play the nymph though, which kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can create an opening for it, maybe? Ah, that's unfortunate. This is rough. I mean, it's a 50-50, and it pays off.
There you go.
We can claim one. This is win.
Hey, nice. So Ayymart has the win with the rebirth ring, and he's going off to the second part, or the next part.
So why the safety save if we're not resetting to try again? So the actual danger is the section that Mel is in now. These Mastodons can hit you with AoE sleep, and it completely relinquishes all control from you, which is really dangerous, especially when you get into the section where there's forced encounters. It's not very likely to happen. It's very slim. It's probably less than a 5% chance to actually kill your run. You have a good chance to lose time, but it can sometimes be so devastating that you do just die from it. And that's the latest place that you can have a save. After that, you are on rails until you're back in Limblom after this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you won't see many people actually get killed by Mastodons. It's quite slim. Nice, clean fight. So Mel got the Misto skip. I think she got both of them, right? I didn't see the first one. I'm assuming she got the first screen as well. Quick little top up. Nice. I remember the first few times when I was coming through here because Steiner's model, when you're running around, doesn't represent what weapon he's wearing.
Oh,
Just
right.
a sword. And I was like, why has he got that sword on? And I checked the menu. I was like, am I supposed to have the ice brand on? What's going on? And I start panicking. Oh yeah, if you have the blood sword on here, they just murder you, don't they?
Yeah, because the blood sword does dark damage and they absorb dark. So, oh no, sorry, they're undead. So dark. So the blood sword will life steal.
Typically.
You, yeah. Yep. So yeah, you don't want the blood sword here at all. Otherwise, you just.
Yeah, which is why we can use life with Beatrix to kill these in one hit. So it also means that we can take all of Beatrix's very valuable and modern armor for this point in the run. So the plate mail and the yellow scarf, I believe that she's wearing. Is it yellow scarf? No, I'm not sure. The accessory that she's got on. I think it's the yellow scarf.
Yeah, I think it's a spare yellow scarf. Yeah.
Yeah. So the plate mail is the. I think it's plate mail.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plate mail is really good at this point. I can't remember what to call it.
And here's all these paradox filling our inventory.
Ayymart successfully skipped the first Mistodon, very nice. So there's a little shimmy that you can do on this screen on Ayymart here, where basically he's going to use the turbo strategy to get through it. Basically, what happens there is, I believe at least, is that the screen trigger, transition trigger, extends ever so slightly farther past the trigger to cause the Mistodon to jump down from the rooftops and fight you, which means that if you hit that trigger and then stop, then on that frame you'll trigger the screen transition to the next screen, and you won't hit the Mistodon, so then it will pull Steiner through for you. Which is why if you just run through by holding circle and down, or just run down, or even if you walk down, you'll actually hit the Mistodon trigger before you hit the screen transition, or at the same time, and it will trigger. You need to hit just the screen transition and not the Mistodon trigger.
Yep, it's like a pixel too wide or something like that. So it's like literally just like a pixel perfect kind of thing, where you just need to press down for one frame at the specific part, or use that setup on the fence that Mel did, where you aim the sword to where the specific spot of the fence, and then just hold left and you'll skip it.
Yeah, the visual cue of the sword being lined up with the cross on the fence allows you to just hold left after you line that up, and it will trigger it perfectly. It's really cool. So Mel's finished up with the second half of this part of the game now. So she's going to be maneuvering around Alexandria, and then a couple more minutes in Limbum as well, before finally she'll be granted access to the boat and freedom to tackle the rest of the game.
So after this little stretch of Mistodon fights, it's going to be a little bit more downtime before we head out. So it's like, oh, cool gameplay. Oh, never mind.
Well, I could use that moment to remind us of a couple incentives coming up, if that's okay.
Of course.
Sure. So, we have a few things going on at the moment here. For Moonlight Ghost, there's a Spirit Queen showcase. That's an incentive for $200. Ultima 2 has a Kill 1 Lord British, also set for $100. Super Mario RPG Rando, Complete the Factory. That needs $350. We've got $25 towards that. And a couple more for Ultima 2. Kill 2 Lord British, Kill 3 Lord British. Yeah, lots of stuff to donate towards. And then what are we donating for? We're here for Take This. Take This is a mental health organization here to just really take away the stigma, that, it's okay to be okay. It's okay to not be okay, excuse me. It's also okay to be okay, but it's okay to not be okay. They do AFK rooms at gaming conventions. They're pretty cool, and that's what we're donating towards. If we hit 10K end of this marathon, that sponsors an AFK room.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we have Ayymart here cleaning up the last Mistodon fight, which was signaled by the Steiner trance. And Steiner's trance is kind of underwhelming in a sense. Like early, it's fine. With the Force one, it's good, just because we know that he won't miss and he'll one-shot the Mistodons. But essentially, Steiner's trance upgrade, he doesn't get any new abilities or modified abilities. He just does 3 times more damage with his basic attack. So end game, when we're already doing quad 9, that's not really that useful. But early on, it's good, it's useful. It's just not later.
By the way, also donating. Speaking of donating today, and actually every day, did you know there's prizes? And there's technically no minimum required. So like you could put in $1, put in $1 towards a good cause, and every day there is kind of a raffle for these, and there's some pretty cool stuff. Every day there's a key for a Steam key for Monster Sanctuary from Team 17. That's a really cool game that opened the marathon this year. It's like a Metroidvania RPG-ish kind of thing I'm pretty interested in. There's like a pin from Take This. It's a hope shield, like a little plushie. Dungeons and Dragons Steam key. Looks pretty cool. And a pin from Take This. There's also like at the very end, a grand prize. There's a streamer starter pack, which is like a headset, a keyboard, microphone, and mouse. Pretty cool. And then there's also a Steam key pack from Team 17. These are Ageless, Batara, Going Under, Greek Memories of Azure, and The Night Witch. You'd get all 5 of those. And again, you enter in just for putting in even $1. So, put in for a good cause, put in towards those incentives I mentioned, and yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we just have a couple wonderful cutscenes here where they summon Alexander, the guardian Eidolon of Alexandria, to defend from Bahamut.
Bahamut.
What is the thresholds of successfully eating, including their trance cook? It is 25% of the enemy's HP for normal eat, and then cook is 50%.
Sub 50, isn't it?
Yep, sub 50% for cook, yep.
Yeah, so sub 50 and sub 25. Yeah.
Which is like, I guess it's like, I don't know. it's like not the best. It's like, oh well, cool. Yeah, trance Quina on Earth Guardian with a normal Angel Bless would be nice, but it's just not gonna happen.
Oh man. Yeah, Quina just doesn't see enough.
No.
Action.
Not enough action. Nope.
I mean, I suppose it's the spirit issue that they've got as well, isn't it?
Yeah, they have low spirit. And yeah, just their HP is so low that they die from anything. Like any ogre that looks at them the wrong way just kills them.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
They don't get any fill.
Unless you extended the arc fight so that they could
Right,
take
yeah.
damage there, keep them topped up. Make it a 10% fight.
Or from a random fossil rune counters and stuff, I don't know.
Yeah, just sit in Ruga and make a cup of tea.
There you go.
And then
Just
try and make sure you carry it all the way to...
Right, yeah. And not get Pyraga to death.
Because Quina survives double slash, actually.
Oh yeah, that's right, with the back row.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So, I'm where Mel's currently at, and where Aymart's going to be eventually. This is the last time you'd be able to fight Tantarian with this group of 4, so Zidane, Vivi, Freya, and Amarant. As soon as you hit this cutscene, Tantarian is locked away, and you can never fight them. They are gone for good. Since we cannot access the castle library after this point, they are stuck there. So it's either if you want the running shoes, you have to do it either during disc 2 with that little countdown with Steiner, or here with Amarant in disc 3.
Yep. So Limblom's coming up, which is going to have even more story for us, and I think I'm starting to enjoy the story.
Yeah.
I'm finally starting to appreciate that there's just so much time to reflect on how the run's going.
Oh yeah, for sure. Scroll through your splits, look at all the red and gold and green.
It's definitely an acquired taste, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So this is the last chance, Ayymart. Last chance to go and fight Tan. Last chance to go and show us your mean business.
Go get him. Go get him, champ.
No, unfortunately, he'd need Poison Knuckles to stand a good chance here.
Yeah, there's not really any way to reliably open the book consistently every time.
No!
Oh, he's doing it!
He's doing it, Ayymart, the crazy guy!
Oh, he's talking. Ignore.
I don't think I've ever seen you do a race where you didn't do that. You didn't at least go in that room.
At least go in it, yep. Next to tease.
Oh, he's a big tease.
No setup, just run in and fight it. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing could possibly go wrong. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the final chance that you get to fight Tantarian if you are playing the game. That's it. We've gone through the door. Tantarian is offline.
Yep. Doo-doo.
Yep, Limblom is pretty straightforward. We're just going to be pretty much pointing around, going to pick up some stuff. We've got to require some potions. There is a bit of an order to it. This is the development of the Final Fantasy IX system, by the way. Someone found that you can save 1 second in text boxes if you go in essentially the reverse order. We used to just go in a way where we'd select option one, and then finally the second option to return home, things like that to navigate Limblom. But someone found that if you go option 2, option 1, option 2 in that order, then you can essentially speak to you go to the shop last rather than in the middle, and when you get there, Zidane won't try to ask him about the potions because you've already picked them up.
Ah, yeah.
You can save Zidane thinking, which takes about a second.
Oh, that is annoying, yeah. Huh.
But the worst bit is that most runners have spent so long muscle memorying in the airships that, if then, and typically by the time you get here, you're not really thinking. You're just kind of on autopilot. There's not really anything going on here. Probably talking to your chat room or something like that. You kind of just want to make it simple. Not 1 second is mad. Nah. There is almost nothing that's worth 1 second that it works like this.
No.
So it's probably better to just go to the first option on the airship, because if you go the wrong way, it literally costs like 30 seconds. It's pretty bad.
So we went from one plot city to another plot city, and we're going to be mashing some more dialogue. Oh. But, so we need to, as Brutal's mentioned, we always need to go walk around Limblom and pick up these little potions to try and cure Sid. Because he was sick of being an Oglop and wants to become human. So, gonna hire the help of knowledgeable Mr. Dr. Tot. Try and cure him.
Help me, Mr. Tot, please.
I guess it's a little bit later because now we have to go talk to Dagger, right? I'm getting the events mixed up, but it's kind of jumbling in this little mess of
I'm trying to think. So where are we currently? So next is you go and talk to Dagger. Then it takes you back to the conference room, and then you navigate. Honestly, once you start moving around Limblom, you're most of the way through it.
Yeah. Yep.
You talk to everyone. And actually, that's a lie, because when you start moving around, there's still there's the Freya dialogue, there's the Promethean, or are they Claren dialogue in Theatre District. Whilst you're picking everything up. Yeah, there's a lot of this sort of stuff. The only saving grace this game has is that you can mash with 2 buttons. Fortunately, in FF9, X and Square both clear text boxes, which is beautiful. In
So nice.
Other PlayStation Final Fantasy games, you can only use 1 button to confirm them.
Speaking of mashing buttons and speedrunning games, we are the RPG Valks. That's for Speedrun Ragnarok 2022. That's the marathon, of course, going on right now. And yes, I promise it's 2022. I just want to let you all know that the RPG Valks, they're an inclusive group of female and femme-leading speedrunners who all love and run RPGs. Big speedrunning community here. And there's a Discord. If you'd like to join, there's an exclamation Discord to join. And really, we're open to everyone, all people, all genders. And yeah, I know a lot of these folks from the free enterprise community of all things. And yeah, just really great people.
Yeah, thanks again for bringing us on, man.
Oh yeah, of course. I personally love this run. It's just such a cozy time, especially every time I've seen it with different runners, different commentary. This is like a real fun chill time.
Yeah, Nine's got a lot of time where you can just kind of jam and just because I mean everyone likes FF9, man. Everyone loves FF9.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm always happy when longer games like this can get showcased,
Mm-hmm. No, I'm always surprised the amount of people that are passing through this category as well. We get a lot of people picking it up and stuff like that constantly. There's always new runners. So,
yeah, it's pretty active. That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. There's always people grinding this game. It's one of the, I think, one of the more popular Final Fantasy, at least from the PSX era. Like, there's a lot of people running 7 for sure, but I think it's down to for FF9 in my experience is slightly more accessible than the other runs, just because of how linear it is in the way that you progress and things like that. It's quite easy to be able to pick it up, do a run, and then try it again next time and do better. There isn't anything daft like steps that you need to stay on or anything like that. It's not like so punishing that if you do a little bit of a mistake that the game just gets you or anything. Most things are backed up like relatively easily. It's all documented really well, and we've got a really, really, really solid little community for it. And I think one of the other little stealth buffs to it as well is that there aren't that many categories, so like it's not too hard to get lost in deciding what it is you want to do. If you're playing on PlayStation, there's pretty much only really one way to play, and that's normally or with a turbo controller, and you can just pick whichever one you like. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is if there's anyone that's interested in like learning 9, we've got a cool little Discord for it and things like that, and we'd love to see some more faces giving it a go. Always.
Yeah, that's a great little plug for that. FF9's one of those games I've considered running before. I am, of course, a little intimidated by 9 hours, but
it's easy.
It seems like
easy to be intimidated. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like that kind of game, if you really like it, right? You're just kind of happy to play through it.
Yeah.
Kind of what I've been learning about speedrunning.
Yeah, I mean, the HD categories, the runs go all the way down to 2 hours and stuff. They just, what you want to cut out and how far detached from PlayStation you're willing to go. Just with the HD versions and stuff, there's like, I think the boosters category is just underneath 2 hours now or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, obviously that's like, the record for it and things like that. So
well, yeah.
Learning it is still going to be a few hours and whatnot, trying to figure out where to go, all that sort of jazz. But yeah, it's gotten more streamlined, but it is still hours. It is hours. I appreciate that it's a long time. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's part of the charm of it as well. Like some people that they want to get involved with streaming and creating a community, and like if you have the time and the capacity, then streaming something like a Final Fantasy, especially 9, is a nice way to start building yourself a community, because it gives you like a big thing to get stuck in with and whatnot. It's good like that. It's a really, really powerful game, and like I said, it's got a little cult following. They love it. Everyone, if people watch 9, they love 9, man. They love Final Fantasy 9. It's cool.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, as to the story, I think, are we on our way to Dagger now? Actually, no. I think Mel's just So Aymart's on his way to go and see Dagger, I believe, and Mel is just about to go and navigate Limland to go and find these potions. So Mel's about halfway through. So 3/4 of the way through since we've started Disc 3, which means the rest of the game. We joke about this, that this is when the game really starts. Around 6 hours in or so, this is when it starts to really test your ability and your reactions and your capacity to adapt to the run. There's a few more important pickups and stuff. Sorry.
Your sanity.
Oh, yep. Test your sanity. Oh yeah. If you know what, if you're only beginning to test your sanity here, then you're that's strength.
I lost mine in Disc 1.
Yeah, I bet that Amicia would have sent me off the edge. I'll tell you that much right now.
I had to mute my microphone. There were some choice words that I
said. Yeah, FF9 do be like that, man. It really do be like that.
Yes, it is. But I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Crickets.
I mean, it's just at that point, isn't it? Where like I think if anyone figured out how to like make it not be like that, then it would just completely flip it on its head.
It would.
It would be really interesting to see, but it would also be a shame to see it die, because you would have to be insane to run this over a manipulated version. As long as the manipulation isn't like, ridiculous. You would have to, yeah. Because this is it's summon, man. It really is summon.
Like, I know I keep saying that it's my last run, but I'll be back eventually. Like everyone always comes back.
It's just, well, the thing is once you're so established, is you've got it in the pocket now.
Yeah.
You can just, as long as you've got your notes, you can just pick it up and do a run. Like, it's not really going to change. I mean, if it does, then whoa.
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie, I've not done very much practice outside of my runs, and like I'm still able to put up good times. Like,
yep.
It's once you do it for so long, it just you don't really lose it,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you've been on it relatively frequently. Like you've done, I think, a test run last week, I've
done one run a week for the
Has it been more than that? Yeah.
Couple of weeks, or for the last like 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, for sure.
But I don't really I don't practice it outside. Like I don't know. It's tough to find time to like practice on top of like the 9-hour run, and then like also doing like everything else that I'm doing.
Yeah, it is. Plus, like you open practice, you do something. It's like, this is really easy. Why am I doing this? It doesn't feel like a problem, but yeah, it's, I don't know. If it's like slightly refreshed in your mind, then it ends up being a lot better. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Doesn't it look like Banero has a diaper on?
There's something wrong with that.
No.
Or someone's giving him a really big wedgie.
Oh my.
Walking around with a diaper.
Hey, because he's a Final Fantasy 9 speedrunner.
Can you play cards? Yeah, you can. Whoopsies.
Play cards with him, Mel.
You playing cards again?
Play cards with him, Mel. Go on, one and done.
I got my potions. You know, FF9 truly is the Hotel California, I think. You'll be back, Ayymart.
I know. Maybe after I learn like some other games.
Always good to take a break, though, right?
It really is.
Yeah.
And it's also tough.
Yeah.
It's just, it's like you mentioned, it's such a long run. Like you really start to feel it after like, you know, 7-8 hours, like even going an hour 9. It's just like, oh, it's tiring. It's a rewarding run, but it is tiring. Like I'm just wrecked day after, even like just need a day to just recharge.
Thank you, Maven. So
Yep.
Got some 14 gamers. Let's go. I'm a 14 gamer.
Oh yeah, don't mind us. In
Oh
chat,
no,
just-
no. I
We're all
am-
Final Fantasy lovers here, especially the RPG Valks. I
Yeah.
come from the FF4 community myself.
Okay. Yeah, I raid in 14 and do some like other stuff, like
Yeah,
trying to break into ultimates, but it's fun.
That's a
enjoy
tough
the
gig to
community.
break into.
It is, but it's I enjoy the challenge.
Yeah, me too. I do a little bit of raiding. It's I go on and off with Final Fantasy 14, and not to randomly plug it, but what I like about that game is that I feel like you can just step in and enjoy your time and go do stuff, and then take the break, right? That we were just talking about. Just take the break from that game, and it's just always there.
Yep.
Perhaps everything is just Hotel California.
14 is very like that. Hi, we're talking 14, so I've undeafened.
Wonderful.
I am Tara.
Natara makes good decisions. We're definitely here to talk about FF9.
Do one of my in my house on my orchestrion, I actually have the I don't know if anybody's done the dancer quest, but
I have.
The oh god, what's it called?
Villa,
when you're doing the
Flamenco.
jungle section,
Yeah.
that music.
Oh, nice.
I have that orchestrion rolling in there. I also have like the extreme because FF8, of course.
Well, the extreme. That was also my first door boss savage fight that I did while it was active content. Oh,
good.
so
Well,
good.
it's
Such a good
good.
fight. Anyways, I'm gonna leave and let you folks do 9 stuff. If you want to talk 14, Natara in chat, just saying. Okay, bye.
Yep.
Later. I'm on a boat.
I'm on a boat. You got your metronome.
Yeah, one more shout out to Final Fantasy 14, and of course Final Fantasy 9, and really every Final Fantasy community. We're all kind of share a little bit, but also separate, right? But every one of these games, like, just a lot of love, really.
Mhm. This one especially with all the callbacks.
Yeah, like callbacks to, I mean, all the way back to FF1, which Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster is tomorrow, I want to say. Yeah, tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
The other member
That's
of
going to be a fun run.
The other member of our 84922 live crew, ceaselessly is running FF2 later on in the week.
All right.
Rome's back. Hi, Rome.
Hi.
Oh yeah, that runs on Saturday. FF2 Pixel Remaster. We'll also have Final Fantasy IV that day. We'll have Mystic Quest the day before, Friday late evening. That'll be run by our community, FF4's community, Tybalt.
Nice.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Pixel Remasters seems like picked up a lot of people running the games now, just because of the accessibility of being on modern systems, not needing like older hardware or anything like that, which is great.
Yeah, I played around with FF1. It's super accessible. The auto battle and running away is kind of finicky in the Pixel Remaster games. You kind of have to like, because you want to auto battle all the time because it speeds up, and then you want to like run away and you can't run away while auto battle's going. So there's, I noticed a little finicky with that. But in the FF1, there's no, because it's turn-based, that's not really a thing. And the game is tough, but it's not like brutal like the original. I think it's just Chaos boss, the final boss of FF1. Pixel Remaster is kind of brutal, but otherwise, yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, otherwise it's a it's a pretty easy pickup, and I say that having tried it. I think I did the run like 6 times, something like that.
Gotcha.
Well documented, yeah.
I'm on a boat now.
Yeah, we're almost back to some interesting gameplay. Right now we're just still running around hitting plot triggers in FF9. Gotta sail on over to the Black Mage Village again. See what they're up to.
We talk about how good this boy is.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in for a second. Dr. Goldfire, we have a donation for $250 from Dr. Goldfire, who simply says, "Death to Lord British." Thank you so much, Dr. Goldfire.
No, thanks for your donation.
Yeah, thank you. Very generous.
Very, very generous. Yeah, as I think we briefly mentioned before, we parked the Chocobo there just so we save a Geishel Green, and also it's less distance to stutter step to it. It's just all around a better way to kind of manage the Chocobo, and that way you don't need to stutter over to the tracks to resummon it. It's just right there. But now we need to stutter over to the desert and the little sand pit. And I think the game sort of hints at you, like, you want to go to the sand pit that doesn't have any smoke in it, so I think some casual players might have missed that or tripped up on it, because you would get over here and you're like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And you just kind of hit all these little pits and all these boss fights and whatnot. Quick little save, because it's been a while. Don't want anything weird to happen in that time. Nothing too terribly scary, but better might as well just save the bank the time. So by the way, Death to Lord British, Ultima 2, that's what that incentive was for. Ultima 2 is being run tomorrow at 11 Eastern by Organ Mike, who's in chat. I've caught Organ Mike's runs a couple of times of these honestly very bad original Ultima games. The run is incredible. It's a lot of fun. I highly recommend.
Nice. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those old school RPGs, and they look a lot of fun.
Well, like those original Ultimas, I think were just a lot of like trying to figure out how to make RPGs kind of thing, but they just lead to really hilarious
Oh yeah, it's like the Wild
results
West.
when you watch.
Right, yeah. Yeah, Wild West of RPG creation, of RPG making, so it's just a lot of exploits and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our origins, really, right? These games, really precursors to modern RPGs, at least, you know, PC and console.
Oh, yeah. So now we're at the point where we have to divide our party into two. We need to pick a party that's going to Oilvert, and the other half will be trudging through Desert Palace. So we're going to be picking Freya, Quina, and Ayymart, as we're going to have both Freya and Ayymart be kind of our damage dealers along with Zidane, and then Quina's just there to support because we want Steiner for a part of the Desert Palace Valley Pier crew just to handle random encounters.
I'm probably going to be crying through Desert Palace coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, Desert Palace is
I hope so. I mean, no, please have a good Desert Palace.
Yeah, Desert.
It'll be before then, Ayymart, don't worry.
Don't worry, it'll be me.
Yeah. Yeah, Desert Palace is a notorious dungeon because it's a fairly long dungeon. It's kind of got its own annoying mobs in it, and we don't have Zidane to flee, so we're gonna have to rely on either just holding L1 and R1 and trying to quick flee as much as possible, or killing the encounter straight up. And that has variable amounts of success. So we're gonna do a quick menu here, make sure we have our team equipped with some gear that we can have for abilities and some levels, because we want to try and kill a single ogre on this screen. It's a very long screen, so we're most likely going to get an encounter, and it's pretty high odds to get an ogre encounter formation. They sometimes come in pairs. We don't really want to mess with that. They're too dangerous in pairs, so we just want to see a lonesome ogre. And there we go. And there's our good AP and XP for the team, so we can pretty much flee from anything. We can probably get another one if we want. It's not that big a deal, but we typically just want to just take that one and run, and then on our way back, we can kill another one or two.
Perfect.
Yeah, that was a really good Hildegard one. Oh, you got what you needed, and nothing else.
I got it, and I got out.
Yep. Let's see how well Oilvert treats you.
Yeah, sure looks great.
Ayymart has picked his party. Same old, same old. We're on the same route, so we're going to take Freya, Quina, Ayymart. He's going to head on through the Hildegard screen as well. And also, if you accidentally bring the wrong party member, there is no option to change it. Once you make your selection, you are stuck with them, and there is nothing you can do about it. I've seen a couple runs from speedruns in this game where they accidentally bring the wrong person, and most of the time they're just like, screw it, this wasn't that great of a time anyway. But I've seen some people continue on and actually make it work. So, which is a pretty wonderful thing about this game, is that even if you kind of make mistakes, you can kind of just play it out and see how to fix it. And that's just one way to learn and how to get more knowledge of the game. It's just learning from the mistakes. Ayymart gets double ogres. Get out of here. So these ogres can do Trouble Knife. Oh, there's the trance, but we got the flea input, so... Oh boy. You already got the flea in, so it gets the flea. But yeah, it's a good old trance animation. Yeah, these ogres can do Trouble Knife, which inflicts the trouble status, which is what we mentioned about a disc and a half ago, maybe? No, just one disc ago. But so whenever a party member is under the trouble status, whenever they're hit by a physical attack, it will disperse. It'll not disperse, but it'll do. I think the chat figured out it was 50% of the damage that they took to the rest of the party. So it's pretty devastating if the ogres want to do a trouble knife into a knife combo on a party member and just do lots of damage to your whole crew. And we have Mel here stutter stepping on the way down to the chocobo tracks. There is another set of chocobo tracks closer to Oilvert, but these tracks are closer stuttering wise, so it's just better to just stutter here than to go to the ones on the way to Oilvert. It's just faster. And you can see she stutters around the forest because forests will trigger friendly monster encounters, including the ragtime mouse, which is only found in forests. And since we have been on the world map for longer than 20 seconds, that's when friendly monsters can be encountered. And they are not affected by the stutter stepping movements. They simply just look and see if you are moving at all before it detects if it'll give you a friendly monster encounter. And we just wrap around this mountainside and head to Oilvert, while Ayymart is right behind her. Or Oilvert Castle, as a friend Steph likes to call it.
Hey, I'm gonna jump in for a second, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
There's a run coming up today. So there's a bunch of incentives up for games for tomorrow, but there's actually Beat Mania that's happening later today at 8 o'clock Eastern, and there's what is the word I'm looking for? There's song requests. Okay, I found it. I can words. So there's, when you go to donate, if you want to put it towards Beat Mania, there's a URL for a list of songs that you can choose. So you can put in a song request, basically. And there's a bunch of them open. They cap at 15 total, but there's a lot that are still open. The runner says they have final say on what difficulty that song will be played at, but you know, if you have a favorite song from Beat Mania, 2DX, I hope I'm saying that right, then yeah, that's something to put your money towards, as that is coming on later tonight.
Nice. Yeah, look, gonna have a lot of cool stuff going on throughout this whole week.
Yeah, and music games are fun. I like them.
Oh yeah. I love my rhythm games. Yeah, we're heading into Oilvert. There's a unique twist to this dungeon in that once you enter these double doors that Mel is heading up to, once you enter here, magic is off limits. So anything that's like black magic, white magic, blue magic, you cannot use. So that's why we typically don't bring any magic users here. We're bringing Quina just for support, but also, as I mentioned before, we want to have someone to deal damage to random encounters. So that's why we bring Steiner there for Desert Palace. But yeah, since we're here, it's no magic all the way through the boss. Nothing but physical attacks and whatever else we got. And Ayymart is heading his way to Oilvert now. Almost in the front door. Or I guess the outside front door, so to speak. Yeah, one quick way we can kill those epitaphs is by just tossing a soft on them. Thankfully, they don't give any experience to mess up our experience tracking, but they do still grant AP, so if you're short on some AP somewhere, or you're worried about anything, you can just toss one in there, but we don't... Oh, did you hit the switch? Okay. But, what was I saying? Yeah, the epitaphs, typically we just run away from everything. Just have Zidane flee. But, if another character is faster, we just toss a soft on him. So over on Aymart's screen, we have quite a bit of an important menu there, particularly those diamond gloves. Those diamond gloves are pretty key in disc 4, as they nullify all water damage, and that's going to be really helpful for Kraken as well as the Nova Dragon and a couple other uses. But there's a couple of abilities on them, but we are primarily wanting them for the water negation, as poor Cat Sith gets petrified. I'm gonna pick up a couple more chests here. Some of them are pretty important, like the feather boots. We're gonna need those, as well as the Gaia gear and the diamond sword, etc. There's a lot of little goodies in here that we really want to pick up. A lot of good equipment that saves. It's either not accessible through stores or just simply too good to pass up. Ooh, double ogres. Or frozen Quina. Ayymart is currently first screen to man. So many ogres. Straight up deletes Freya with the trouble knife. Thankfully, it didn't give her trouble status. So the only way to cure trouble, it does persist after battle, is to use an anointment, a consumable item. You get one for free after you beat Antlion, so we still have that one. But we don't really buy any extras from the shop outside. We just kind of roll without trouble, because the boss doesn't have any single target physical spells or anything that would be considered like anything that would trigger the trouble status, so we just kind of roll it through Arc. We're not scared about that. It's mainly just any of the ogres that we run into again.
It's worth noting that you do actually get a free heal after Arc, so if you are troubled into Arc, then you're actually not troubled coming out of it, which is pretty nice.
Pretty nice. They do offer a lot of free heals in this game, which is pretty nice. It's just kind of not clear and very sporadic on when they do it.
Yeah, you can never be too sure.
Mm-hmm.
So Oilvert's been doing Oilvert things, I see.
Yep.
Nice. Wouldn't be a good old FF race if there wasn't some Oilverting happening.
Yep. Mel did have a pretty good Hildegard one. She got one single encounter for one single ogre, killed it quickly, and that was the only encounter she got on that screen. So
Check out
one
PS2.
hot single ogre, just for
that's
me.
right. In your area.
Dude, these ogres are out for blood, though.
I know. There's a ton now in Oilvert.
Come on, Ayymart. Show those ogres who's boss.
You saw what you did to their friend, and they're not having any of it.
Yeah. A lot of epitaphs too, man. Yeah, Oilbert usually doesn't really bully with encounters too much until it just starts laying them on you. Then it's just like, alright, throw them all at you. Like, I don't know, this is pretty high number of Oilbert encounters, I'd say.
Yeah, usually between Hildegard 1 and 2, 1 and Oilvert, you're usually looking at like a 3 is like 3 encounters for all of it is like a good Oilvert, right?
Yep. Yeah, to craft the rebirth ring, you need to pick up the extra diamond from Stiltskin, as well as the anklet and Desert Palace, and yeah, you need to make a detour to...
It only costs about 45 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, to
synthesize it. But we don't need it.
No,
we don't need it.
Just go without it. Who cares?
Yeah, we can just do without it these days. Well, at least in this route anyway. You can kind of just ignore it. It's obviously a bit riskier on Death Guys, but...
Right.
Nah.
It wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be. Try again later.
Exactly, right? That's the mentality these days.
And here we are with the park. What was that?
No, I was just going to say Daguerre used to be called the Island of Shame for that reason, really. Oh, that's some good ATB.
Yeah, look at that.
Nice free preempt there. So yeah, we bought a bunch of silver forks outside. We're going to be using those to lob them at arc gear. Please target Quinnet. Oh, dead on.
That's a Quinnet.
That's the perfect turn.
Yep. Quinnet's just going to sit there and be tired. They're only there for backup for potions. Otherwise, yeah, we're just going to attack, and throw. Hopefully it doesn't miss.
Yeah, we might be seeing a 3-turn fight here. That's fine. A high potion should be fine here. Amarant's really chunky. He can take some abuse. Oh, that's a low roll.
Whoops.
That's a low
that was
roll.
real low. That was real low.
Yeah, this might go on for an extra turn.
We also have the propeller one. Nice. So since everybody has the ability that is clear-minded, prevents confusion.
That's where we see Quinnet like pick up his fork. He's like, no, no, no,
no, don't
no,
do
no,
that.
no.
Ayymart is having the worst dungeon encounters. Just not having great luck.
Oh, I guess that doesn't matter. But yeah, that's where you put Insomniac on Quinnet now.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. You can do it later.
You can do it in Hildegard 2 or whatever.
That's the optimal place to put it on.
Ah.
If you're doing this, if you're jamming night strats into Petra.
Man, I've
We
been
just need to
so
steal
optimal this whole way. I'm really screwing it up now.
Yeah.
I'm excited though. I haven't done night in so long. I love it. I miss it on Nova Dragon sometimes.
Yeah, it would be nice as a backup for Luna.
That was my bad. I should have said something, but I forgot to.
It's okay.
So yeah, now we have the stoplight minigame. red light, green light with the hedgehog pie and frog sid. With turbo, it's pretty nice. You can just turbo circle and just kind of hold it down whenever you need to go, let go when you need to stop, and you'll go zooming. But there's also a little fail-safe kind of thing, fail-safe strategy, where you just fail 5 times, and then the hedgehog pie will not do its quick turns anymore. It'll only do slow turns, so you have a little bit more of a lenient reaction time. Because it's honestly pretty difficult if you just try and go for the first couple turns.
It's very difficult, and on top of that, because he quick turns so fast, he's more likely to look at you more frequently, which means that you spend more time waiting for it, so you don't necessarily just give time with it anyway.
Right, yep. So failing 5 times and just going for the slow turns can actually just even out. I think theoretically just going as fast as possible for the first time is theoretically, but I mean it's still RNG on when and if he turns around and how long he stares at you like this, or you're right there.
I can help you out on that bit.
Yeah.
So on the when is, I believe, when his shoulders dip. That's the end of the animation cycle. It's every second or half second if he's on the fast turn cycles.
Oh wow.
Because we had a good old look into how hedgehog pie works when we were writing blindfolded stuff.
Yeah, I bet.
Figure out how to do it. But yeah, he can't. The idea is he looks at you when you at least when you do the when you fail 5 times, he can't look at you for more than 4 seconds. When he looks at you in 1 second intervals. So if you count to 4, then he has to turn around by that point.
Okay.
So that's how you know. Limit. Yeah, he can't look at you for more than 4 seconds at a time.
Also, by the way, I'm kind of amused because we were talking about just Final Fantasy games in general before, right, in communities. I noticed in the Valks Discord, there's a pretty active discussion in general chat just about various Final Fantasy games. I mean, they probably always are, right? But it just seems incredibly relevant. And then one of them from this morning, just a couple of like Final Fantasy 9 memes that just make me kind of happy.
Nice.
One of them is just like a large blank wall, and it just has like graffiti looking stuff on it, and just says Final Fantasy 9 was the best one.
Well, it was.
Yeah, well put. Agreed. Hear, hear.
It was.
The other makes it look like some sort of terms of service for Twitter, but it says you must admit that Final Fantasy 9 is the best one to continue. Okay, sorry, I'll let you go.
No, it's fine. That's good. Yeah, to avoid losing access to Twitter, admit Final Fantasy 9 is the best one by March 19, 2023.
On Not Steiner. Nice. Perfect. Get him, Gordon.
Gordon, go.
Oh no, you sent Dagger in thingy in first. He didn't counter you. You got to be careful because he can counter with Vanish.
Oh, we can? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's scary.
So yeah, again to reiterate for Desert Palace, we don't have the abilities to flee with Zidane because Zidane's not in our party. We just have whoever was left over that we didn't pick for the Oilvert party. So we got to try and kill the encounters or just hold L1 R1 until we can leave. Not really much else we can do. And you can lose minutes upon minutes upon minutes if you get bad encounters.
Upon minutes.
Yep, and there's literally nothing you could have done outside of just, I don't know, just not getting the encounters.
Don't put the game in your PlayStation. That's
Pretty much.
all.
Yep, pretty much.
There are some really cool strategies though, which we touched on earlier, and that is we can use Carbuncle and we can also cast Scan with Dagger. Because these animations are quite long, we are able to gain quite a lot of flee checks, which gives us the best chance of actually getting a quick flee and just getting out of the fight completely. The Mind Flayers that we saw a moment ago, they're called Drakons. Steiner is tooled up to deal with them in one hit. So if we get them, we can kind of just like attack our way out of them. No. The cats are the worst ones.
Oh yeah, the corals.
Torama.
Oh, Torama, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the
And
corals or whatever this.
Corals, Torama, yeah, whatever you want to call them. So these blue ones we can attack with Steiner as long as they don't switch before we queue our thing, please.
Yeah, there you go.
And then we can reflect off our team to kill them as long as they're still in red state when it's our turn.
Yeah, the Grimlocks will shift their defenses on whether the red head is on top or the blue head's on top, and also kind of shift their attacking movesets as well. Oh, now I got the flea. Nice.
You needed that flea.
Yep, we've got Ayymart. Oh, he looks like he did a first try. He got 435 end of the minigame.
Nice.
Rocked it.
Mel's got one more big screen that she's got to traverse twice, roughly. Hopefully, you won't be seeing more than one. Ayymart could potentially catch up a bit here if he doesn't see too many encounters. Lani, come on, what are you doing? Get off.
Lani.
She's just standing in everything. Look at you. What are you playing? Just jumped onto the desk, started like pushing her face against the microphone and just standing on the keyboard. Perfect.
So a little sub-goal, I guess, of this Desert Palace is we need to light all these torches to light up all these glass, I guess, what are they called? Like
Candles.
Yeah, well, candles, but they're lighting these glass.
Oh, like the stained glass.
Yeah, stained glass windows. Yeah, yeah. Just to light up everything. And for some reason that triggers the boss. I don't know the reason or lore behind it.
Don't remind me. Yeah, you have to trigger all of the candles in order to activate the boss. If you go there without activating the candles, then the boss just won't spawn. You just can't interact with the final candle.
Yeah, just can't do it.
Can't do it.
I gotta, light these candles, specific ones, just the right side. If you light both of them, that'll light the little purple orb or the pink orb. That'll give you specific items. I think there's a hat. What is it? The one that has like a bunch of elements.
Yeah, the Black Hood.
Black Hood. Yeah, that's it. That's a pretty good one.
It's got either ability up, accuracy plus, or distract on it.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, and on top of the elemental stuff.
I didn't realize it had elemental resistances on it.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. That's an alternative way you can use it versus Earth Guardian, is get the Black Hood. Yeah, it's still a close race. We're pretty close, pretty neck and neck. Yeah, it has fire, thunder, and water. So that Fire Aga that was once scary, you can just slap that on Quina and have Fire Aga. But it would also mean you lose out on the Dark Hat, which is immune to Blizzaga, so it's kind of whichever one.
Yeah. It would it wouldn't go on either of them very well because Zidane's got the auto regen circlet, the golden hairpin. So Valiapira has the longest intro of all the fights. He's gonna sit there and waffle on about which bloodstones. Oh, that's no. I saw Steiner. Okay, you're good. Yeah, this does nothing.
Yeah, it's fine.
Steiner's a beefy boy.
Yep, you can take it.
So this only works on the the English version. So it works on PAL and it works on North American, but it doesn't work on the Japanese release.
Right, or HD.
Or HD, yeah. But if you reflect off your party, you get 4 times damage, which I think is capped to 3 times damage or something like that.
Something like that,
On the
yeah.
other releases, that reflect all on your party with VV does 4,500 rather than 6,500 on the other versions. So this will just kill Valiapira in 2 hit, and even if Valiapira tries to use Reflect, one thing that cannot happen is you cannot reflect. So yep, have it. Get out.
Yeah, this little bird goes down.
Take that.
Yeah, and other strategies, they would, an older, I guess, maybe not older, but just an alternative strategies, people would use Berserk to try and Berserk Steiner so he can do more damage with his auto attacks. But Petro, we don't get that ability to even try that because we need to have the Coral Sword to try and learn Charge.
Shout out to the love in chat right now for Ayymart and Mel.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, spam this fart to support Ayymart.
And ring this bell to support Mel.
Yeah. Who? Who's that?
Melbert, sorry.
Oh, Melbert. Okay.
Ring this bell, but
Ring this bell.
another hot single ogre has entered your area, and he's just
goodness.
for you. Get him, Fran.
Ayymart had a pretty good desert palace. He's been right in the Valiapira land. I don't think. Did you have a single desert palace encounter?
I had 2.
I don't think you had 2.
2
Okay.
quick, please.
No, nice. That'll help.
Schmoobin.
Yeah.
So yeah, in this encounter, the only things that you don't, well, yeah, there's only really one thing that you definitely don't want to see, and that is Aiko getting targeted by anything other than Firaga. Firaga, she has a good chance to live because she's got Adam Invest on, and she's got some nice fire resist strapped to it. Anything else will kill her in 1 hit guaranteed, and until she lives for a turn, you're unable to get Carbuncle off. If Vivi goes down, it can delay you by a turn, but you're still guaranteed to get in by the next turn. Oh, not good ATP here, as long as it's not on Aiko. Alright, that's less than great. But we can use Steiner to pick up, because Steiner is the only person that is currently properly free. We can use Terra, but she has a 50% chance to not be able to concentrate, which is pretty bad. Alright, Ruby Light coming in. Short animation? No way.
So for any completionists, Kuja's room is where you pick up the naming way card. It's the only second one you can possibly get in the game. The other is through doing a bunch of ATEs in Trino before you do the card tournament and face, I think it's Mario. And he has a naming way card in his deck, and you have to fight him for it and claim that naming way for yourself to get it. Otherwise, you just pick up this free one on this table here. Or otherwise.
I'll go ahead and take a brief moment to remind everyone that we are watching Speedrun Ragnarok, benefiting Take This. It's an organization, mental health, nonprofit, whose mission is to inform the gaming community about mental health issues, provide education on different disorders, prevention techniques, and just reducing stigma around mental illness. This marathon specifically is donating towards sponsoring an AFK room, which is the thing that they do at various gaming conventions, which I've never been part of myself yet, but I've heard very, very good things about those AFK rooms. Just a place to chill and unwind, or if you're feeling anxious, just kind of calm down. Yeah, I've heard really good things about that space. So great organization, and yeah, your money will be going to a good cause if you want to donate.
So in the rest of these Hildegard screens, we have some stuff that we are more than happy to throw with Shadow. We've saved some exploders, and we also have the Ice Brand that we've just taken from Steiner by giving him the Coral Sword in exchange. These deal good damage when thrown and allow Zidane to pretty much follow up, and that's why we target single ogres, because we can kill them really quickly with that pairing. Hey, you guys need to high five as you run past.
Yeah. Oh, they got a high five by encounter.
I'll meet you on the bridge, Ayymart. Oh, more ogres. Ooh.
Yeah, so the route assumes that we're going to kill a total of 3 ogres, roughly. There is a way that you can kind of subtract one of those somewhere, but 3 ogres is preferred, just because you're pretty much guaranteed to get at least 1 encounter. And by pretty much, I mean there's like a 99.8% chance of getting an encounter on the final check alone. So like every time you earn a check on a screen that is live, it increments. So it goes from 5 to 10 to 15 or something like that. It depends on the screen. And yeah, this screen, because it's so long, with good enough movement, you can actually get to the end and not get an encounter on the final check. But it's really, really, really rare. I don't think I've ever made it across this screen without getting one, but I have seen it happen. And because it's so common, and each encounter is, I believe, a 70% chance for the formation to be a single ogre, we can pretty much reliably assume that we're going to see at least 1 single ogre per Hildegard screen. It's there's just justification for why we decide to kill them. But it's primarily the AP. The EXP is also somewhat desired. It's not required, but if we skimp out on all of it, then we'll have to kind of decide between abilities rather than being able to equip everything that we want, and we'd have to make some concessions later on rather than just have everything, I think.
Yeah.
that might be wrong.
Right. No, that sounds right. Because the AP at this point, we're not going to be seeing too many ways to make up the AP. There's one optional place we can take people, which is on the way to the end of disc 3, essentially, the last dungeon.
Yeah.
Or not the last dungeon, but one of the last dungeons through there is where we can make up some AP. But even then, it's just there's not really a whole heck of a lot of backups at this point. So it's kind of key that we make up what we can.
Yeah.
Because all these zones are the makeup for the AP for anything we missed earlier. So.
In addition, the same dungeon that Rome just mentioned, the formation that we're looking for is a single hectize, and they're not particularly common. They're not rare, but you don't see them every run. Not like you see single ogres. So Mel's coming up on Estogarza. This is typically considered to be one of the places where your run can just end. In this route, we are actually a bit more stable. I think that the old strategy was we'd use the Butterfly Sword, Soul Blade, to silence the next, I guess it's a boss. They're not actually bosses, but they are a boss.
Yeah.
They give experience points. They're technically random. They're technically a forced encounter, but they act like a boss. Pretty much.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, they're pretty dangerous. But we used to use the Butterfly Sword to inflict silence, so they couldn't use Twister anymore. But this route, because we make the Angel Bless, the Angel Bless has Confusion, which it's not without its downsides, but definitely is a more beneficial weapon to be using, as Confusion stops them from also using Aerial Slash, which is really powerful in this upcoming encounter.
Yeah, they can do a lot of damage real fast.
Yeah, in the not the Japanese version, pretty much any version other than Japanese, the Twister ability that they deal does a lot more damage in these versions. In Japan, that damage was reduced by something like 30 to 40%. Well, what I should say, it was increased when they ported the game over. Originally, it was a lot weaker.
Yep.
There are certain things that you can do to equip Zidane with wind resistance, but we kind of have to go out of our way to do it. And again, Petra route, the best thing is just to not get hit by it. Just don't get it, don't die.
Just don't die.
Just rather than, but fortunately, because we are safety saving today, there is a save point down there, not very far away from the boss at all, so we can use that and make sure it's not going to cost us too much time. This is the part where you get the Octagon Rod casually for Vivi, and also, very importantly, the Octagon Rod absorbs wind and water. If that thing didn't do enough as it was, it's also one of the best staffs defensively as well.
Yeah,
it's
pretty crazy.
Incredible. It's so powerful.
And it's missable too.
What? It's missable? You can't get
It's
another
missable. No, yeah, they stopped selling it in Estogaza, or I don't think you can access Estogaza in Disc 4.
No, you can't. That's incredible.
Yep, and it's the only place you can get it.
Well, there you have it. So yeah, the Octagon Rod is because it absorbs wind. When you fight the red dragons, you pretty much can't die. You're almost invincible. You have to be quite unlucky. Basically, if they open with Twister and they take out your party and only Vivi's left, you just spend a turn focusing down one of the dragons, and then once one of them has been taken out, you can just keep picking up Zidane until he's able to get a soul blade off. Eventually they're going to dive and miss Zidane or attack Vivi, and it's not going to work, and then you can soul blade and you can get back into the fight completely. But they can't AoE you, basically. The only AoEs they have is wind, so if they decide to do that, then Vivi gets healed, and the only way that they can kill Vivi is by hitting him with 2 dives or critting him. And let's be honest, that doesn't happen very much.
That doesn't happen. Nobody's seen that. So now we're in a very, I guess, short dungeon, even though there's a lot to do here. Like, there's a lot of places we can run around, there's a lot of chests, a lot of places to get lost. The entrance is pretty close to where we need to go. It's just, we just go right and go down this, turn this thing 3 times and go down the wire, or go down the rope, and we're done. We do pick up some gil on the left, because it is a sizable chunk. I think it's like 8,000 gil or something like that. We're gonna need that for the later Pandemonium menu. But yeah, it's, for a mountain, it's just extremely short. We have Ayymart got some Garuda booties up there too.
Garudis. Yeah, so we also pick up some Rising Suns for Amaranth to throw. I'm not sure if you just said this. And what's the other thing? There is something else that we buy. Oh, it's
the Octagon of the Flame Saber.
That's the one, the Flame Saber. Yeah. That's going to come in really, really clutch for a future boss.
Mm-hmm. Good at heating things up, they say.
Oh yeah, gonna get toasty. You saved, right, Nail?
Yeah, she saved at Estogaza, the Moogle, outside of the shop.
Nice. Oh, good ATB on Vivi. Maybe we can take one out. And Steiner, get him in.
Might as
well.
well.
This might not be too bad. If we get a double preempt here, we might not need this soul blade. Because if that other dragon has a turn and it's not important.
Oh baby.
What are we saying? What are we saying, Mr. Dragon? Twist up. Well, the turn's happened now, so hopefully Zidane doesn't die, please.
Kill Ayymart.
Oh,
hey,
it's
perfect.
Huge. This is incredible. This is the sublime fight.
Yeah, this is great.
This is the perfect fight. Didn't even need the soul blade. Though he's not confused, so Steiner can miss.
Technically could miss, but that won't happen.
Technically could miss.
It won't happen.
Nice.
See?
Very nice. Yeah, that's the rarest fight. You don't see that very often.
That is a great Red Dragons fight. And double ethers too. So now we gear up for Melty Gemini. while Ayymart is saving and heading to Red Dragons as well.
Nice.
All right, it's
Pay
double.
money.
Yeah, they drop ethers 100%. Never mind. It's a sapphire, so that's random. But
Right, there's a bit of mashing going on here from Mel, so probably going to have all the time to go and see Aymart's fight before Mel's going to start the Melty fight.
mm-hmm.
We got some time here.
This is quite a bit of a mashing segment. Yep. Take a quick break.
I'll go ahead and remind chat. Beatmania 2DX Infinitas is coming up tonight at 8 Eastern, and if you like that rhythm game and you want to hear a specific song, you can donate towards that game, and when you donate you can pick Beatmania, and then there's a URL where you can pick from a list of songs. Runner says that it'll be up to them for what difficulty they play, but you'll be able to put in towards the song you want to hear, and there are plenty of song requests still open, so if you put in, you'll get your song in.
All right, we have Ayymart heading into the Red Dragons, as we have a scripted fight on Mel's side, where the game just plays for you in its own little fight. See how A turns up. Alright, pretty quick. Let's see if we get it. Oh. There's a slash, unfortunately. Yeah, we're gonna have to see the standard fight here. Hopefully we can get that kill. There we go, nice. Get one down. And we have the Soul Blade queued up, so the other Red Dragon's gonna be confused. So something else that happens is since the ATB's been flowing, the Red Dragon has a turn queued up. However, since it's now confused, it loses whatever it had queued up, and its ATB is now empty, so we can quote-unquote jump ahead of it and do what we need to do. I need to make sure Ayymart's dead, and also Vivi dies. Oh, that's unfortunate. Of course. So another benefit to the confusion status effect is that its accuracy is also halved, so it has 50% accuracy, but of course, as we see, it just decides to hit Steiner anyway, because why not? But made it through. And also their evasion is... Oh, that crit, yeah.
Whoa!
And also for when they're confused is that their evasion is reduced to 0 too, so they cannot evade Steiner's attack.
That's right. So sometimes it can be beneficial to hold ATB a little bit just to make sure it doesn't wear off, but it's often not very necessary.
And you can see that we're not healing or reviving just because we get a full heal before we go to Melty Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, somewhere along the way, they get a full heal.
I think Mog did it.
Mog did it. Yeah, they could.
Mom just sneezed on him, that was enough.
Yeah.
Actually, they picked up a key item in the Desert Palace. It's called the Tears of Ayymart, and it heals all of them.
Oh. Tears of A.
That's so sweet. The purest tears of them all. Well,
So
that makes me
Melted
feel
Gem.
better, Ayymart. I can die here, so
You could. It's very possible.
Well, what? What? Did you do something wrong?
Please
I mean, I don't know. If I just don't heal, I could die.
Please don't actually die.
True.
Who has time for healing?
Yeah. Could get viral smoked into double bio wall.
You can't do double bio though. You can only cast bio wall once.
Oh.
Pretty sure I saw Zeal get hit double bio wall.
Really?
Yeah, he can only do viral smoke once.
I'm certain that he can't bio wall more than once. I'm certain. I'd put money on it. I've never in my life seen double bio wall. I've seen bio into bio wall and vice versa.
Yeah, he can do it. Like there's only one check in his script to.
No way.
Yeah,
No
Zeal 100% got viral smoked into double bio wall. Yeah.
What? What? All right, I'll send you some money.
Let me see.
I would love to see that if you know where that is.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find it. I think he had a clip of it. Yeah, let me double check.
Did any of you see the run where Karna got boomeranged by Arc 4 times in a row?
Yes, I did see that. That is crazy. So the chances of that happening, like, I can, like...
Did he actually live?
No, he died.
No, he died.
You can't survive that.
No, I was gonna say you probably can't. Yeah, the way that opponents, enemies select their abilities in this game is they'll have a pool, an array of actions. Sometimes actions will be on there more than once. So, for example, Sea Lion, it might not be exactly, but I think he has like 2 instances of Wing and 1 instance of Blizzara or Blizzard. So you're more likely to see Wing than Blizzard. That's for sure. But every time it selects one of those commands, it becomes less likely to select it again. It can, but I think I think Rev knows the number perhaps, but I think the chance of it doing the same thing back to back when it's got, for example, like 4 things it can pick from, all at equal chance, I believe it's like a 1 in 32 or something like that, just for the second action alone. So you got the 1 in 4 and then like a 1 in 32 or something like that. It's really, really, really against repeating actions.
Yeah, that's kind of one way. You can kind of know, like, oh yeah, they casted this, so they're not likely to cast it again for a little while, so I can...
Pretty much.
Yeah, but there's still the risk of them just going, nah, you know what, I'm going to cast it again. Sorry.
So I've been speaking on Take This, of course, which is the organization we're here to kind of put our money towards, mental health organization. Did you know they have a Twitch channel? This is new information to me. It's Take This org, all one word. Yeah, they play games on there. And they do like clinical commentaries. I see that they do health AMAs. They've also got a Discord, which is kind of a nice place to go. I know especially during COVID times, for me particularly, a couple Discord spaces were really helpful to me, just for mental health stuff. So yeah, a couple cool resources there.
yeah, we have Ayymart just finished up his Melty Gemini as well, and now we are on to one of the longest mashing sections of the game. I think this is roughly, 9 minutes or something like that of just mashing, no movement or whatsoever, and you're just sitting there mashing away. But if you have a turbo controller, you got quite a lengthy break here, so just set the controller down, get up, stretch. Some people even said they just took a shower, like a quick shower.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Shower?
Yeah.
I'll go take a shower
my.
during my break. You don't think I won't? I will.
I mean, it is nice. I think we talked about this earlier. It's nice to get a couple baked-in breaks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a
You
9
need it.
minutes. Yeah.
You need it. Imagine if the game was like full on for like 9 solid hours. Though to be fair,
God,
if you're not on
no.
turbo, this isn't a break.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not on turbo, you do have to mash through this. There's
Yeah,
a
shout out to
cutscene at the
Turbo.
end. Yeah, shout out to Turbo. There's a little cutscene at the end. It's like a minute or so, where if you're really quick, you can go to the bathroom. But all of this is quite a slow mash. You don't have to like really go for it or anything. You can kind of lazy mash a bit, and it doesn't really make a difference, fortunately. But there are a lot of bubbles to pop.
Mm-hmm. So with Hilda back, she knows the secret to turn Sid back into human. So he goes from Oglop to the frog to human again. And now he can finally get back to work on making a vehicle that does not rely on mist for flight, which he's made before, which we were riding on, but now he needs to make a new one that's better. Better than before. Since Kuja stole the other one.
Yeah, a lot of people think that the break's already begun, but it doesn't actually begin just yet.
Nope.
I've seen people go for a break and they come back and they've been talking to this poor guard for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, yep, just sitting there going, huh?
Doing a little shrug every time you talk to him.
Uh-huh.
Shout outs to Awesome Waves. But yep, this is pretty much the last decent-sized mashing sequence. There's a bit to do in like Branbal, halfway through Terror, but to be honest, it's not that long.
Yeah.
There's a bit, and there's a bit of movement in between it, and some pickups, and a little shop, and this and that. So, which stream has the audio right now? Oh, Aymart's. Yeah, the music that's currently playing on Mel's stream is the best song in the game, so I'll remind everyone when that one comes up, but I distinctly remember that scene in particular with Ruby, and it's playing.
Yeah, this is still a very close race. even after 7 hours and 17 minutes. One or two wrong or bad encounters, or just death guys in general can shift the tide.
Yes, the next dungeon coming up is going to be Ibsen's Castle. There is a really interesting mechanic there, which we are going to be not interacting with at all. We've got better things to do than that. That mechanic is, actually, I don't think I fully understand it, but I'm aware of it. At the very least, is that your attack on your weapon scales inversely or something like that. So if your weapon has lower attack, then it will deal higher damage, and vice versa. Yeah. But because Tahaka, the boss, has a defensive curled up state, I believe that physical damage is like so horrendously neutered that it's not worth going for, even if we did bring a bunch of really, really weak weapons with us.
Right, yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how much damage we could deal with some basic weapons, but I think I've looked at it once or twice, and the dagger only deals like 1,000 damage or something like that.
It's not much, yeah. It's not.
It's really weak.
Yeah, because it's something like it starts at 100 and then it subtracts whatever the attack stat is, and so then you would kind of end up with that or something like that. Maybe not 100, but it's something like that where it just subtracts that, but then your strength still gives bonuses to how much damage you deal. So, yeah, as you mentioned, it's really not worth trying to do any sort of physical damage to him. We just want to spam spells and try for heat, and that's just all we're going to try. Nothing else.
Yeah, so we're going to have two strategies going on against Tahaka at the same time, which is really cool. Essentially, we're going to be poisoning the boss using more Soul Blade shenanigans. This time it's with the Rune Tooth, which inflicts poison. And we're also going to be using Vivi's Viraga that we also have from the Octagon Rod now. Those two together, the way that poison works while ATB is flowing the way it is because we're putting it behind such big animations. We're watching Tahaka probably casting Blizzagas as well at us, which is really slow. We're casting Viragas, which is quite slow. So we're seeing lots and lots of ticks of poison occurring at the same time. While all this is going on. Poison deals something like a 16th of max HP, I believe, or maybe a 12th. It's a decent amount. It takes like 1,800 or so.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 16th, but it's like I can't remember, but it's percentage based, yeah. So he's dealing like 1,000 per 1,000 something per tick.
Yeah, it ticks for a good chunk. And then, so we can sort of loop between Soul Blade and Viraga for 2 turns before finally just going in for a Viraga on its own. And we can actually we can throw in a cheeky steal from Zidane. There is a really, really high ceiling, low risk, high reward steal that we can get there if we manage to make away with the Orichalcon. Is actually Zidane's endgame weapon, and we can get it nice and early. It will only help us for a single fight, but it will, if pretty much, make that fight twice as fast. It's really, really, really that good. But it's in the exact same slot level of rarity as the Mage Masher was. And I'm sure if you guys remember from, how long was it? 7 hours ago? When we were trying to steal the Mage Masher, we were there for a few minutes, actually. A minute, 2 minutes. With 4 characters stealing constantly. Before we saw any Mage Mashers, so there's not a very good chance to get it. It's very slim. It's something like 6.5%. We probably won't see it, but if we do, oh my goodness, we're gonna fly.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great.
Oh yeah. But at the same time, and the other way that we can turn this fight into a huge time save is the Flame Saber actually has an added status to it, and if we equip what they called the passive abilities.
Add status.
What are they called? The actual abilities? The called abilities? That's what
it's called ability, yeah.
Yeah,
ability crystals.
Name, yeah. if we turn on the add status, then it will enable any passive elemental traits that the weapon that we're wielding has. And the flame saber in this case is heat. Not many bosses in the game at all are susceptible to heat because heat is ridiculous. It is broken. The AI doesn't know how to deal with heat. The AI just dies to heat if it can get hit by heat. And heat simply says, if you perform an action, die instead.
Yep.
Which is absolutely savage. If you're inflicted with heat, you can just not use that character and it will wear off after about 2 turns. But if the boss is inflicted with heat, they'll just die as soon as they try and take an action. They won't try and mitigate it in any way. They won't just sit there. They'll just, So, we will have Steiner going in at the start of the turns, ideally, and we're going to be checking for heat. If heat triggers, Zidane will be able to get 1 steal in, then the boss will die, and we can save roughly 45 seconds per turn. If that never happens, then we're going to be just backing that up, essentially, with Soul Blade Viragas. It should only take 3 turns or so. And the only other thing we need to pay attention to is that Freya, Steiner, and Zidane are all quite critically learning stuff during this encounter, so we really want those to stay alive, especially Freya. Freya is very mission critical at this point. It's quite difficult to back her up. It is possible.
It is possible, yeah.
It's going to be a couple extra menus to do so, and normally RTA would be more time loss, but because of the way we're saving and things like that, and the concessions we're making with all these things, it will end up costing a little bit less. But it's a headache. It's off script. It's I don't know what I'm doing. I need to plan for this a little bit. So these fluffy puppers, the Cerberus. We love a little Cerberus.
Yeah, typically you only get like 1-ish encounter throughout the entirety of Ipsens, but sometimes, as we mentioned before, in a lot of the dungeons.
I'd say 1 is a good Ipsens, man.
Oh, 1 is good? Okay.
I'd say 1 is real good, yeah. I'd say you're probably looking at I'd say average is somewhere between 2 and 3, probably. Okay. Yeah, you typically get 1 on the way to Tahaka, kinda. Not here though. This is like a rare one. It's the long screen after you come down a ladder. Not this pipe here we're gonna see, but in about 3 screens time, there's a long screen where you typically see an encounter. You should have gone for heat on the Cerberus. Absolutely, that's free experience you're missing out on there. So, however, there is a.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. With this screen, this one is the one that you typically get an encounter on, because this one's a bit long. You get caught on the geometry and stuff.
I actually wasn't even talking about this one, but yeah, this one is also one where you can. Yeah, it's the one in 2 screens time. We're gonna go around that little hook and down the ladder and then up the other one. Yeah, there's that. So could be seeing a lot of encounters on Melt. Oh my goodness! Please calm down. I beg you.
Get me out of here.
Yeah, it's worth noting that if you park your airship somewhat close to Ipsens, your character will actually prioritize. If you're touching both of them, your character will prioritize going into Ipsens over the airship. So you can park really, really close and just mash X, and it will always put you into Ipsens as long as you're in range of it. No number 3? Oh, no number 3. Very nice.
Nice. Yeah, Aymart's right behind her.
So we've got one last little quick bit of dialogue here before Mel's going to want to do a menu and revive the rest of her team. Hopefully she has enough consumables. I haven't really been paying that much attention to how many
I think she
has left.
Yeah, I think she's got
enough,
double digits. Yeah, she's got double digits, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we don't have a healer like Ico or Daggers, so Gotta use what high potions we have. Hope for the best. Try not to use any elixirs because we need those now. We need to save those for endgame.
Absolutely. Yeah, we don't want to be using them right now.
So we pick up all these 4 mirrors, which we're gonna use to take to all the different elemental shrines around the world.
Mm-hmm.
But first, we have to do the old Taharka fight.
There's our Freya and our Diamond Girl.
Diamond Girl.
So you've not learnt Man-Eater yet, so you can just leave that really, yeah. You're clear-headed on Mel. Mel took home some body bags from oil, clearly. Learning clear-headedness.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, these Tomberries are savage because they never let... You cannot quick flee from these guys unless you start taking actions because they are constantly having turns.
Oh, yeah.
They are constantly having turns.
Sheesh. What's the percent to heat? Heat hit first try? 10% flat. There's no magical evasion. We have accuracy plus on, so we should be able to hit. First try?
Oh, I thought that was a preempt.
I thought so too.
Hopeful. Okay. So we want to top up Vivi here. Have Freya top up Vivi a little bit on the side. Nice Soul Blades, Black Magic. Nice Viraga. Chuck a little potion on Vivi, keep him in.
Mm. She's deciding whether or not.
Definitely worth it. I promise. I promise. You can always pick up Freya at the end of the fight if she gets killed. It's fine. But you need to not have Vivi go down, and he can go down to a single target.
A single claw attack. Chop chop.
Yep, that's a pretty little claw you got there, buddy. No, no dice. That's a flea.
Yeah, flea, run away.
That magic. You could jump with Freya here. Yep, that just takes her out of the fight for the final turn. Bye.
Pretty nice.
It's like he's reading my mind.
He knows. He's played this game a couple times, I think.
I just watched a few people play it, you know. And the heat. Ah,
Nope.
No good. And the Ori.
Yoink. Aw, Mythical Claws.
Alright, this should guarantee lethal here.
Yeah, should be dead. Yeah, all those poison ticks are gone.
Yeah, super dead.
Toasty shrimp.
Toasty. Nice, good fight.
Yep. And now we have Ayymart entering, and he could catch up very quickly if he gets just a single little heat action, but yeah, you gotta roll the dice on it.
Ooh, no preempts.
No, yeah.
It's an awkward one because the only person you can really take a preempt from is Steiner reliably.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really get punished for having it with. Ah! Come on, man, throw us a bone.
One heat, please. One spicy shrimp combo.
Oh, one more for the road before you leave. You're not getting out so fast. Stop. Stop. Go for a cheeky little jump here. Oh, he got in front of Vivi. Oh, that's kind of minging, you know. Alright, yeah, you're right. Yeah, off script. Good luck. Uh-oh. This is a really weird fight now.
Hey, there it is.
Oh,
no! The tick.
Alright, that's the heat. Gone.
That's the heat.
Bang.
Got it.
Just like that.
Also saves a little bit of time, like maybe a few frames or like half a second or a quarter second, something like that, from the death animation.
Yeah, the death animation is quite long actually. It's like a second or so.
Oh, a second, yeah.
It's pretty beefy.
So yeah, if target dies from the heat or the poison tick, it will skip that death animation and just fade away really quickly.
So
Otherwise, yeah.
Mel needs to not put counter on here for Zidane and instead put Insomniac on. Yeah, Insomniac and regen. Yeah, now we're cooking with gas.
Oh boy. Well, we do save, so.
Careful, Ayymart, you've got 8 hours before Zidane just dies.
Yeah. Oh no. It counts so slowly.
Any spicy shrimp? We got 1 spicy shrimp for the Barbie, but we've all got to share it. That's the problem. It's a big one though. I got a little bit confused on my screens then. I thought Ayymart just fell back down.
Oh, oops. And yeah, Mel picks up the Maiden Prayer, which is going to be the makeup for the Rebirth Ring loss, and from the card tournament, as the Maiden Prayer offers a Holy Boost bonus for the Holy Lance that we're going to give Freya later.
Yeah, having an amp for the holy damage is going to really help our damage.
Mm-hmm. An alternative is the Angel Earrings, but the one we pick up in Brand Ball, we need to sell. We need that money. It's only really worth it if you lose cards and then you steal Ori, then you can keep the Angel Earrings for the Holy Boost, but and the attack up and defense, but otherwise, yeah, just sell them.
Oh, I like that menu, Ayymart. I didn't realize you could do it like that. That was cool.
Mm. And Mel is out of there. Went back in, swooped up Ayymart, and is now out of there and on our way to the Earth Guardian after dropping everyone else off at their respective daycares, so. So we just need to drop off everyone. There's a kind of an efficient pattern to do this where we just you can kind of grab whoever you want. It doesn't matter because the game's just going to predetermine who we're going to drop off at each of the temples, but it's already pointing you in the right direction of the water temple, so we just go over there, drop off Aiko and Dagger. Then we turn around, go to the I believe it's the Fire Shrine next, and then the Wind Shrine, and the Air Shrine, I believe, in that order. I could be wrong, could be swapped somewhere in there, but anyway, we just follow the specific path and just drop off for everyone, and go to the Earth Shrine with Zidane and Quina. Aymart's still getting bullied, and Ipsen's. He's almost out of there with Edge and Shadow.
One more for the road, mate.
One more. Oh my god.
Just one more.
I could just feel Aymart's eyes rolling so hard in the back of his head. Right?
Yeah. At least it's not a pupper.
Yeah, right.
In my early days of running this game, I remember this very, very distinctly. I came into Aymart's stream while he was running, and he got into an encounter with a Cerberus, and I was like, "Oh, look at the big puppy," and he was like, "These ain't puppies; they'll get you." I was like, "No, what are you talking about? They're big fluffy wafflers." And then the next day, when I ran, I got to Ipson's when you're doing solo Zidane through to pick up Ayymart, and the blooming Cerberus came out of nowhere and just crit me in one hit, dead. I was just like, what? They'll get you. They will get you. They're not messing around. Yeah, and I had never since, never even close since.
We do a little
savage.
save. Outside of Earth Guardian.
Don't forget, Mel, you need to put Insomniac on Quinner at some point. Unless Knight's off the cards, of course. You have to get back in the ship. Yeah.
I wish you could just walk in the Earth train.
It's kind of silly that you're landing again. No! Help!
Help!
Everything's cool, man. I'm gonna put Insomniac on right in front of Earth Guardian's face.
Hey, if you go to Trino, here, if you go to Trino, you get a free coral sword.
Oh,
a free one. Can you dual wield it?
You also get free running shoes and 20,000 gil.
And 20,000. But what do you need the gil for if you've already got the running shoes? You can sell them for like 10k.
Well, you need the running shoes for end game, and then the 20k gil you can just buy another defender and all your high
the
potions.
20k gil is to fund the nobles for the next person speedrunning the game.
Actually, I'm gonna be honest. That's not true. That was just my bribe to you to actually screw up.
You can put jelly on Molly there for kicks. A little bit of jelly.
Make Earth Guardian jelly of you. Yeah, Mel's gonna try a night hybrid petro route strat where we have Quina. They know night, so we're gonna try and sleep lock the old Earth Guardian. We'll see how it works out.
Also, Rome, when you said my eyes rolled back in my head, yeah, you were right.
Yep. It's just like, come on.
I'm only on 51 encounters. It's okay.
Oh, only 51.
That's not even that bad.
Only 51. My PB has 52 total.
Mm-hmm.
Mel, have you counting your encounters?
No way.
No way.
No.
Good. All right, so if we can get in front, that would be beautiful.
Ooh.
I think we might. Alrighty, so Night is an AoE sleep effect that's probably gonna hit. It's got a really slim chance to whiff. No, we got it. I thought it missed.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at this. Now we wait for Quina's ATB to fill.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Swing, and then you put the Knight behind it.
Look at that.
Look at that damage, and Knight F Guardian doesn't get a turn.
I missed that moon.
Missed that moon, yeah. It's another reason why auto haste is really nice with Knight as well. That way you don't have to sit there waiting for Quina. You can just give them the running shoes and they'll be ready to go super fast.
Yeah, you really want to crit here, but well, you did want one. That's true.
Yeah, since they're asleep, with the physical attack that wakes them up, it increases damage by 1.5. So yeah, it saves. Yeah, cut out all those Earth Guardian turns.
Is that enough?
Oh wait, that's not enough.
Oh, it's not enough. Uh-oh.
I think this one should be enough, right? He's on like 14k.
Yeah,
yeah.
We're fine.
Yeah, this
Wow.
one's good.
Hybrid.
Hybrid.
Yeah. Nom 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 nom.
I know it can eat till weaker. Oh no.
I know can eat till weaker. Don't kill my
Really?
baby boy.
Well, Ayymart can show you how it's done.
He didn't get night.
I'll try.
You didn't get that?
Aymart's gonna sing him a song and try and lull
No,
him to sleep
I
instead.
was going for it, and I got it quickly off an eat that was short.
No. My bad, I
Yeah.
can't do math, but there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shows a little bit of what it's like for both routes, right? So we saw the night strat, and then we saw what we normally do, where we just kind of wait and let Zidane do everything. Oh. Yeah, Blazag is good, because Quina can negate that with the Dark Cat. They're not affected by it at all. We don't want to see Fire Aga.
That you mean this far, Aga?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, it's on
Oh,
top.
Zidane, okay.
We can deal with this.
Zidane is fine, because yeah, it won't do that much, but on Cat Sith, Quina, it'll just knock them out.
Counter? Oh man. Oh. What was that? A vaccine? Oh, your high potions are down there. Bonk.
Chop chop.
Thundergut. This is absolutely fine.
Yep.
Coral ring once again coming in absolutely clutch.
Yep, that old coral ring we got back in disc 1. We're still making use out of it.
So 2 more attacks here. Oh, earthquake, perfect. We absorb this as well thanks to the Gaia gear.
And Noel Melly is heading into Terra, another world.
No, please. No! Why you gotta do that, man?
I hate this game.
Mm-hmm.
Now watch as Quina's health magically disappears. This is lethal, right?
No, it's Sandaga. Oh, the
I mean,
Alright, I was like, no.
No.
Other
Not lethal for him. Lethal for us. Bzzzt.
Easy. Yeah, not too bad.
He just folds him over like a what's it called?
Origami?
Yeah, no. When you fold a pizza, what are they called again? Why am I blanking?
Calzone?
A calzone. Yeah. Could you imagine just like whoop? Gets him in one bite.
So yeah, this dungeon that Mel's on, this is where we would make up any sort of missing AP. We would bring other characters if they were missing anything, like Freya, Steiner, etc. But if we're not, we're right on AP track. We're gonna bring the 3 characters that we still have equipment on that we're not gonna be using again. So Dagger, Aiko, and Quina. Well, Dagger we're gonna still kind of be using, but
Yeah.
the other 3 we're just gonna.
So primarily we're taking these 3 so that we can take their equipment off of them. But the other side reason for bringing Dagger here is because normally, well, did Mel get the rebirth ring? No, Mel didn't get rebirth, did she?
Nope.
Yeah, so Ayymart will be able to cast life with Dagger, whereas Mel cannot. The rebirth ring also has life strapped to it, and life is really good for taking out those hecties. Should you want to kill them, probably a good idea. Gets the extra HP on Zidane. Might want that for death guys. Extra couple rolls of safety.
Yep. Ooh. Second screen, second encounter. And yeah, he's catching up too. He's heading into Terra as well. Movers. I still don't think I understand how the movers work. Like, you hit them and they like go into tri-formation or something? I don't know. Like, they're weird.
I believe in Ayymart.
Me too.
I don't believe in Ayymart. I believe in the Brutals and Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Mel.
And Mel.
My bad.
Mel is possibly getting all the encounters in Terra. Oh, there we go. So we're gonna get that demon vest. It's gonna be one of the endgame armor pieces for, I believe, Ayymart or Zidane. One of those two will be wearing it. I believe it's Ayymart, but yep. There's just the Ayymart casting life on the hecties, get extra experience, while Mel does the final, not final, but the menu where we give them all the stuff we need, and get rid of all the other stuff from Quina and Echo, because we're not going to see them ever again. Let's say goodbye.
So a very important little pickup here on Ayymart. Little demon's vest. It's it is, yeah, it's demon. It's going to be demon killer for Ayymart.
That's
so
right,
Zidane's got double killer already sorted out. We sorted that out back in Dis 2 actually. Freya is actually, she's been learning it a little bit in Dis 2, and then she's going to finish off in Dis 3, Dis 4, sorry. And Steiner finished it double killer. It's fascinating when you look at it and you see where all the pieces come in, but that's one of the final pieces for Ayymart. And double killer is incredibly powerful because most of Disc 4, or nearly half of it, no, more than half of it, is they're all devils. So being able to take them out is going to be really beneficial.
Yeah.
Oh,
the old devil killer. We needs it.
These are the bane of my existence. I'm not a fan of it. Still can't stop.
Oh.
That's a lot of damage. Ow. Does that actually apply virus, that thing?
I think it does. It says virus. I don't know. Do you get a full heal when you go into Brand Ball? I can't remember.
You do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or you, at least before, yeah, no.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
No, I just saw that party select and Amarant's Quina was still dead. Mel's Quina was still dead.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go back to bed. Yep, there was virus on him. Yeah, there is a full hit. There's no need to worry about it.
Yeah, they can be kind of annoying if they virus you on the way to the end of Dis 3 bosses, and it's just like, come on. I need that Silver Dragon AP, man. But now we have arrived to Zidane's origin home, essentially. Which he's been kind of wondering where he's been coming, or not coming from, but like where his, where he came from, because he hasn't really met anyone else like him that has this little monkey tail. So it's kind of a startling revelation for him in this area. So I find people pretty much look exactly like him. Unfortunately, with the way we have our audio set up, we can only have the game audio from Ayymart. Sorry. And we're going to pick up those angel earrings, and we're going to sell 2 items and pick up the Orichalcon and 2 coronets. Those will be headpieces for Ayymart and Zidane to negate wind damage, and of course Orichalcon for Zidane's final weapon. Do we save here too?
Yeah. Right?
I think so, for Yana.
Did we save?
I don't know. Did Mel save?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a one of the so there's 3 scripted fights. They don't really have that much variation, but they can all just get you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not very likely for the first one on DCS to get you. Old Murder Horse. He's called Murder Horse.
Mm-hmm.
He does like the murder. But he's the least likely one to actually get you. But he can.
Mm-hmm.
Can if you kind of... Well, actually, if you get quite unlucky, he can just get you. If Zidane under rolls and you get countered, then he gets a turn on Freya. Like, you can just go down straight away.
Yeah, they can go south pretty fast.
Yeah, so the first one, the horse, has a chance to counterattack you with Bio if he's on the ground, or Horn if he's in the air. I think I'd rather take the Horn, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, the Bio. The Bio does a little bit less damage.
Mm-hmm.
But at least you can dodge the Horn. But yeah. Is Insomniac on? No, counter's on. Take counter off. Counter off,
Yeah,
level up.
Counter.
Counter off, level up on. That's it. Yeah.
Yep. There we go. Yep, just bird.
Nice. That's it. You good?
Yeah, the Insomniac threw it off.
Thanks. I was like, what am I doing wrong? Okay, the
sorry.
counter needed to come off. Got it.
Yeah. I thought counter would have taken. Sorry, I thought Insomniac would have taken itself off when you optimized.
No, it's okay. I hit counter and turned it on when it should have been off.
Yeah. But if Insomniac was still on, I can see why that would have, been really weird. Because normally you take counter off, but
Right.
yeah.
It's just dumb muscle memory doing that.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, should have said something. It's kind of my idea.
It's all good.
No, my next objective is to convince them to do Dis 2 Tant. Or Dis 3. I like weaving Dis 3 Tant in, man. It's not too hard.
Just do both. Do Dis 2 and Dis 3 Tant.
Dis 2 and Dis 3. Go do Dis 3 Tant. Dis 2 Tant. Take it to lethal. Reset. Do it again. go past it, and then Dis 3, take it on again. Yeah, because doing it in Dis 2 doesn't really help you that much. Really.
Yeah.
The fight's a lot faster in Dis 3.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's way faster.
Yeah. And more reliable.
Because you have to make sure your gill's in the right.
It's really easy. It's a huge
area.
window.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The problem is you have to go and do a shop, so you have to like go all the way to the Treno shop.
I see.
Which is like kind of out of the way. But you buy your coral sword there, so you don't have to go to the shop in Limblum afterwards. But you have to I think you have to end up selling a little bit on Petro because our gil is a little bit lower than what you're expected to have or something. Because you also have to buy the poison knuckles.
Oh right, yeah.
Which are a little bit
5k or something like that, right?
Yeah, and
5k.
The gil fluctuates a little bit in Petros around there, a little bit, but like a grand or two. This is Dis 3. This is toward the end of Dis 3. We've probably got somewhere around 30 minutes left of the CD at max. 30 minutes, and we'll be putting Dis 4 into the system. It's pretty much all fights from here on, with a bit of dialogue in between.
Yep. Not too much.
This is the good bit. This is the good part. Yeah, this is the part where we tune in.
Oh, it's exciting.
Yeah, we just watch all the action unfold.
Yeah, because now we've pretty much been spending up until now getting everything into the right place. So all of our gear is pretty much in our bag. We have one more small shop where we buy a couple, literally like 3 weapons and 2 pieces of armor. And then the rest of our money goes straight into Phoenix Downs and high potions. And then there's just nothing but like gear exchanging and all that sort of stuff. Big menus. So yeah, a couple of forced encounters once again. So Amdusias is pretty much on rails. The fight is going to open, and we're pretty much just going to chill. In strategies, older strategies where we're using the rebirth ring on Zidane here, we would wait for Amdusias to take his turn, and then we'd have Zidane attack himself, because that would put him into critical, and it would trigger the rebirth straight away, which is going to bring Freya straight into the fight. The other condition for this, which is the one that we are going to use, is we're just going to wait. Amdusias is going to cast Boy at Bio, and then they're going to take off. Freya is going to then join the fight. Zidane should pretty much... He has one roll that's too low. All the other rolls deal enough damage to push the phase straight away. And then Ayymart is going to come in before finally, in the last phase, we're going to make sure that Amdusias isn't taking out anyone important. And we want to end the fight with just Ayymart and Freya alive. Zidane's not supposed to get any experience from Amdusias. The others need it. So we are going to route it so that those two survive. Ayymарт's going to finish by throwing a Wing Edge. They do lots of damage here. It's going to guarantee lethal. This fight is a little bit like Plant Brain from Disc 1, kind of, in the way the HP works, in the sense that you can't really deal lethal damage or anything like that. There are just some thresholds and some checks in place. 5-8, yep, that's perfect. We're pushing the phase. So Ayymарт's here. We're going to let Amdusias have his turn because Zidane needs to come back round. And then Ayymart is going to throw a Wing Edge, but we want him to just land here, really. Perfect.
Land. There we go. Yeah.
Dead on. Nice.
And just toss through the Wing Edge, and that's it.
Yep.
One Wing Edge will take him down. So the nice thing about...
No, go on.
I was going to say the nice thing about throwing weapons is that they do extra damage to birds, so anything that's flying. That's just an all-around bonus.
Yeah.
So,
well, more specifically, is an aerial type enemy.
Right.
The bird, yeah, because just then, for example, poor Amdusias was grounded again, just to avoid confusion. But yeah, any aerial type enemy, if you throw something at them, it will do the extra damage. You don't get modifiers from things like MP attack and your bird killer and your elemental bonuses and all that sort of stuff from throwing things, but you do, I don't believe elemental at least, but you do get that aerial bonus if they are a bird. Okay, so we want to ideally... No, high wind is okay. High wind is okay. High wind is okay. Oh, I use that elixir.
Yeah.
That's an elixir. Oh, it is an elixir, thank God.
Yep.
I thought that was a high potion, I was a little bit nervous. Yeah, we should be able to be okay here. So one more turn and Zidane's going to come in. Don't die, perfect. This is going to let you change rows. Yeah, so changing to the back row here means that you skip some dialogue.
Yeah, being in the back row. We'll skip that. You're late, Zidane or Edge in this case. It just since he's out of camera frame, they just say, well, if he's not in front row, then just don't play it.
You also get a lot of protection against nonsense that this guy's going to throw at you. So a high wind should be fine as long as Zidane doesn't well, he shouldn't be able to underroll with a 5-1.
Nah, it should be fine. Yeah, another attack.
And as long as this is Steiner doesn't miss the follow-up in case we do.
Oh, right.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, question mark? Okay,
there we go.
Good. I have had a particular Abaddon where Steiner missed twice in a row, and I died because of it. It can happen, and it's not very nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was first running, first did a run of this game offline, I was on MPU route, and Abaddon was where my run died on my first quote unquote real run. Just because he would just do high wind spam. I was just like, well, I can't do anything. I just died. It was just like, he can be quite a mean bug.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that he'll get you, but sometimes he'll just get you. So Shell Dragon has a really cool mechanic. And we are going to be trying to manipulate our health by taking flea damage from the first Earth Shake. Minging. You can't take flea damage from this, so you can't really manipulate how much you take. But Mel's probably going to take some kind of a consumable to adjust her HP here. Yeah, we're going to just go back to full HP and try again.
Yep. High potion into a regen tick will top it off.
Yeah, so if we get lucky, this charge will put us into crit. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Dead on. So charge can never kill us, but it can take us into a really awkward range. So that's perfect. So we don't have to wait 3 or 4 turns or whatever it is for the smash to come out. Instead, we can go in straight away. And the best thing is now we're going to go into this phase with a full ATB. So we're going to have the preemptive strike here. Nice. It's going to be 4 attacks to deal lethal damage here, and we've got dagger to support. We've got the protect. Oh, I've got the protect.
Yeah, protect.
Oh,
smash.
Gonna have to throw an elixir with Zidane now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Ayymart cleaned up the little mean bug pretty quickly.
Aymart's coming into... Yeah, he's catching up. He's already coming up to Shell Dragon. That's speeding. Alright, Earthshake. This does nothing, pretty much. It's going to deal a little bit of damage to Zidane, but it's no big deal. So now we need to make sure that Dagger is not going to survive. So if we don't get charged...
It's a good charge. Yep.
Okay, it's a good charge. Now we've got lethal next turn. And this turn, if we crit... Aymart's also getting the Earthshake opener. Aymart's actually got a bit more health. He's level 34, so he's got that protection for death guys, but it's going to stagnate this fight a little bit.
Yeah. He did.
But with 1 tick... Okay, so we're out of... This is actually a really good threshold. Another
Earthshake, really?
Yeah, that's pretty minging. So a Lapis, the reason why we're using a Lapis here is it's going to top us up by only 200 HP rather than the 450 of a high potion. So this is hopefully going to put us 1 more tick. 1 more tick. 1 more tick. 1 more... Oh, no, are you kidding me?
Really?
Rude.
How many Earthshakes can this guy do?
Rude! Lapis doesn't work again. It's high potion or bust.
Yeah. It's gonna smash, I think. Yeah, that's a smash.
Yeah, that's the attack that sets us to 1. So, unfortunately, a really slow fight, but it's Final Fantasy 9.
Yeah. 3 Earthshakes, what can you do? Not much.
Nope. It's just the way it is. So now we can start by dealing our 4 attacks to deal lethal to Shell Dragon. And if Dagger gets a turn in, maybe protect. I'm not sure if she survived. She did. Berserk. Oh my goodness.
Oh goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Will it stick? Nope.
It missed. Scam. Scam.
Scammed.
And I thought Berserk could only miss in Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah, it's considered a negative status effect, so it has a chance to miss the target.
Yeah.
So, yeah, unless it's a... Okay, there we go, perfect. Oh!
There we go. Look at that trance.
There's one more attack for lethal, right? This is a little bit risky. Only a little bit risky.
Yeah.
There's a couple rolls that kill here. That's a smash, thank goodness. Okay, up. Nice. Perfect. Yes, we wanted trance. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Wonderful video game.
I think I'm gonna have to check the PS3 as well.
Woo! What a good mechanic.
Lovely.
Meanwhile, Mello is coming out of the menu, just doing the last few finishing touches. Freya, you've sold the thingy, the hat. You've got no
Cornets.
Lamia's tiara.
Oh,
Just play
Lamia's
without,
tiara.
just play without Lamia's tiara. Give her anything else. Make sure
Anything?
Steiner's got anything. Yeah, just give Steiner what he needs, and she also needs the Main's prayer.
Yeah, because
Steiner's got diamond. You could put the cross helm on her actually. Cross helm would be better.
yeah.
Got strength on it.
Yeah.
And if she lives, she is also going to get double killer, which is great. You can get that sorted and preemptively done.
Yeah, because the only thing that's gonna come up is well, I guess aerial slash and twister on
That's
Nova.
it.
Yeah.
She won't live through an aerial slash now. She'll just die. So you don't have to even think about, oh, maybe I could Luna if she survives. She won't. I'm sorry.
She won't.
I hate to bring it to you. She died.
Oh no, got caught by the lights.
I haven't done this way in a while.
Yeah.
Wait, you need to show me the pro strat. I didn't see you do it last time.
Oh, really? I can't do it on this D-pad.
Oh yeah, the Kiwami.
I'll do it on analog then.
I'm not that good, man.
So there's a little mini game here where you hit this little switch to turn on these lights to cross the light bridge. But if you get caught by the light, it just forces an encounter and just resets it. There's no way to recover from it. Just gonna go back and try again.
Nice. Oh, meanwhile, Aymart's got 2 Lamia's tiaras instead of selling one of them.
He still melts.
Let's trade.
Give it back.
Just do
Give
a
it
quick
back.
trade, man.
Do the rebirth ring for it.
I knew I
Faxed
sold
it over.
I knew I sold something I wasn't supposed to. It's like, I don't know what that was, but whatever.
It's gone
we go.
now. Bye bye. See ya.
Yep. Thankfully
deal
it's not
without it.
that important.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good.
Just hope for tidal wave, innit? That's it. It's basically just hit 7s again, basically.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Get out your link cables, transfer it over. I'll trade you a Squirtle for it.
Just Squirtle over here. Lamia's tiara.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Ayymart.
Look
got
at all
her
these
kinda too.
pandemonium encounters. Oh, it's beautiful.
And a high wind. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, a Marlboro booty.
I've never seen Marlboro rump.
Marlboro.
Look at that. Just wiggling.
You just win. Yeah.
No idea we're even there.
This is a real Final Fantasy Dissidia team right here, isn't it? Edge, Fran, Gordon, and Shadow.
Gordon.
What sort of character is Gordon? I know he's a prince, but like, is he like a knight or something? Warrior?
I'm not familiar.
Me neither.
Is he playable? Can you...
I don't know. Which FF is he from?
2.
Oh, 2?
Apparently temporarily
play.
playable in 2. I'm not familiar with it though.
Yeah, this has been pretty close the entire time. Like they've been within like a minute of each other the entire run. If it weren't for all these encounters, Ayymart is some of the worst encounter luck I've seen in a long time for this run.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, Ayymart, are you okay? Would you like some help?
Help.
Do you want me to send the police?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if you don't heal, you are
Madman.
madman. Man, you are burning through those potions.
I know, yeah.
You could always go back to I think sorry and grab some regular parts. If you get another encounter and it AoEs you again, oh my goodness. So yeah, Mel's stuck into the second fight of the final boss rush of Dis 3. To be honest, there isn't too much going on ultimately. There are 3 fights, starting with Silver Dragon, then into Garland, like we're seeing here on the right, and then finally Kuja, regular Kuja, plain Kuja,
Vanilla
Margarita
cookie.
Kuja. Yep. Only Silver Dragon actually poses anything of a threat. If they open with Shockwave and kill like 2 people, it can get really dicey really fast. It's pretty rare, but it can happen. It goes down in 5 hits, so it's pretty flimsy. It's got the least health of the 4 of them, and he preempts and a whiff. Very nice. But however, Silver Dragon is really fast, so Ayymart is probably not going to get his turn here. Nope, not quite. And there is the Shockwave.
Shockwave.
Hopefully Ayymart doesn't go down here. Okay, no deaths. That's perfect. Get some attacks in. Nice.
Yeah, because we.
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say that we essentially don't want to have anybody go down between each boss phase, or between each boss, because that just means we're gonna have to waste a turn reviving, and they could also just knock someone out. So then you have 2 people sitting there just reviving, like whack-a-mole kind of.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You need to make sure there's at least 2 people. Well, Silver Dragon's the only one with any area effect spells.
Yep.
After that, they only have single target. So you're okay. You're Gucci after that, as long as you're not getting stuck in a loop. The only one that you can progress through leaving dead is Freya, typically the one with the rebirth ring. So if Ayymart, if Freya is dead and Ayymart can represent, my goodness, Ayymart can represent lethal, then he can just push. Oh, it missed!
Miss!
It missed! No! Get up!
Miss!
Yes! He's trying it again. Come on, get this time for real.
God,
and it's stuck that one.
Yeah, it's stuck that time.
Okay, so we're doing a nice little ATB trick here. So normally you'd lose 2 turns, but by holding ATB with somebody else like that, Ayymart is able to then have Zidane still have his turn this turn. So by holding ATB, Garland's ATB wasn't able to grow. And while he's waiting for the remedy to go off, he's able to have Zidane actually have his turn this turn. Very nice. That is a dead Ayymart. A dead Ayymart.
no.
Help! 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 I can't do it. I'm getting the names wrong.
Oh goodness, Mel.
Nah, Mel's, she's got it. The math. She can see the math. They're both dying at the same time.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's kind of weird.
Kind of cool.
Time is now. This is the power of trance. I'll show you my true power.
That's exactly what he sounds like. How'd you know?
It is. It is.
I see this is the Kuja fan club.
Kuja is basically fantasy Kaiba.
That's a beautiful way to put that.
Screw the trance. I have money. So once again, it's going to be roughly 8 attacks, though with Zidane running out of mana here, Zidane's going to kind of low roll a little bit. We have to try and find a new solution. Though if no one goes down, Ayymart will be able to activate Luna. Emmy is a good option. On Steiner, he should live this. Nice. Hold ATB here. This is a long animation, but if we hold ATB, then everyone's going to get their turn. They're going to be enraged, and they're going to deal huge damage. And we should be able to not finish the fight this turn, unfortunately, but next turn it's guaranteed.
So yeah, Luna casts Berserk on everyone, so everyone's going to get that extra damage multiplier. But Kuja's immune, so he's just going to keep casting spells. But yeah, this is pretty much over.
Bonk. Get up, Freya.
She's not mad anymore.
Did you
Easy.
recast Luna?
I really wanted Freya angry though.
Oh, he's put the controller down, turbo's on. Right, bye! 9. Speed running. What a magnificent game it is that we play.
Yeah. What a video game. So that is the final boss of Disc 3. Gonna do a little bit more movement before we head out and get a little bit of dialogue, but then we're gonna be swapping over to Disc 4 here shortly. Which is a very cool part of the run. It's a lot of fun to watch.
So as we gear up for that, I'll just give a quick reminder that we are watching Speedrun Ragnarok 2022. And yes, it is 2022, I promise, for the marathon anyways. We're a little delayed for putting it on, but we're here. We're playing this amazing game. We're here for Take This, a wonderful mental health organization. And yeah, I'm hyped for this Disc 4 part.
So yeah, with the Freya, or not Freya, sorry, Kuja turning trance into trance Kuja, they are essentially gonna just decide to destroy all of this, all of Terra. Just kind of destroy this hometown that he and Zidane are part of. And they're gonna try and evacuate everyone into the Invincible and escape from Terra while he's on his destruction rampage. hometown, I guess I should say, home world. So now we have a really cool airship. It's blue, got a big red eye underneath it. We're not really going to use a whole heck of a lot. We're just going to go fly straight into the big purple orb in the sky and fight a bunch of bosses back to back.
You ready for Disc 4, Ayymart?
I'm ready to throw my PlayStation out the window.
Yeah, Ace had a very rough run.
They wouldn't be FF9 if it wasn't like, hey, Ayymart,
It's very true.
I'm gonna give you this run for your last one in a while.
I'm just sad. My last run that I did, my last practice run, I thought was going to be the worst run that I would have, like, for, I don't know, I guess, forever, I guess. and then this one has actually been worse than that. I have 55 encounters, and
Oh my gosh.
yeah,
That's quite a lot.
it's a lot.
It's almost a magic number.
That's
Yeah. Let's hope we get there.
that's actually, I would say, probably around it's probably about the worst of the average that you are looking for to complete a run. And there's still a whole disc left.
Yeah. Yeah. Still room for more encounters.
It's still a good time. I'm not like too upset about it. I want the game to give me a fair shake.
Impossible.
Impossible. Impossible. It's okay. I'm having fun. I get to hang out with my friends.
It's Disc 4, all this action. Let's go.
Yep, let's go.
I've got 39 high potions. Let's go.
Yeah. Got annihilated by the high wind and the charge. All the Yana monsters are out for blood.
The shell
That's right.
dragon was saving charge for when I didn't want it.
Yep.
Aiko's got your back.
Glad
It's true, yeah, you could bring Aiko in.
That's true. I could. I was hoping I would never have to see Aiko again in a speedrun, but you know,
Yep.
here we are.
It's always there for you in the end if you need her.
I'll always be with you, Kupo.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to save outside of Nova.
A very friendly reminder to save outside of Nova.
Yes, friendly reminder.
Ayymart, if you want to pick up some pots,
Nah,
you can get regular ones. You gonna go without?
I'm gonna go without.
Whoa! How many elixirs do you have left?
I have 10.
Oh.
10. Oh, wow.
I think I have 10 or something.
Oh,
That's a lot of elixirs. Are you sure you have 10?
Yeah.
You cheated.
you're cheating.
Yeah, you cheated.
Got the game
If I'm
shot plugged in.
cheating.
You cheated.
If I'm cheating, this run is definitely the run that,
Well,
that
yeah,
showcases that very well.
It's 3 discs of setup. 3 discs of, whoa, yeah, you deserve that.
Speaking of discs, we've got a donation for $20 from Cease, who says, "Here's $10 per cutie about to enter disc 4. Good luck. Love you both very much. May Death Guys play nice."
Wait, Boodles is entering disc 4?
Thank
Whoa.
you, Steve.
Oh.
The biggest cutie of them all.
Hmm. Aw.
And thank you for that donation, Cease.
Pixies.
Thanks.
Pixies.
Pixies. Okay. Fight number 1 of Disc 4. The Nova Dragon, or as he's called in other games, Shinja. He is a beast. And he is a run killer. There is a real reason why we say before this fight. Now, it can go one of 2 ways, I suppose. Or in Mel's way, one of somewhat 3 ways. Without the Lamia's Tiara, we're on a little bit thinner ice. Really, the only opener we want to see now is a tidal wave. Arguably, if there is a psychokinesis opener on someone like Zidane or potentially Steiner, you might be able to get away with it as well if you're feeling risky. But ultimately, the ideal opener here is the Nova opens with one of the elemental attacks, either aerial slash or tidal wave, and you've got the correct setup, and you're able to cast Luna, and you get away with it. Luna is the fastest way to deal with this fight currently that I think we're aware of. It's the same strategy that Ayymart applied to Kudra a moment ago. You pretty much berserk your entire party and just put your controller down. The damage you deal when you're enraged is obscene. It's about 7,000 to 8,000 per character, meaning that you can deal something like 30,000 to 40,000 damage per turn. So if you get one of those turns off, you pretty much only need one person to survive, and you've probably won the fight. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. We just gotta hope that we don't see too many of them, really.
Yeah, let's just hope it works out.
Yep, the only opener that we really don't want to see is Shockwave. Shockwave is bad. Real bad. What's it gonna be? Oh, the preemptive. Are we getting hit for it?
Oh, there's a shockwave.
Alright, so the only thing we can hope for now is some counterattacks. Everyone in this party has counterattack enabled. Perhaps we see... Oh, okay.
Ouch.
No rebirth. I don't think picking up Freya is a good idea.
Yeah, she's not gonna be able to revive or.
Can we go for some heals? I respect the heals.
Yeah, since aerial slash and twister. Well, I guess twister won't trigger yet, but.
Yeah, you can't really play into.
Tidal wave.
It's a shame. Okay, Steiner's full HP. You could always get a PD off into a charge now. Yeah, this is going to end up being quite a slow fight, unfortunately. But because Nova has a pretty good chance to counter-attack a physical attack, one way that we're abusing this fight is by using charge, which in itself is considered a counter-attack. So if you and the rule is basically that you can't counter a counter, essentially. So Freya has he completely nullifies water damage, and Ayymart completely nullifies wind damage. So each turn, Mel is kind of taking a 50-50 on what element, if any, she thinks she's going to see. The only thing, again, that she doesn't want to see, this is okay on Zidane, maybe?
Really? No, not Freya.
Okay. Down she goes.
Well, this will be plenty of time for Ayymart to catch up.
38's going to go absolutely soaring, isn't it? Alright, so we've done something like 25,000 damage here, I think. We're about halfway through the fight.
Oh, shock.
Very nice.
No. Well, hopefully we can get counters. That would be nice.
That would be very nice. No counters, perfect.
Wonderful.
Meanwhile, on Aymart's screen, what is the opener? No, psychokinesis. You can take a chance on the offensive here if you want.
Yeah, could.
Okay, we're not taking it. I respect it. Tidal Wave on Mel. This is going to heal Steiner, deal a little bit of damage to Zan, and not kill Freya, which is perfect.
Yeah, great.
And down, so we get a
charge.
Yes.
Hopefully it works.
Some good damage. Mel seeing about 10k per turn. Aymart's going in with basic attacks, hoping we don't see too many counters here. Nice. Not on Amaranth, if anyone.
The miss on Freya for Mel.
Aerial slash.
Twister.
Might kill. No, this is just going to kill Freya. Only Freya. So you can get a throw off here, actually, can't you? Or you can just swing for lethal, actually. Nice. Yep, perfect.
There we go. Nice.
All right.
I think A's right behind her. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yep,
It's
here we go.
Balance, just
Caught
like
up.
that. Final Fantasy 9.
Just one boss fight. Back in the time. Oh boy.
No, Mel played really well to
Yeah.
keep that fight going. I probably would have seen that opener and be like, nah, and hit the reset, but that was well played, very well executed.
Yeah, nice. And got an ether out of it too. And hey, got an elixir. Hey, he's loaded with elixirs now.
Okay, so there's a little bit of dialogue here. Between each bosses, there's going to be just a little bit of chatter between the characters and whatnot. But coming up, we have probably the second most hostile. I guess Malaris is about as bad as the rest, right? Yeah. Anyway, it's probably going to be 2 to 3 encounters on average, I would say, between here and Malaris. The first fight in Memoria, the first of the Chaos Guardians. Malaris is a devil, so everyone's going to be equipped with Devil Killer here. This is what we've been setting up for. We're going to be getting ready for this fight here. Mel is going to have to play his fight a little bit more carefully, though. No rebirth means that she is going to have to manually jump over the counter attack that Malaris throws out when she dies. However, did Freya survive that fight for you just then, Mel? In fact, she survived Silver Dragon, so you don't actually need Freya to survive. You've learnt Devil Killer. Devil Killer is sorted because of your Lamia's Tiara mishap. You've got the cross on.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so you don't need Freya to live. So you could actually either defend with Zidane or put him on change him to back row before the push turn and play that angle as well. It's kind of up to you.
Yeah. Still need to count damage, but
yeah.
Can you guys tell me, is there a save before?
There is. It's on the first screen on the left.
Yep, the big rainbow orb.
Little bubble?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so quick menu here, pretty much everyone's going to be getting body temp because a lot of these bosses like to inflict either freeze or heat on your party, and both of those are horrible status ailments. And because our team is full of physical damage dealers, we don't have any way to remedy it at all. We would simply have to wait it out, and that is very slow. The best way to deal with it is to not get afflicted by it, body temp coming in clutch. So, you'll be moving up, hoping we don't get more than 3 encounters on each side, probably. And then Malaris, we're going to be going into that. Malaris has 57,000, 59,000. Can't remember anymore. A lot of health.
Somewhere
just shy of
there,
60k. Just shy of 60k. And when she is dealt lethal damage, she ends the fight, but in doing so, she hits everyone with an ability called Raining Swords, which deals around 2,000 damage. Just over 2k. It is pretty much guaranteed to wipe everyone. With Rebirth, we've got a current setup in play, which is allowing Zidane to cover only Freya. So as long as we keep Zidane alive each turn, then he will be protecting Freya, allowing her to maintain that Rebirth so that we can keep that until the end of the fight. So when the fight ends, Freya will get back up. She'll be alive for the end of the fight. We won't need to worry about it.
Is that crit on Freya?
Oh, you want her in critical? Yeah, of course. I was like, what on earth is it? Yeah, smart. I didn't realize. What was she on? 600. It is. Protect Girls is 50%, I believe.
Yep. But
yeah.
She crit herself too.
Yeah. Was she on full HP?
I can't. I didn't see.
Yeah. Well, having her in crit means that she's definitely going to get covered by Protect Girls, which is exactly where she wanted to be, actually. Yeah. Good play.
Oh, no.
Okay,
Right.
It's a little bit early on that screen. What's it gonna be for Mel?
Trading leads. Oh, we're at the
it's
spot.
pretty much the same spot. Yeah.
Yeah, same check.
Alrighty, so Mel doesn't. Oh, that's a nice
Chimera booty.
booty. That's a rare booty. Yeah. So for the most of these fights, we're actually going to be staying in critical. We actually benefit more from being in critical throughout this part of the run because most of these bosses don't really have any AoEs, and if they do, we're actually tooled up to deal with them pretty well. Malaris in particular doesn't have any area of effect spells whatsoever, except for her death rattle, I suppose you can call it.
Yeah.
That is a tower. Oh, I just got punished for it. Tower. Let's see if Ayymart can squeak through here.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of... Oh my goodness, we're so close.
Double iron.
Shadow. Oh, that's going to kill Shadow. Yeah, there's no getting out of that one.
Okay.
Shadow is the only one that doesn't have... It cannot learn Distract, more importantly. But he's dodging it for Ayymart. The only thing that he actually wants to kind of get hit by. Final Fantasy 9.
Yeah. It's weird for like a monk / ninja character that doesn't learn Distract. Like, it's bizarre.
Yep.
Make sure we ether up because we need to make sure that Steiner has the MP to cast charge if needed, as well as just MP attack.
Oh no! Wait, Ayymart, did you pick up the tower?
I think
I have no sympathy.
The tower.
The tower, la torre. Yeah, the tower is it helps you deal a little bit more damage. It has a lot of like small ups and downs about it. It's really hard to gauge in a nutshell, but ultimately it means that Zidane's going to be dealing around 1,000 to 2,000 more damage in each encounter. Good night, Ayymart. Wow.
Yeah, that quick attack means that they're not going to be able to get Freya's turn up.
Yeah, she is really fast.
Here.
La Torre.
Reflect.
Okay. Yeah, Reflect is just nothing. You fool. You fool. You think I'm going to cast spells? Who do you think I am?
Nobody here even knows what the word magic means.
Okay, I think Mel may be able to represent lethal this turn, or at least very close to it.
Yeah, it'd be close if not.
Just doing the math, I think. It's a funny one. Okay, yeah, so she's taking it easy because there was a potential for lethal, but didn't want to push it too hard. We'll take an extra turn. It's not that big of a big deal. We have a lead in the race anyway. We can afford it. So she's going to want to get Freya to jump here so that she's completely out of the fight. And then these attacks will deal lethal damage. Perfect.
Nice. So with Freya up in the air, she avoids this attack entirely. And we get one of the best ending screens in Final Fantasy 9.
Nice evade, Zidane.
Evade. Where you hear the victory fanfare music and everyone's dead. So good.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ayymart has the rebirth ring, so he can just kind of chop away, not worry about
Just swing.
Just swing,
Just
swing.
go in. Let's just deal some damage. Yeah, the rebirth strategies are typically a little bit faster. Definitely not so much that you should synth the rebirth for this fight, but it is definitely a lot easier. You don't have to do any mental gymnastics or anything to try and figure out how to make it all work. So that might even live through this. It's pretty beefy. Not quite. Oh my goodness, 3.2.
Yeah. Oof.
I underestimated that.
Yeah, there are some rolls where if Zidane is full health, he can survive it, but
Yeah, I guess it's got more range than I thought it did.
yeah, it's pretty swingy, I think.
You typically don't really mind too much because of the essentially in the routing we are expecting Freya to survive. She is the one that is learning stuff in that encounter. Everyone else is allowed to die. But because of the way that Mel accidentally sold an important, I say an important, an optional piece of gear a moment ago. She was able to then learn an ability early just in case. So there was an alternate win con there, which is pretty rare. Demi shock. And Luna, Dragon's Crest. Oh, we're going off the rails.
Spam it, yeah. Get everything out there.
So Tiamat is the next fight. It's not a very fast fight. There are a few unique mechanics going on. The biggest unique one here is that Tiamat sometimes is going to cast Float. It is a single target float ability. It applies float to you, and essentially it means that if you are floating and you attack or use any other skill of that nature that is affecting Tiamat, then he will snort you after you have abilited it, and you will get removed from the fight, and you will only have 3 party members for the rest of the fight. That party member cannot gain any AP, not that we need it here, but you can't resurrect them, you can't revive them, they can't support you, they can't do anything, they are just gone, and they will not rejoin you until the fight is over. Ejected, exactly.
You can safely charge with Steiner, and even the people that react from charge can safely attack while floated.
That's right.
Ayymart can throw his wing edge if he needs to as well. That won't trigger it. It's basically only an attack that will trigger the
Is it really? I thought wing edge triggered it, but I guess not.
Yep, it's just
okay.
only...
Yeah, just basic attacks then. Okay. Yep. Yeah. No more you know. But yeah, so Freya is the only person here that has access to Dragon Killer, which is the only subclass that Tiamat is. So Freya is going to be dealing quite a lot more damage. The tower is going to be coming in pretty helpful here. It's going to bring Zidane's damage up by about an extra 1,000 or so. And we are going to leave Freya and Ayymart in critical, so that Steiner's charge is going to be able to deal around 10,000 damage. That's going to be the driving force behind our damage, having Freya attack twice in a turn, essentially.
Yep.
And we pretty much just have to pray that either we don't see any Jetfires or Twisters, or at least, we only see one of them. Sort of deal is the general idea. The less they can only cast them once each. And there is a chance that you just don't see any. So here's the float coming in on Steiner is optimal. Ayymart is less than good. You can test the throw. I don't think it works though. I've always not done it. I could be wrong.
Yep, should be fine. Yeah, no need to risk it for a marathon.
No, for sure not. But no, as you can see, he's able to attack while charging, as charge is considered a counter-attack. Oh, Lord.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you gonna leave him down? Oh, that's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, you can see that Freya is really carrying the damage rolls in this fight. She's doing quite a lot. So she's about to run out of mana. Absorb MP on Zidane. Robbery.
So yeah, Absorb MP is weird because it's classified as a wind spell. So if it hits Zidane or Ayymart, because they have the coronet, it'll do 0 MP. But for some reason, even though the ribbon absorbs wind, it'll still absorb MP from Steiner. It's bizarre how it works, but whatever. It doesn't give him MP. It looks like Ayymart is chopping away as well. Should be able to wrap up Tiamat here.
Yeah, ultimately that was still a really good fight from Mel. That went down a lot faster than I had anticipated with Ayymart staying down like that, which is really, really good. Ayymart also seemingly getting a pretty good fight. Oh, yeah, that's just like that. Tiamat is down. Fiast.
On the miss.
There we go. So we need to make sure that Steiner is in critical for the next encounter. Again, the next fight, Kraken does have an AoE, but only Waterga, which we're not scared of at all. Freya and Steiner are both wearing the diamond gloves, which have complete nullification to water damage. Water just bounces off them, just like nothing. No problem whatsoever. And man, Ayymart, zoom in. Ooh, and Mel's taking it back on the stairway to heaven. At the top. Yep, so Watergur's going to come down. It's going to completely be nullified on Steiner and Freya on both parties. However, for Mel, Zidane is going to be wearing the ribbon in that encounter, so he is going to absorb the water. Whereas on Ayymart, because we're using the rebirth strategy, Zidane is actually going to take damage from water instead. But we're going to use that to our advantage instead.
Ooh, that trance. That snowball.
Just in time.
Storm into trance, yeah.
Just in time.
Thankfully, I had that flea queued. Otherwise, that would have been really sketch.
Yeah.
Those ash.
What time loss? What time loss?
Like over. So, can't solo kill it. Gotta. Oh man, those are not great.
Oh, Mellow, ew. Crazy. Ew. 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 She's going for it.
Going.
You know what? I respect it. There's no room for fear in this race.
Just gonna catch Ayymart.
Oh, the cleave. Oof. Okay. This is not a problem. We can deal with a single Chimera. Man, they are neck and neck. I think Aymart's gonna squeak ahead here, though. Going for the quick PD. Couple high parts. So 25 should be a little bit scary, but he's sat on a small cache of elixirs. One more before the door, please. Final Fantasy 9. If you have no chill, please
make it to the end.
Oh, she's through.
She's back. She's back in the lead.
Yep, through the waterfall, and that means that's it. First person to get to Hades screen has to fight Hades. I don't make the rules. Gotta take on Hades now.
Just goes oop in chat. Just forgot to heal the.
That's the definition of fearless. How can you be scared if you're not aware? So, yep, Aymart's doing his menu here because I believe he wants to do a little heal in advance. Yep, so we're doing it now. Ability up, that's it. Z needs ability up, Aymart.
And she's through. Alright. She's
ability
ready.
anti, yeah. That's it, and rebirth. Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
She's moving.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he gets.
No way. God. Well, that's what you get for not holding up correctly.
Oh, goodness.
Oh no, it's Materia Keeper. Quick, bio. Help. Having flashbacks. Help. Oh, not hell combo. I whiffed. Woo!
Yeah, swing and a miss on distract.
Oh, I got the bubble chip. The only reason I'm overreacting to these quick fleas is because they are so rare.
They are very rare.
They are so rare. If you get one, you are lucky. What's not lucky is the fact that he's had like 10 enchanters.
So yeah, for the Kraken fight here, we just need to take out both the tentacles. We need to take we kind of alternate between left and right, and we need to I think it's you typically want Frey to attack last, but it's only if we want to try and go for a 2-turn Kraken fight. Otherwise,
ooh, we're getting that free turn. Hand it over, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Frey with the polish. Doot. Eat 'em up.
Yeah, so once both the tentacles go down, Kraken's move pool is resituated and reorganized, which deprioritizes his turn, knocks it down below the queue, so everything you have queued up already, by the time that second tentacle goes down, your characters will bump ahead and squeak in their turns.
Basically, we're cheating. We're cheating. Don't tell anyone, especially not... what's the guy name? Sakaguchi. Don't tell Sakaguchi.
Sakaguchi.
And the Yarj. Alright, we want some crits. Crits! Smack him.
Big old blobfish.
And then Amarant's going to get a free turn here. Nice. Counter? Question mark?
Yeah, Ayymart has got like 0 evade.
Ooh!
So...
Ooh, it's Christmas! It's Christmas! Charge! Kill him! Attack!
Wow.
This is the twist of turns!
Yeah. Great. No rebirth.
No way!
No counter on that either.
Countering is the gold! It's the gold!
Wow.
Kraken! You can't just go AFK. This is your moment to shine.
Wow, what a Kraken.
Oh my. And meanwhile, Ayymart is absolutely slamming it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Fran is looking pretty thirsty though.
Yeah.
Oh, got one more smack in the tank. Is she queued up on this turn? Wait, did you get a leg as well? You gonna get a free smackaroonie hit? Oh my goodness, is this lethal? Wait, what's Freya doing? Oh, Freya's having a turn? I like it, I respect it. Fearless.
Maybe ether or something.
Okay, this is an interesting turn here. If she's attacking, it's pretty scary. Oh, yeah, ether. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we're going in. No fear.
Go
All right, we
on.
want Zan to attack, we want to get countered, and we want to get put into crit. And I think we need more than that, though. No counter. All right, I guess that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
We've got lethal next turn unless we get a double crit? Question mark. Looking pretty risky. Ugh.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, Mel's going into Lich with Zidane full HP. It's not the end of the world, but we typically go in Lich with all 4 characters in critical HP. But it's not too big of a deal. Just have to make it work. But it doesn't have anything. Doesn't have any nasty counters or anything like that. Just kind of deal with it.
Just Earthshake is a bit of a pain to deal with. Yep. Yeah, going in with crit means that Zidane's going to get knocked out by Earthshake. But to be honest, you got actually. Wait, is she going in rebirthless without? Oh no, Mel, please reconsider. Fearless. Oh no, he's healed. He's healed. He's healed. He's healed. He's healed. Okay. Death cutter.
Well, no,
No! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Oh my goodness, just be careful the death doesn't catch up to Dan.
Yeah, I never realized it inflicts doom.
No, I had no idea either.
It usually just kills someone outright.
Don't let it die. No.
Yes. He's gonna take the level 5 death in the face. It's gonna miss.
Nice try.
Yeah, level 5 death will inflict death, obviously, but only if the character's level is divisible by 5. And the way the XP has been routed in this game, none of the characters should be at level 5, divisible by 5.
Yep.
Because everything's been on track.
There are some things that can go wrong and cause it, but oh my goodness, look at that pile of bones. Get out of here. Get out of here. Nice. I've never seen a Lich opener like that before.
Yeah, no kidding.
Nice. Excalibur 2. Don't even read it. Just put it in the bag. Put it in with the back. In the with the rest.
Had a ton of them before. Don't mind.
Yeah. Add it to the pile. Oh, the Mace of Zeus.
Oh.
Now we're thinking with portals.
It's an old Ayymart special to throw the Mace of Zeus at death, guys.
All right, I'm certain that Ayymart will be able to deal with Lich before Mel probably deals with her 10 encounter Crystal World. Probably. Right. So Ayymart is going in with Rebirth, so I believe Zidane will be in critical, and it's the correct option. What's it going to be? So please don't open Earthshake. That's pretty much the only thing. Oh, it's instant. It's full. It's an entire stick of butter just for you. Take it. Grease up. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Attack! Nice. This charge is huge, dude.
Charge.
This is the chargest of charges. Everyone in.
Boom. Quad 9.
Ugh. Ugh. Oh, Lich, what are you doing? You can't just stand there, brother. Don't take it from him. Okay, so a Death Cutter follow-up would be ideal because then we can just, you know, kill him nice and quick. That would be perfectamundo. I don't think we've got lethal this turn. Just a little bit more damage. Probably got about 15,000 left. Freya plus somebody.
Yeah.
Earthshake. Why you gotta be like this, man? Fortunately, Rebirth means that Zidane's going to get back up, and he's still going to get the AP. He is learning HP 20 here. Get up. Get up.
So the attack with the...
Oh, that's what we needed.
That's all.
That's all we needed.
Just the one. Nice.
So you guys thought that this lead might be insurmountable, but you, if you haven't seen Final Fantasy IX before, you are in for a treat. Nobody knows. This is still anyone's game. It's insane. Right, we're going to heal up Zidane, absolutely, for Crystal World. We're going to need the extra juice. Quick little menu here. Oh, he's in the menu before he picked up the
you need
the XL. Might have to manually equip that in a moment, but there's no rush. Broadsword, you say?
Yeah, broadsword.
Oh my goodness, Mel is drowning in krakens. Someone throw her a life ring, please.
I know it's real hype right now, but can I cut in with a very quick donation?
Of course.
Yeah, sure.
All right. We've got $25 from Dusk Enterprises, who simply says in all caps, "We out here, no limits." Thank you for the $25.
Yo, Dusk.
Yo, thank you. Yo, Dusk Enterprises.
Okay, final screen. She's made it. Right. Final menu before the save and the death guys. You know, statistically, you could be here all night. Technically, you could be here all night. You may never ever get up against death guys. It's true.
Yeah, because death guys can just say, I'm just gonna high roll meteor you every single time, and then you can do nothing about it. But let's hope that it works out for them.
Let's
save the most important of safety saves. Even in RTA, a lot of people, if they're on a big chunky PP pace, they'll take this safety save.
Absolutely. Oh, she's just walked past it. You save still? You can go back.
Yeah, you can go back.
Ooh, scary. Yep, so in this final area, I don't think you can get back attacks, and you can't get preemptives. It's all 1v1, you know?
Yep.
No funny business in Crystal World. I'm just gonna take the rest of your mana. I drink your MP. I drink it up. Give it to me.
No, it doesn't have the auto life or rebirth ring. She's going to be at a slight disadvantage because if Meteor does wipe the party, Zidane doesn't get back up. But if A gets a Meteor wiped, Zidane can stand back up and hopefully have a Demon's Claw attack him that misses and he can still recover. So it's just a little bit of a gamble, but we'll see how it goes.
Devil Killer? Yeah, you got it. MP. Yeah, you can put it back on. Alrighty, yeah, so there's going to be a Meteor opener. It hits the entire party between 50 and 4,500 in increments of 50. On all 4 party members. And Mel is going to need at least Zidane or 2 people to survive. She's basically, before Death Guys has its next turn, she needs Zidane to drink an elixir. You could jump? Question mark? Goodbye.
See ya.
Goodbye. Fran is in space right now.
He jumps over the meteor. Ooh, only Zidane dies. 47.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, absolutely. PD Elixir, get back in this.
Wow.
Fran's not getting a turn. Gotta be really careful. Death Guy's got a lot of speed. He can very easily weasel in front. This is an interesting turn. If we see a Demon's Claw here, we're in business. Demon's Claw, please.
Everyone's in. Everyone's.
What the heck?
Are you?
What the heck?
One person we don't want to get hit.
Nee. Not healing. No heals. Oh no!
And
Oh, we're back in the blender.
yep, back in the old DG blender.
Gordon, get up, Gordon. Your country needs you. All right. Meanwhile, Aymart's meteor. Oh, the spin to win, please. No, you can still PD. Oh no! All right, Aymart needs to see a Demon's Claw miss here. Needs to see a Demon's Claw miss.
Oh no.
Do it. Oh, no!
Oh no! Reset.
No!
That's why we say.
Guys! Okay, the close. All right, so Mel can definitely get in here. Just please don't keep casting death. Twister would be nice. Twister is dead on.
Oh,
Oh, he heard me. He heard my prayers. What? No.
Wait.
No.
Do you not have ribbon on?
There's no ribbon. Help!
Help. It's fine. It's fine.
Get
don't need it.
in. Attack! Kill him!
It's fine.
Oh, another level 5 death. He's just giving you turns. It's free real estate.
Meanwhile, A's going back in for round 2 on Death Guys. See what he gets.
Bonk. The biggest bonk known to man. Max damage bonks.
Big bonk.
Big old bonk. We could potentially. Oh my god, not death. Not death. Are we representing? Oh, whiff. We've got good magic evade here. Powerful. Too powerful. Throwing edge. Yeah, good damage. Oh, Aymart is alive. Aymart is alive. Clinging on. Death Guys is not playing fair on the Aymart side at all. Ugh. 1,000 damage from the Demon's Claw.
All right,
Gonna get a turn here. Ugh. Okay. Aymart stabilizing. Eee! Double elixir. Can we get it?
Oh yeah, you
I
can.
don't know if you get this on.
I think he can. Yeah, I think he's fast enough.
I don't know.
Yep.
Oh, he is! I'm lying. I'm wrong. I'm so glad that I'm wrong.
Still barely in it.
Demon's Claw, can you please chill out?
It's kind of trance.
Peace and quiet. Now we pick up the Amaranth.
Yes. And I think Mel equipped the ribbon again, right?
I mean, you don't need it anymore.
Oh yeah, I got the 3A on.
It's just for Twister.
Right.
I don't know what he's wearing. Probably a diamond?
Oh,
Caldwell? Yeah, probably Caldwell. Okay. Aymart's in line now. This fight's gonna end quickly. It all makes him Zeus. Take it! Yeah.
No target death.
No. Oh, the magic of A gonna come in clutch. Come on, please! Please! Oh, Amaranth. What's going on?
Toss the mace, yeah. Ayymart tossed the mace to Zeus.
Just what happens when you mace the boss. He's not happy about it. Alright, it's time to open Twister. Alright, this is free. This is a free turn.
Wow, Mel's the Transfusion fight. We got a flare on Freya. It's gonna trigger her auto life.
No, it's not.
Oh, no auto life, right?
No, it's not.
Never mind.
Bonk. big damage. Death. Is this this is good, right? I guess if you want to take a crit C in, you can do this.
Good, yeah.
Oh, it's not lethal. It's not lethal. This is gonna miss the turn, right? Oh, nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. All right, nice. Death guy's down. Oh man, that's not how you equalize a race, F9, man. What are you doing?
I know. So we got the I was holding on Freya again. Man, Freya's getting bullied, but
yeah,
keep charging with Steiner because once Kuja is below 50% HP, anything that you try to do against him that directly attacks him will trigger Flare Star, which is a nasty little AoE ability. It can miss each party member, but
I think you can only miss in this situation. You can only miss Steiner and Amber. The rest of them don't have any magic evade, I believe.
Right. I see.
Yeah. I think Ayymart has the most evade here. Instead of Jade Armlet.
The Jade, yeah, and there it is.
Yep.
That's TK.
Lethal damage.
Run.
So there's no point. There's nowhere to save here. You just straight into the deep end.
Back to
I
back.
hope you're ready. I hope you're awake. I hope you got your coffee ready. Turbo on now. You got a minute. You can quickly go and get a monster if you need it.
For the finale.
It isn't over though, because Necron. I didn't actually see how much trance Mel had. Is she close? I haven't seen Freya trance.
They're both pretty up there. I think.
Yeah. What's Ayymart saying with it? Let's have a quick look. I haven't checked him yet.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, no. I was thinking about Mel. I think Mel's is 90-ish%. Hi, Lonnie.
It's still.
Yeah, should be fine. So the reason why we're keeping track of Freya's trance is because once she is tranced, her jump ability changes into a multi-turn little ability that she rains down spears from up above. And Necron's a very rigid fight, and where we only need to jump over one turn. Oh, we have Flare Star. Flare Star at low HP, not good. But yeah, for Necron, we want to try and KO our entire party. Oh, that's not good. Ooh, scary.
We've got 3 alive at least for going into this turn. That's the plan. As long as you don't go down to just one member, you can get looped for a long time.
Yep. But yeah, for the Necron fight, we're gonna KO our party member as fast as possible, except for Freya, and we're gonna wait for the first blue shockwave and jump. Wait a little bit, or we can queue up the other attacks to KO our party, and then jump, because we want to skip over Necron's next turn after blue shockwave, which is always set a pattern of blue shockwave, then Grand Cross, and then 3 blue shockwaves. But if he does cast Grand Cross, he will always cast Neutron Ring after it. You cannot jump over it. It's guaranteed to happen. You just have to tank it.
Yeah. It's a pretty rigid fight. The only thing that can really send it off is in case your ATBs are really bad and Necron opens with something like Blue Shockwave on Freya, takes her down to crit HP, and then does like an AoE spell, or decides to just like do some. Basically, if Freya dies after Blue Shockwave, we're in trouble. We're in real trouble.
It's real bad.
Yeah. That's the only thing that can really get us. The only thing that also can trip us up is Protect can change the way that we approach jumping, and Trance can also completely change the way we jump. So if none of those things happen, Trance is quite a long way. Ooh, Thundaga open. This is okay. She can take one of these.
Yeah, just take one. Yeah.
And those two ATBs, I think we're okay. Blue Shockwave. Okay, so we can just cue the jump now.
Mm-hmm. So this should only, well, depending on what we see. There's the white mage node. And we're gonna see another one. Go, take your turns. Go. Okay, yeah. So after first character's down, then that deactivates the super magic, I guess, ultimate magic. And then next character that dies deactivates the black mage magic from Necron. Then once the third character goes down, it deactivates Necron's white mage spells like Protect and Shell and whatnot.
Oh, is that how it works?
Mm-hmm.
I see.
So now, yeah, we just have 3 blue shockwaves, and we're just going to do this set pattern. Since he did Shell, we're not affected by the physical attacks resistances, so we're just going to revive in a set pattern, charge, and attack as much as possible to try and finish Necron.
Yep, so this is pretty much on rails. There is going to be one more ATB weight from Zidane at the end here, coming up after this charge. So it's going to go Z, and then either Freya or charge into Z. And that should be lethal. Unless we see any funky results here.
Yeah, should be good. I think Mel's set to finish here in a second.
Mm-hmm.
One more run. Gonna do an ATB weight just to make sure. And Necron does have those 3, and we mentioned before nodes. Like he has 3 little hidden ATB bars that block ATB, which is why it's a little tough to ATB weight with him. That's why you kind of feed it through, and you're like, all right, come on, take your turn. Because there's 3.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah, there's 3 little hidden.
They don't just get disabled; they're still active.
They are still active and filling ATB, and that's GG. That's GG for Mel.
Well played, Mel. Good stuff. Excellent job.
Yeah, and we have Ayymart heading into the final battle as well.
GG.
GG.
Alrighty. So same again, but now that it's Ayymart doing it, we're going to see all the shenanigans, of course.
Of course.
Of course. If we see 2 completely clean Necrons, then this isn't Final Fantasy 9.
Yeah, no kidding.
What's it going to be?
What's it gonna be?
And the trance is miles away. Never mind.
Preemptive attack on.
Oh, Ayymart attacked.
Let Ayymart.
It should be okay.
You
Right?
attacked him before?
Oh wait, was that the jump?
You can jump. Yeah, you can jump and then attack.
Can you?
Yep, it should still work because the blue shockwave is still flowing. Should still work, I think.
I don't think it works like this.
And actually,
Oh,
there we go.
No, I don't think it works like that. oh no. Alright, here we go. It's time to roll the dice. What status effects is Fran going to be walking out of this Grand Cross with? Can I get a petrify? Can I get a death? Because I don't want to see any of them. Anything that instantly knocks her out of control is going to end this. The follow-up to this is Neutron Ring. We just need to keep our rebirth for the Neutron Ring, and then we can get back up and then fight. That's the only thing that we want. Please don't do that to us. Oh, we're okay. We're okay. No, we're not.
Petrified. No.
No. No.
Yeah, I thought you could. I thought you could do a jump before. I guess it's if you have 2 characters attack, because it'll fill the ATB.
Well, it's the attack after the blue shockwave that's delaying you. Essentially, what happened is blue shockwave happened, and then jump was initiated. So jump ATB was already flowing straight away, right? Oh man! All right,
In the TK.
take 2. Run it back. Run, put me back in, coach. It's not over yet. Okay, so we can deal about 25,000 damage here before we can push. Going in with the triple crit means that we can go swing, 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 charge. This is a brilliant opener. As long as we don't see a what's it called on the blowback? A flare star. Sorry, flare star is the only thing that we don't want to see, and I shouldn't have said open my mouth. It is a 1 in 8, roughly. 7-6. That's a lot of damage. Then I need you to calm down right now. Oh. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Well, we can kind of recover, because even if everyone dies, Steiner is going to be able. Oh my god, perfect. Fran's going to get back up, so we can do a PD, and then we've got 3 alive. As long as he doesn't do it twice, I don't think he can. I mean, of course he can. Of course he can. It's 199. He can do whatever he wants.
Holy Hero equals a Dane, but we kind of want to go for it. But I mean, it's not.
We get 2 PDs this turn, which means we're back in the action. As long as we don't see. Oh, gonna chop. Yep, I respect the damage. I respect the damage. That one works too. Monk. Oh, shit. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, not Zidane. Gordon might have lethal on a basic attack here? No. Wait, is he swinging?
I don't know.
What's occurring? Deleted. Oh, has everyone got lethal? Yeah, everyone's lethal.
Yeah, there we go.
Close to lethal. Yep.
All right, round 2 for Necron.
Necron 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, to go over Necron strategy again, we want to kill off our main party members and then have Freya jump over the Grand Cross. After we see the blue shockwave, we'll know that that node, that primary node that does the blue shockwave Grand Cross pattern, is ready to go into its next phase. So we'll just jump over that. However, if we do get protect, we'll have to jump over that second Grand Cross whenever it comes around. So it's 3 blue shockwaves into another Grand Cross whenever we land. But yeah, hope that doesn't happen, and then we'll just see what we get. The old Necron roulette.
Right. This is the one.
This is the one.
I'm commentating, cursing this. This is the one where we don't see a meteor, right?
Yeah, we won't see a meteor.
There's no meteor about to come. There's no way. There's no way that Necron casts meteor, is there? No way. It can't happen. I'm pretty sure he's not allowed to cast meteor. It's not in his pool, right?
Yeah, I don't think he can. Let me double check, though. I don't think he can cast meteor at all.
No. It can literally never happen. It doesn't exist. There's no way we're going to see blue shockwave meteor. No way.
Nope. I don't think it'll happen.
The moaning we're hearing right now is every single time that Ayymart got an encounter and he sighed.
He has gotten destroyed.
So many.
Oh, look at those ATVs. Oh, those ATVs.
Oh! Oh, please! Yum!
Anybody want a PS2?
You want a PS2?
Or
Let's
a
go.
copy of
Hey,
FF9?
there we go.
Got your
Let's
name on
go!
it.
All right, we're in business. Same old, same old.
Just like we practiced.
Might see a Zidane trance too.
You're gonna see me trans.
Making me trance, yeah. experience is caused by a surge of emotion.
Right, now kill Gordon and Edge in solo prayer.
Alright.
On to done. Boo. Oh, Zidane. It doesn't matter, he's come through anyway.
Doesn't matter. Oh, Phoenix down with the Ayymart.
Come on, Aaron, what do you think you're doing? Oh. Come on now.
He's always asleep in these final moments. And coming up on time.
Thanks for the memories.
Good job, GG.
Let's
GG.
go.
Mark.
GG's Nates. That was some pod racing.
That was racing.
Big shout out to the FF9 community, and Mel, thanks for putting me in the ground where I belong.
You got some bad luck there, Ayymart, but it's
That's okay.
FF9.
It's okay.
It wants you to come back.
No. Thanks, Rome and Mel, for waking up at 5 a.m. 4
No
a.m.,
problem.
whatever. Broods, thanks for commentating.
Thanks for having me, man.
And thanks everyone for hanging out.
Yeah.
Thanks, yeah, and a heck of a run.
Thanks for the donations, everybody.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
Riddles.
you.
Thanks, Rome.
Please.
Thanks, A.
Please continue to donate. There's a lot of great incentives, and take this a wonderful organization. So,
Yeah. Before I let us go, I do want to just shout out, first of all, this run in general in the FF9 community. I always love watching this game personally. And then while I got, some Final Fantasy fans in chat, I just want to quickly shout out some Final Fantasy runs coming up in the next week, or this week, I mean. We've got Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster. That's a race between Lady Starscream and Lady Starbird. That's tomorrow afternoon. We'll also have on Friday Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. This is by Tybalt. That'll be Friday late evening, and then Saturday's kind of chock full of Final Fantasy. We got Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 2 Pixel Remaster, Final Fantasy Legend 2, I'm counting it, and Final Fantasy 4 again, but free Enterprise. So all day Saturday, definitely check that out. And other than that, I'm Solaris. That's the end of my shift here. And I don't know, besides that, any last words from y'all before we go to intermission?
Play Final Fantasy 9.
just thank you to, thank you to
Yeah, come on
RPG
over to the
Valkyries
FF9
for-
community. We're here to support you guys, and it's a really fun run.
Thanks to RPG Valkyries for having us, and for hosting Mel and I.
Yep, thanks, Valkyries. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
Peace.